Editor's Introduction to the Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Editor's Introduction. The present volume appeals to the editor of this series as one of the most significant books, viewed from the standpoint of the future of our educational theory and practice, that has been issued in years. Not only does the volume set forth, in language so simple that the layman can easily understand, the large importance for public education of a careful measurement of the intelligence of children, but it also describes the tests which are to be given and the entire procedure of giving them. In a clear and easy style, the author sets forth scientific facts of far-reaching educational importance, facts which it has cost him, his students, and many other scientific workers years of painstaking labour to accumulate. Only very recently, practically only within the past half-dozen years, have scientific workers begun to appreciate fully the importance of intelligence tests as a guide to educational procedure, and up to the present, we have been able to make but little use of such tests in our schools. The conception in itself has been new, and the testing procedure has been more or less unrefined and technical. The following somewhat popular presentation of the idea and of the methods involved itself, based on a scientific monograph which the author is publishing elsewhere, serves for the first time to set forth in simple language the technical details of giving such intelligence tests. The educational significance of the results to be obtained from careful measurements of the intelligence of children can hardly be overestimated. Questions relating to the choice of studies, vocational guidance, schoolroom procedure, the grading of pupils, promotional schemes, the study of the retardation of children in the schools, juvenile delinquency, and the proper handling of subnormals on the one hand and gifted children on the other, all alike acquire new meaning and significance when viewed in the light of the measurement of intelligence as outlined in this volume. As a guide to the interpretation of the results of other forms of investigation relating to the work, progress, and needs of children, intelligence tests form a very valuable aid. More than all other forms of data combined, such tests give the necessary information from which a pupil's possibilities of future mental growth can be foretold, and upon which his further education can be most profitably directed. The publication of this revision and extension of the original Binet-Simon scale for measuring intelligence, with the closer adaptation of it to American conditions and needs, should mark a distinct step in advance in our educational procedure. It means the perfection of another and a very important measuring stick for evaluating educational practices, and in particular for diagnosing individual possibilities and needs. Just now the method is new, and its use somewhat limited, but it is a confident prediction of many students of the subject that before long intelligence tests will become as much a matter of necessary routine in schoolroom procedure as a blood count is now in physical diagnosis. That our schoolroom methods will in turn become much more intelligent, and that all classes of children, but especially the gifted and the slow, will profit by such intellectual diagnosis, there can be but little question. That any parent or teacher without training can give these tests, the author in no way contends. However, the observations of Dr. Coase, cited in Chapter 7, as well as the experience of the author and others who have given courses in intelligence testing to teachers alike, indicate that sufficient skill to enable teachers and school principals to give such tests intelligently is not especially difficult to acquire. This being the case, it may be hoped that the requisite training to enable them to handle these tests may be included very soon, as a part of the necessary pedagogical equipment for those who aspire to administrative positions in our public and private schools. Besides being of special importance to school officers and to students of education in colleges and normal schools, this volume can confidently be recommended to physicians and social workers, and to teachers and parents interested in intelligence measurements, as at once the simplest and best explanation of the newly evolved intelligence tests which have so far appeared in print. Elwood P. Cubberley. Preface. The constant and growing use of the Binet-Simon intelligence scale in public schools, institutions for defectives, reform schools, juvenile courts, and police courts is sufficient evidence of the intrinsic worth of the method. It is generally recognized, however, that the serviceableness of the scale has hitherto been seriously limited, both by the lack of a sufficiently detailed guide and by a number of recognized imperfections in the scale itself. The Stanford revision and extension has been worked out for the purpose of correcting as many as possible of these imperfections, and it is here presented with a rather minute description of the method as a whole and of the individual tests. The aim has been to present the explanations and instructions so clearly and in such an untechnical form as to make the book of use, not only to the psychologist, but also to the rank and file of teachers, physicians, and social workers. More particularly, it is designed as a text for use in normal schools, colleges, and teachers' reading circles. While the use of the intelligence scale for research purposes and for accurate diagnosis will of necessity always be restricted to those who have had extensive training in experimental psychology, the author believes that the time has come when its wider use for more general purposes should be encouraged. However, it cannot be too strongly emphasized that no one, whatever his previous training may have been, can make proper use of the scale unless he is willing to learn the method of procedure and scoring down to the minutest detail. A general acquaintance with the nature of the individual tests is by no means sufficient. Perhaps the best way to learn the method will be to begin by studying the book through, in order to gain a general acquaintance with the tests, then if possible to observe a few examinations, and finally to take up the procedure for detailed study in connection with practice testing. 20 or 30 tests, made with constant reference to the procedure described in Part 2, should be sufficient to prepare the teacher or physician to make profitable use of the scale. The Stanford revision of the scale is a result of a number of investigations made possible by the cooperation of the author's graduate students. Grateful acknowledgement is especially due to Professor H. G. Childs, Miss Grace Lindman, Dr. George Ordahl, Dr. Louise Ellison Ordahl, Miss Neva Galbraith, Mr. Wilford Talbot, Mr. J. Harold Williams, and Mr. Herbert E. Nolan. Without their assistance, this book could not have been written. Stanford University, April 1916. End of Editor's Introduction and Preface. Chapter 1 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. The Measurement of Intelligence, Chapter 1. The Uses of Intelligence Tests. Intelligence tests of retarded school children. Numerous studies of the age grade progress of school children have afforded convincing evidence of the magnitude and seriousness of the retardation problem. Statistics collected in hundreds of cities in the United States show that between a third and a half of the school children fail to progress through the grades at the expected rate, that from 10 to 15% are retarded 2 years or more, and that from 5 to 8% are retarded at least 3 years. More than 10% of the $400 million annually expended in the United States for school instruction is devoted to reteaching children what they have already been taught but have failed to learn. The first efforts at reform which resulted from these findings were based on the supposition that the evils which had been discovered could be remedied by the individualization of instruction, by improved methods of promotion, by increased attention to children's health, and by other reforms in school administration. Although reforms along these lines have been productive of much good, they have nevertheless been in a measure disappointing. The trouble was, they were too often based upon the assumption that under the right conditions all children will be equally, or almost equally, capable of making satisfactory school progress. Psychological studies of school children by means of standardized intelligence tests have shown that this supposition is not in accord with the facts. It has been found that children do not fall into well-defined groups, the feeble-minded and the normal. Instead, there are many grades of intelligence, ranging from idiocy on the one hand to genius on the other. Among those classed as normal, vast individual differences have been found to exist in original mental endowment, differences which affect profoundly the capacity to profit from school instruction. We are beginning to realize that the school must take into account more seriously than it has yet done the existence and significance of these differences in endowment. Instead of wasting energy in the vain attempt to hold mentally slow and defective children up to a level of progress which is normal to the average child, it will be wiser to take account of the inequalities of children in original endowment and to differentiate the course of study in such a way that each child will be allowed to progress at the rate which is normal to him, whether that rate be rapid or slow. While we cannot hold all children to the same standard of school progress, we can at least prevent the kind of retardation which involves failure and the repetition of a school grade. It is well enough recognized that children do not enter with very much zest upon schoolwork in which they have once failed. Failure crushes self-confidence and destroys the spirit of work. It is a sad fact that a large proportion of children in the schools are acquiring the habit of failure. The remedy, of course, is to measure out the work for each child in proportion to his mental ability. Before an engineer constructs a railroad bridge or trestle, he studies the materials to be used and learns by means of tests exactly the amount of strain per unit of size his materials will be able to withstand. He does not work empirically and count upon patching up the mistakes which may later appear under the stress of actual use. The educational engineer should emulate this example. Tests and forethought must take the place of failure and patchwork. Our efforts have been too long directed by trial and error. It is time to leave off guessing and to acquire a scientific knowledge of the material with which we have to deal. When instruction must be repeated, it means that the school, as well as the pupil, has failed. Every child who fails in his schoolwork or is in danger of failing should be given a mental examination. The examination takes less than 1 hour, and the result will contribute more to a real understanding of the case than anything else that could be done. It is necessary to determine whether a given child is unsuccessful in school because of poor native ability or because of poor instruction, lack of interest, or some other removable cause. It is not sufficient to establish any number of special classes if they are to be made the dumping ground for all kinds of troublesome cases: the feeble-minded, the physically defective, the merely backward, the truants, the incorrigibles, etc. Without scientific diagnosis and classification of these children, the educational work of the special class must blunder along in the dark. In such diagnosis and classification, our main reliance must always be in mental tests, properly used and properly interpreted. Intelligence tests of the feeble-minded. Thus far, intelligence tests have found their chief application in the identification and grading of the feeble-minded. Their value for this purpose is twofold. In the first place, it is necessary to ascertain the degree of defect before it is possible to decide intelligently upon either the content or the method of instruction suited to the training of the backward child. In the second place, intelligence tests are rapidly extending our conception of feeble-mindedness to include milder degrees of defect than have generally been associated with this term. The earlier methods of diagnosis caused a majority of the higher-grade defectives to be overlooked. Previous to the development of psychological methods, the low-grade moron was about as high a type of defective as most physicians or even psychologists were able to identify as feeble-minded. Whether intelligence tests have been made in any considerable number in the schools, they have shown that not far from 2% of the children enrolled have a grade of intelligence which, however long they live, will never develop beyond the level which is normal to the average child of 11 or 12 years. The large majority of those belong to the moron grade, that is, their mental development will stop somewhere between 7-year and 12-year level of intelligence, more often between 9 and 12. The more we learn about such children, the earlier it becomes that they must be looked upon as real defectives. They may be able to drag along to the 4th, 5th, or 6th grades, but by the age of 16 or 18 years they are never able to cope successfully with the more abstract and difficult parts of the common school course of study. They may master a certain amount of rote learning, such as that involved in reading and in the manipulation of number combinations, but they cannot be taught to meet new conditions effectively or to think, reason, and judge as normal persons do. It is safe to predict that in the near future intelligence tests will bring tens of thousands of these high-grade defectives under the surveillance and protection of society. This will ultimately result in curtailing the reproduction of feeble-mindedness and in the elimination of enormous amounts of crime, pauperism, and industrial inefficiency. It is hardly necessary to emphasize that the high cases of the type now so frequently overlooked are precisely the ones whose guardianship it is most important for the state to assume. Intelligence tests of delinquents. One of the most important facts brought to light by the use of intelligence tests is the frequent association of delinquency and mental deficiency. Although it has long been recognized that the proportion of feeble-mindedness among offenders is rather large, the real amount has, until recently, been underestimated even by the most competent students of criminology. The criminologists have been accustomed to give more attention to the physical than to the mental correlates of crime. Thus, Lombroso and his followers subjected thousands of criminals to observation and measurement with regard to such physical traits as size and shape of the skull, bilateral asymmetries, anomalies of the ear, eye, nose, palate, teeth, hands, fingers, hair, dermal sensitivity, etc. The search was for physical stigmata characteristic of the criminal type. Although such studies performed an important service in creating a scientific interest in criminology, the theories of Lombroso have been wholly discredited by the results of intelligence tests. Such tests have demonstrated, beyond any possibility of doubt, that the most important trait of at least 25% of our criminals is mental weakness. The physical abnormalities which have been found so common among prisoners are not the stigmata of criminality, but the physical accompaniments of feeble-mindedness. They have no diagnostic significance except in so far as they are indications of mental deficiency. Without exception, every study which has been made of the intelligence level of delinquents has furnished convincing testimony as to the close relation existing between mental weakness and moral abnormality. Some of these findings are as follows. Miss Renz tested 100 girls of the Ohio State Reformatory and reported 36% as certainly feeble-minded. In every one of these cases, the commitment papers had given the pronouncement intellect sound. Under the direction of Dr. Goddard, the Binet tests were given to 100 juvenile court cases chosen at random in Newark, New Jersey. Nearly half were classified as feeble-minded. One boy, 17 years old, had 9-year intelligence. Another of 15.5 had 8-year intelligence. Of 56 delinquent girls 14 to 20 years of age tested by Hill and Goddard, almost half belonged to either the 9 or the 10-year level of intelligence. Dr. D. G. Fernald's test of 100 prisoners at the Massachusetts State Reformatory showed that at least 25% were feeble-minded. Of 1,186 girls tested by Miss Dewson at the State Industrial School for Girls at Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 28% were found to have subnormal intelligence. Dr. Catherine Beaumont Davies' report on 1,000 cases entered in the Bedford Home for Women, New York, stated that there was no doubt that at least 157 were feeble-minded. Recently, there has been established at this institution one of the most important research laboratories of the kind in the United States, with a trained psychologist, Dr. Mabel Fernald, in charge. Of 564 prostitutes investigated by Dr. Anna Dwyer in connection with the Municipal Court of Chicago, only 3% had gone beyond the 5th grade in school. Mental tests were not made, but from the data given, it is reasonably certain that half or more were feeble-minded. Tests by Dr. George Ordell and Dr. Louise Ellison Ordell of cases in the Geneva School for Girls, Geneva, Illinois, showed that, on a conservative basis of classification, at least 18% were feeble-minded. At the Joliet Prison, Illinois, the same authors found 50% of the female prisoners feeble-minded, and 26% of the male prisoners. At the St. Charles School for Boys, 26% were feeble-minded. Tests by Dr. J. Harold Williams of 150 delinquents in the Whittier State School for Boys, Whittier, California, gave 28% feeble-minded, and 25% at or near the borderline. About 300 other juvenile delinquents tested by Mr. Williams gave approximately the same figures. As a result of these findings, a research laboratory has been established at the Whittier School with Dr. Williams in charge. In the girls' division of the Whittier School, Dr. Grace Fernald collected a large amount of psychological data on more than 100 delinquent girls. The findings of this investigation agree closely with those of Dr. Williams for the boys. At the State Reformatory, Jeffersonville, Indiana, Dr. von Kleinschmidt, in an unusually thorough psychological study of 1,000 young adult prisoners, finds the proportion of feeble-mindedness not far from 50%. But it is needless to multiply statistics. Those given are but samples. Tests are at present being made in most of the progressive prisons, reform schools, and juvenile courts throughout the country, and while there are minor discrepancies in regard to the actual percentage who are feeble-minded, there is no investigator who denies the fearful role played by mental deficiency in the production of vice, crime, and delinquency. Heredity studies of degenerate families have confirmed in a striking way the testimony secured by intelligence tests. Among the best known of such families are the Kallikaks, the Jukes, the Hillfolk, the Nams, the Zeros, and the Ishmaelites. The Kallikak family. Martin Kallikak was a youthful soldier in the Revolutionary War. At a tavern frequented by the militia, he met a feeble-minded girl, by whom he became the father of a feeble-minded son. In 1912, there were 480 known direct descendants of this temporary union. It is known that 36 of these were illegitimate, that 33 were sexually immoral, that 24 were confirmed alcoholics, and that 8 kept houses of ill fame. The explanation of so much immorality will be obvious when it is stated that of the 480 descendants, 143 were known to be feeble-minded, and that many of the others were of questionable mentality. A few years after returning from the war, this same Martin Kallikak married a respectable girl of good family. From this union, 496 individuals have been traced in direct descent, and in this branch of the family, there were no illegitimate children, no immoral women, and only one man who was sexually loose. There were no criminals, no keepers of houses of ill fame, and only 2 confirmed alcoholics. Again, the explanation is clear when it is stated that this branch of the family did not contain a single feeble-minded individual. It was made up of doctors, lawyers, judges, educators, traders, and landholders. The Hill Folk. The Hill Folk are a New England family of which 709 persons have been traced. Of the married women, 24% had given birth to illegitimate offspring, and 10% were prostitutes. Criminal tendencies were clearly shown in 24 members of the family, while alcoholism was still more common. The proportion of feeble-minded was 48%. It was estimated that the Hill Folk have, in the last 60 years, cost the state of Massachusetts in charitable relief, care of feeble-minded, epileptic, and insane, conviction and punishment for crime, prostitution, pauperism, etc., at least $500,000. The Nam family and the Dukes give equally dark pictures as regards criminality, licentiousness, and alcoholism, and although feeble-mindedness was not as fully investigated in these families as in the Kallikaks and the Hill Folk, the evidence is strong that it was a leading trait. The 784 Nams who were traced included 187 alcoholics, 232 women, and 199 men known to be licentious, and 40 who became prisoners. It is estimated that the Nams have already cost the state nearly $1,500,000. Of 540 Dukes, practically 1/5 were born out of wedlock, 37 were known to be syphilitic, 53 had been in the poorhouse, 76 had been sentenced to prison, and 229 women of marriageable age, 128 were prostitutes. The economic damage inflicted upon the state of New York by the Dukes in 75 years was estimated at more than $1,300,000. To say nothing of diseases and other evil influences which they helped to spread. But why do the feeble-minded tend so strongly to become delinquent? The answer may be stated in simple terms. Morality depends upon 2 things: A, the ability to foresee and to weigh the possible consequences for self and others of different kinds of behavior, and B, upon the willingness and capacity to exercise self-restraint. That there may be many intelligent criminals is due to the fact that A may exist with B. On the other hand, B presupposes A. In other words, not all criminals are feeble-minded, but all feeble-minded are at least potential criminals. That every feeble-minded woman is a potential prostitute would hardly be disputed by anyone. Moral judgment, like business judgment, social judgment, or any other kind of higher thought process, is a function of intelligence. Morality cannot flower and fruit if intelligence remains infertile. All of us in early childhood lacked moral responsibility. We were as rank egoists as any criminal. Respect for the feelings, the property rights, or any other kind of rights of others had to be laboriously acquired under the whip of discipline. But by degrees we learned that only when instincts are curbed and conduct is made to conform to principles established formally or accepted tacitly by our neighbours does this become a livable world for any of us. Without the intelligence to generalize the particular, to foresee distinct consequences of present acts, to weigh these foreseen consequences in the nice balance of imagination, morality cannot be learned. When the adult body, with its adult instincts, is coupled with the undeveloped intelligence and weak inhibitory powers of a 10-year-old child, and the only possible outcome, except in those cases where constant guardianship is exercised by relatives or friends, is some form of delinquency. Considering the tremendous cost of vice and crime, which in all probability amounts to not less than $500 million per year in the United States alone, it is evident that psychological testing has found here one of its richest applications. Before offenders can be subjected to rational treatment, a mental diagnosis is necessary, and while intelligence tests do not constitute a complete psychological diagnosis, they are, nevertheless, its most indispensable part. Intelligence tests of superior children. The number of children with very superior ability is approximately as great as the number of feeble-minded. The future welfare of the country hinges in no small degree upon the right education of these superior children. Whether civilization moves on and up depends most on the advances made by creative thinkers and leaders in science, politics, art, morality, and religion. Moderate ability can follow or imitate, but genius must show the way. Through the levelling influences of the educational lockstep, such children at present are often lost in the masses. It is a rare child who is able to break this lockstep by extra promotions. Taking the country over, the ratio of accelerates to retardates in the school is approximately 1 to 10. Through the handicapping influences of poverty, social neglect, physical defects, or educational maladjustments, many potential leaders in science, art, government, and industry are denied the opportunity of a normal development. The use we have made of exceptional ability reminds one of the primitive methods of surface mining. It is necessary to explore the nation's hidden resources of intelligence. The common saying that genius will out is one of those dangerous half-truths with which too many people rest content. Psychological tests show that children of superior ability are very likely to be misunderstood in school. The writer has tested more than 100 children who were as much above average intelligence as moral defectives are below. The large majority of these were found located below the school grade warranted by their intellectual level. 1/3 had failed to reap any advantage whatever in terms of promotion from their very superior intelligence. Even genius languishes when kept over long at tasks that are too easy. Our data show that teachers sometimes fail entirely to recognize exceptional superiority in a pupil, and that the degree of such superiority is rarely estimated with anything like the accuracy which is possible to the psychologist after a 1-hour examination. BF, for example, was a little over 7.5 years old when tested. He was in the 3rd grade, and was therefore thought by his teacher to be accelerated in school. This boy's intelligence, however, was found to be above the 12-year level. There is no doubt that his mental ability would have enabled him, with a few months of individual instruction, to carry 5th or even 6th grade work as easily as 3rd, and without injury to body or mind. Nevertheless, the teacher and both the parents of this child had found nothing remarkable about him. In reality, he belongs to a grade of genius not found oftener than 1 in several thousand cases. Another illustration is that of a boy of 10.5 years who tested at the average adult level. He was doing superior work in the 6th grade, but according to the testimony of the teacher had no unusual ability. It was ascertained from the parents that this boy, at an age when most children are reading fairy stories, had a passion for standard medical literature and textbooks in physical science. Yet after more than a year of daily contact with this young genius, who was a relative of Meyerbeer the composer, the teacher had discovered no symptoms of unusual ability. Teachers should be better trained in detecting the signs of superior ability. Every child who consistently gets high marks in his schoolwork with apparent ease should be given a mental examination, and if his intelligence level warrants it, he should either be given extra promotions or placed in a special class for superior children where faster progress can be made. The latter is the better plan because it evades the necessity of skipping grades. It permits rapid but continuous progress. The usual reluctance of teachers to give extra promotions probably rests upon 3 factors. 1. Mere inertia. 2. A natural unwillingness to part with exceptionally satisfactory pupils. And 3. The traditional belief that precocious children should be held back for fear of dire physical or mental consequences. In order to throw light on the question whether exceptionally bright children are especially likely to be one-sided, nervous, delicate, morally abnormal, socially unadaptable, or otherwise peculiar, the writer has secured rather extensive information regarding 31 children whose mental age was found by intelligence tests to be 25% above the actual age. This degree of intelligence is possessed by about 2 children out of 100, and is nearly as far above average intelligence as high-grade feeble-mindedness is below. The supplementary information, which was furnished in most cases by the teachers, may be summarized as follows. 1. Ability special or general. In the case of 20 out of 31, the ability is decidedly general, and with 2 it is mainly general. The talents of 5 are described as more or less special, but only in 1 case it is remarkably so. Doubtful, 4. 2. Health. 15 are said to be perfectly healthy. 13 have 1 or more physical defects. 4 of the 13 are described as delicate. 4 have adenoids. 4 have eye defects. 1 lisps, and 1 stutters. These figures are about the same as one finds in any group of ordinary children. 3. Studiousness. Extremely studious, 15. Usually studious or fairly studious, 11. Not particularly studious, 5. Lazy, 0. 4. Moral traits. Favorable traits only, 19. 1 or more unfavorable traits, 8. No answer, 4. The 8 with unfavorable moral traits are described as follows. 2 are very self-willed, 1 needs close watching, 1 is cruel to animals, One is untruthful, one is unreliable, one is a bluffer, one is sexually abnormal, perverted and vicious. It will be noted that with the exception of the last child, the moral irregularities mentioned can hardly be regarded from the psychological point of view as essentially abnormal. It is perhaps a good rather than a bad sign for a child to be self-willed. Most children need close watching, and a certain amount of untruthfulness in children is the rule and not the exception. 5. Social adaptability. Socially adaptable 25, not adaptable 2, doubtful 4. 6. Attitude of other children. Favorable, friendly, liked by everybody, much admired, popular, etc. 26. Not liked 1. Inspires repugnance 1. No answer 1. 7. Is the child a leader? Yes 14, no or not particularly 12, doubtful 5. 8. Is play life normal? Yes 26, no 1, hardly 1, doubtful 3. 9. Is child spoiled or vain? No 22, yes 5, somewhat 2, no answer 2. According to the above data, exceptionally intelligent children are fully as likely to be healthy as ordinary children. Their ability is far more often general than special. They are studious above the average. Really serious faults are not common among them. They are nearly always socially adaptable, are sought after as playmates and companions. Their play life is usually normal. They are leaders far oftener than other children, and notwithstanding their many really superior qualities, they are seldom vain or spoiled. It would be generally to the advantage of such children if their superior ability were more promptly and fully recognized, and if, under proper medical supervision of course, they were promoted as rapidly as their mental development would warrant. Unless they are given the grade of work which calls forth their best efforts, they run the risk of falling into lifelong habits of sub-maximum efficiency. The danger in the case of such children is not over-pressure but under-pressure. Intelligence tests as a basis for grading. Not only in the case of retarded or exceptionally bright children, but with many others also, intelligence tests can aid in correctly placing the child in school. The pupil who enters one school system from another is a case in point. Such a pupil nearly always suffers a loss of time. The indefensible custom is to grade the newcomer down a little, because, forsooth, the textbooks he has studied may have differed somewhat from those he is about to take up, or because the school system from which he comes may be looked upon as inferior. Teachers are too often suspicious of all other educational methods besides their own. The present treatment accorded such children, which so often does them injustice and injury, should be replaced by an intelligence test. The hour of time required for the test is a small matter in comparison with the loss of a school term by the pupils. Indeed, it would be desirable to make all promotion on the basis chiefly of intellectual ability. Hitherto, the school system has had to rely on tests of information because reliable tests of intelligence have not until recently been available. As trained Binet examiners become more plentiful, the information standard will have to give way to the criterion which asks merely that the child shall be able to do the work of the next higher grade. The brief intelligence test is not only more enlightening than the examination, it is also more hygienic. The school examination is often for the child a source of worry and anxiety. A mental test is an interesting and pleasant experience. Intelligence tests for vocational fitness. The time is probably not far distant when intelligence tests will become a recognized and widely used instrument for determining vocational fitness. Of course, it is not claimed that tests are available which will tell us unerringly exactly what one of 1,000 or more occupations a given individual is best fitted to pursue. But when thousands of children who have been tested by the Binet scale have been followed out into the industrial world and their success in various occupations noted, we shall know fairly definitively the vocational significance of any given degree of mental inferiority or superiority. Researches of this kind will ultimately determine the minimum intelligence quotient necessary for success in each leading occupation. Industrial concerns doubtless suffer enormous losses from the employment of persons whose mental ability is not equal to the tasks they are expected to perform. The present methods of trying out new employees, transferring them to simpler and simpler jobs as their inefficiency becomes apparent, is wasteful and to a great extent unnecessary. A cheaper and more satisfactory method would be to employ a psychologist to examine applicants for positions and to weed out the unfit. Any business employing as many as 500 or 1,000 workers, as for example a large department store, could save in this way several times the salary of a well-trained psychologist. That the industrially inefficient are often of subnormal intelligence has already been demonstrated in a number of psychological investigations. Of 150 hobos tested under the direction of the writer by Mr. Nolan, at least 20% belonged to the moral grade of mental deficiency, and almost as many more were borderline cases. To be sure, a large proportion were found perfectly normal, and a few even decidedly superior in mental ability, but the ratio of mental deficiency was about 15 times as high as that holding for the general population. Several had as low as 9 or 10-year intelligence, and one had a mental level of 7 years. The industrial history of such subjects, as given by themselves, was always about what the mental level would lead us to expect: unskilled work, lack of interest and accomplishment, frequent discharge from jobs, discouragement, and finally, the road. The above findings have been fully paralleled by Mr. Glenn Johnson and Professor Eleanor Rowland of Reed College, who tested 108 unemployed charity cases in Portland, Oregon. Both of these investigators made use of the Stanford revision of the Binet scale, which is especially serviceable in distinguishing the upper-grade defectives from normals. It hardly needs to be emphasized that when charity organizations help the feeble-minded to float along in the social and industrial world and to produce and rear children after their kind, a doubtful service is rendered. A little psychological research would aid the united charities of any city to direct their expenditures into more profitable channels than would otherwise be possible. Other uses of intelligence tests. Another important use of intelligence tests is in the study of the factors which influence mental development. It is desirable that we should be able to guard the child against influences which affect mental development unfavorably, but as long as these influences have not been sifted, weighed, and measured, we have nothing but conjecture on which to base our efforts in this direction. When we search the literature of child hygiene for reliable evidence as to the injurious effects upon mental ability of malnutrition, decayed teeth, obstructed breathing, reduced sleep, bad ventilation, insufficient exercise, etc., we are met by endless assertion painfully unsupported by demonstrated fact. We have indeed very little exact knowledge regarding the mental effects of any of the factors just mentioned. When standardized mental tests have come into more general use, such influences will be easy to detect wherever they are really present. Again, the most important question of heredity is that regarding the inheritance of intelligence. But this is a problem which cannot be attacked at all without some accurate means of identifying the thing which is the object of study. Without the use of scales for measuring intelligence, we can give no better answer as to the essential difference between a genius and a fool than is to be found in legend and fiction. Applying this to school children, it means that without such tests we cannot know to what extent a child's mental performances are determined by environment and to what extent by heredity. Is the place of the so-called lower classes in the social and industrial scale the result of their inferior native endowment, or is their apparent inferiority merely a result of their inferior home and school training? Is genius more common among children of the educated classes than among the children of the ignorant and poor? Are the inferior races really inferior, or are they merely unfortunate in their lack of opportunity to learn? Only intelligence tests can answer these questions and grade the raw material with which education works. Without them we can never distinguish the results of our educational efforts with a given child from the influence of the child's original endowment. Such tests would have told us, for example, whether the much-discussed wonder children, such as the CDs and Wiener boys and the Stoner girl, owe their precocious intellectual powers to superior training, as their parents believe, or to superior native ability. The supposed effects upon mental development of new methods of mind training, which are exploited so confidently from time to time, e.g., the Montessori method and the various systems of sensory and motor training for the feeble-minded, will have to be checked up by this same kind of scientific measurement. In all these fields, intelligence tests are certain to play an ever-increasing role. With the exception of moral character, there is nothing as significant for a child's future as his grade of intelligence. Even health itself is likely to have less influence in determining success in life. Although strength and swiftness have always had great survival value among the lower animals, these characteristics have long since lost their supremacy in man's struggle for existence. For us, the rule of brawn has been broken, and intelligence has become the decisive factor in success. Schools, railroads, factories, and the largest commercial concerns may be successfully managed by persons who are physically weak or even sickly. One who has intelligence constantly measures opportunities against his own strength, or weakness and adjust himself to conditions by following those leads which promise most towards the realization of his individual possibilities. All classes of intellects, the weakest as well as the strongest, will profit by the application of their talents to tasks which are consonant with their ability. When we have learned the lessons which intelligence tests have to teach, we shall no longer blame mentally defective workmen for their industrial inefficiency, punish weak-minded children because of their inability to learn, or imprison and hang mentally defective criminals because they lacked the intelligence to appreciate the ordinary codes of social conduct. End of Chapter 1 of the Measurement of Intelligence. Chapter 2 of the Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Sources of Error in Judging Intelligence. Are intelligence tests superfluous? Binet tells us that he often encountered the criticism that intelligence tests are superfluous, and that in going to so much trouble to devise his measuring scale, he was forcing an open door. Those who made this criticism believed that the observant teacher or parent is able to make an offhand estimate of a child's intelligence which is accurate enough. "It is a stupid teacher," said one, "who needs a psychologist to tell her which pupils are not intelligent." Everyone who uses intelligence tests meets this attitude from time to time. This should not be surprising or discouraging. It is only natural that those who are unfamiliar with the methods of psychology should occasionally question their validity or worth, just as there are many excellent people who do not believe in vaccination against typhoid and smallpox, operations for appendicitis, etc. There is an additional reason why the applications of psychology have to overcome a good deal of conservatism and skepticism, namely the fact that everyone, whether psychologically trained or not, acquires in the ordinary experiences of life a certain degree of expertness in the observation and interpretation of mental traits. The possession of this little fund of practical working knowledge makes most people slow to admit anyone's claim to greater expertness. When the astronomer tells us the distance to Jupiter, we accept his statement because he recognizes that our ordinary experience affords no basis for judgment about such matters. But everyone acquires more or less facility in distinguishing the coarser differences among people in intelligence, and this half-knowledge naturally generates a certain amount of resistance to the more refined method of tests. It should be evident, however, that we need more than the ability merely to distinguish a genius from a simpleton, just as a physician needs something more than the ability to distinguish an athlete from a man dying of consumption. It is necessary to have a definite and accurate diagnosis, one which will differentiate more finely than the main degrees and qualities of intelligence. Just as in the case of physical illness, we need to know not merely that the patient is sick, but also why he is sick, what organs are involved, what course of the illness will run, and what physical work the patient can safely undertake. So in the case of a retarded child, we need to know the exact degree of intellectual deficiency, what mental functions are chiefly concerned in the defect, whether the deficiency is due to innate endowment, to physical illness, or to faults of education, and what lines of mental activity the child will be able to pursue with reasonable hope of success. In the diagnosis of a case of malnutrition, the up-to-date physician does not depend upon general symptoms, but instead makes a blood test to determine the exact number of red corpuscles per cubic millimeter of blood and the exact percentage of hemoglobin. He has learned that external appearances are often misleading. Similarly, every psychologist who is experienced in the mental examination of school children knows that his own or the teacher's estimate of a child's intelligence is subject to grave and frequent error. The necessity of standards. In the first place, in order to judge an individual's intelligence, it is necessary to have in mind some standard as to what constitutes normal intelligence. This the ordinary parent or teacher does not have. In the case of school children, for example, each pupil is judged with reference to the average intelligence of the class, but the teacher has no means of knowing whether the average for her class is above, equal to, or below that for children in general. Her standard may be too high, too low, vague, mechanical, or fragmentary. The same, of course, holds in the case of parents or anyone else attempting to estimate intelligence on the basis of common observation. The intelligence of retarded children usually overestimated. One of the most common errors made by the teacher is to overestimate the intelligence of the overage pupil. This is because she fails to take account of age differences and estimates intelligence on the basis of the child's school performance in the grade where he happens to be located.
She tends to overlook the fact that quality of schoolwork is no index of intelligence unless age is taken into account. The question should be not, is this child doing his schoolwork well, but rather, in what school grade should a child of this age be able to do satisfactory work? A high-grade imbecile may do average work in the first grade, and a high-grade moron average work in the third or fourth grade, provided that only they are sufficiently over age for the grade in question. Our experience in testing children for segregation in special classes has time and time again brought this fallacy of teachers to our attention. We have often found one or more feeble-minded children in a class after the teacher has confidently ascertained that there was not a single exceptionally dull child present. In every case, there has been opportunity to follow the later school progress of such a child. The validity of the intelligence test has been fully confirmed. The following are typical examples of the neglect of teachers to take the age factor into account when estimating the intelligence of the overage child. A.R. Girl, age 11, in low second grade. She was able to do the work of this grade, not well but passably. The teacher's judgment as to this child's intelligence was dull but not defective. What the teacher overlooked was the fact that she had judged the child by a 7-year standard, and that instead of only being able to do the work of the second grade indifferently, a child of this age should have been equal to the work of the 5th grade. In reality, A.R. is definitely feeble-minded. Although she is from a home of average culture, is 11 years old, and has attended school 5 years, she has barely the intelligence of the average child of 6 years. D.C. Boy, age 17, in 5th grade. His teacher knew that he was dull, but had not thought of him as belonging to the class of feeble-minded. She had judged this boy by the 11-year standard and had perhaps been further misled by his normal appearance and exceptionally satisfactory behavior. The Binet test quickly showed that he had a mental level of approximately 9 years. There is little probability that his comprehension will ever surpass that of the average 10-year-old. R.A. Boy, age 17, mental age 11, 6th grade, schoolwork nearly average. Teacher's estimate of intelligence average. Test plainly shows this child to be a high-grade moron, or borderliner at best. Had attended school regularly 11 years and has made 6 grades. Teacher had compared child with his 12-year-old classmates. H.A. Boy, age 14, mental age 9-6. Low 4th grade, schoolwork inferior. Teacher's estimate of intelligence average. The teacher blamed the inferior quality of schoolwork to bad home environment. As a matter of fact, the boy's father is feeble-minded and the normality of the mother is questionable. An older brother is in a reform school. We are perfectly safe in predicting that this boy will not complete the 8th grade even if he attends school until he is 21 years of age. F.I. Boy, age 12-11, mental age 9-4, 3rd grade, schoolwork average, teacher's estimate of intelligence average, social environment average, health good and attendance regular. Intelligence and school success are what we should expect of an average 9-year-old. D.A. Boy, age 12, mental age 9-2, 3rd grade, schoolwork inferior, teacher's estimate of intelligence average. Teacher imputes inferior schoolwork to absence from school and lack of interest in books. We have yet to find a child with a mental age 25% below chronological age who is particularly interested in books or enthusiastic about school. C.U. Girl, age 10, mental age 7-8, 2nd grade, schoolwork average, teacher's estimate of intelligence average. Teacher blames adenoids and bad teeth for retardation, no doubt of child's mental deficiency. P.I. Girl, aged 8-10, mental age 6-7, has been in 1st grade 3.5 years, schoolwork average, teacher's estimate of intelligence average. The mother and one brother of this girl are both feeble-minded. H.O. Girl, age 7-10, mental age 5-2, 1st grade for 2 years, schoolwork inferior, teacher's estimate of intelligence average. The teacher nevertheless adds, the child is not normal, but her ability to respond to drill shows that she has intelligence. It is of course true that even feeble-minded children of 5-year intelligence are able to profit a little from drill. Their weakness comes to light in their ability to perform higher types of mental activity. The intelligence of superior children usually underestimated. We have already mentioned the frequent failure of teachers and parents to recognize superior ability.
The fallacy here is again largely due to the neglect of the age factor.
But the resulting error is in the opposite direction from that set forth above. The superior child is likely to be a year or two younger than the average child of his grade, and is accordingly judged by a standard which is too high. The following are illustrations. M.I. Girl aged 11 to mental age above average 16. 6th grade. Schoolwork superior. Teacher's estimate of intelligence average. Teacher credits superior schoolwork to unusual home advantages. Father a college professor. The teacher considers the child accelerated in school, but reality, she ought to be in the 2nd year of high school instead of the 6th grade. H.A. Boy age 11, mental age 14, 6th grade. Schoolwork average. Teacher's estimate of intelligence average. According to the supplementary information, the boy is wonderfully attentive, studious, and possessed of all-round ability. The estimate of average intelligence was probably the result of comparing him with classmates who averaged about a year older. K.R. Girl age 6'1", mental age 8'5", 2nd grade. Schoolwork average. Teacher's estimate of intelligence superior. Social environment average. Is it not evident that a child from ordinary social environment who does work of average quality in the 2nd grade when barely 6 years of age should be judged very superior rather than merely superior in intelligence? The intelligence quotient of this girl is 140, which is not reached by more than one child in 200. S.A. Boy aged 8'10", mental age 10'9", 4th grade. Schoolwork average. Teacher's estimate of intelligence average. Teacher attributes schoolwork acceleration to studiousness and delight in schoolwork. It would be more reasonable to infer that these traits are indications of unusually superior intelligence. Other fallacies in the estimation of intelligence. Another source of error in the teacher's judgment comes from the difficulty of distinguishing genuine dullness from the mental condition, which results sometimes from unfavorable social environment or lack of training. V.P. Boy, age 7, had attended school 1 year and had profited very little from the instruction. He had learned to read very little, spoke chiefly in monosyllables, and seemed queer. The teacher suspected his intelligence and asked for a mental examination. The Binet test showed that except for vocabulary, which was unusually low, there was practically no mental retardation. Inquiry disclosed the fact that the boy's parents were uneducated deaf mutes, and that the boy had associated little with other children. 4 years later, this boy was doing fairly well in school, though a year retarded because of his unfavorable home environment. XY, boy age 10. Son of a successful businessman, he was barely able to read in the second reader. The Binet test revealed an intelligence level which was absolutely normal. The boy was removed to a special class where he could receive individual attention, and 2 years later was found doing good work in a regular class of the 5th grade. His bad beginning seems to have been due to an unfavorable attitude towards schoolwork, due in turn to lack of discipline in the home, and to the fact that because of the father's frequent changes of business headquarters, the boy had never attended one school longer than 3 months. Another source of error in judging intelligence from the common observation is the tendency to overestimate the intelligence of the sprightly, talkative, sanguine child, and to underestimate the intelligence of the child who is less emotional, reacts slowly, and talks little. One occasionally finds a feeble-minded adult, perhaps of only 9 or 10-year intelligence, whose verbal fluency, mental liveliness, and self-confidence would mislead the offhand judgment of even the psychologist. One individual of this type, a borderline case at best, was accustomed to harangue street audiences and had served as a major in Kelly's army, a horde of several hundred unemployed men who, a few years ago, organized and started to march from San Francisco to Washington. Binet's questionnaire on teachers' methods of judging intelligence. Aroused by the skepticism so often shown towards this test method, Binet decided to make a little study of the method by which teachers are accustomed to arrive at a judgment as to a child's intelligence. Accordingly, through the cooperation of the Director of Elementary Education in Paris, he secured answers from a number of teachers to the following questions. 1. By what means do you judge the intelligence of your pupils? 2. How often have you been deceived in your judgments? About 40 replies were received. Most of the answers to the first questions were vague, one-sided, verbal, or bookish. Only a few showed much psychological discrimination as to what intelligence is and what its symptoms are. There was a very general tendency to judge intelligence by success in one or more of the school studies. Some thought that ability to master arithmetic was a sure criterion. Others were influenced almost entirely by the pupil's ability to read. One teacher said that the child who can read so expressively as to make you feel the punctuation is certainly intelligent, an observation which is rather good as far as it goes. A few judged intelligence by the pupil's knowledge of such subjects as history and geography, which, as Binet points out, is to confound intelligence with the ability to memorize. Memory, says Binet, is a great simulator of intelligence. It is a wise teacher who is not deceived by it. Only a small minority mentioned resourcefulness in play, capacity to adjust to practical situations, or any other out-of-school criteria. Some suggested asking the pupil such questions as the following. Why do you love your parents? If it takes 3 persons 7 hours to do a piece of work, would it take 7 persons any longer? Which would you rather have, a fourth of a pie or a half of a half? Which is heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of lead? If you had 20 cents, what would you do with it? A great many based their judgments mainly on the general appearance of the face and eyes, and active or passive expression of the eyes was looked upon as especially significant. One teacher thought that a mere glance of the eye was sufficient to display the grade of intelligence. If the eyes are penetrating, reflective, or show curiosity, the child must be intelligent. If they are heavy and expressionless, he must be dull. The mobility of countenance came in for frequent mention, also the shape of the head. No one will deny that intelligence displays itself to a greater or less extent in the features. But how, asked Binet, are we going to standardize a glance of the eye, or an expression of curiosity, so that it will serve as an exact measure of intelligence? The fact is, the more one sees of feeble-minded children, the less reliance one comes to place upon facial expression as a sign of intelligence. Some children who are only slightly backward have the general appearance of low-grade imbeciles. On the other hand, not a few who are distinctly feeble-minded are pretty and attractive. With many such children, a ready smile takes the place of comprehension. If the smile is rather sweet and sympathetic, as is often the case, the observer is almost sure to be deceived. As regards the shape of the head, peculiar conformation of the ears and other stigmata, science long ago demonstrated that these are ordinarily of little or no significance. In reply to the second question, some teachers stated that they never made a mistake, while others admitted failure in 1 case out of 3. Still others said, once in 10 years, once in 20 years, once in 1,000 times, etc. As Binet remarks, the answers to this question are not very enlightening. In the first place, the teacher, as a rule, loses sight of the pupil when he has passed from her care, and seldom has opportunity of finding out whether his later success belies her judgment or confirms it. Errors go undiscovered for the simple reason that there is no opportunity to check them up. In the second place, her estimate is so rough that an error must be very great in order to have any meaning. If I say that a man is 6 feet and 2 inches tall, it is easy enough to apply a measuring stick and prove the correctness or incorrectness of my assertion. But if I simply say that the man is rather tall, or very tall, the error must be very extreme before we can expose it, particularly since the estimate can itself be checked up only by observation and not by a controlled experiment. The teacher's answers seem to justify 3 conclusions. 1. Teachers do not have a very definite idea of what constitutes intelligence. They tend to confuse it variously with the capacity for memorizing, facility in reading, ability to master arithmetic, etc. On the whole, their standard is too academic. They fail to appreciate the one-sidedness of the school's demands upon intelligence. In a quaintly humorous passage discussing this tendency, Binet characterizes the child in a class as dénaturé, a French word which we may translate, though rather too literally, as denatured. Too often this denatured child of the classroom is the only child the teacher knows. 2. In judging intelligence, teachers are too easily deceived by a sprightly attitude, a sympathetic expression, a glance of the eye, or a chance bump on the head. 3. Although a few teachers seem to realize the many possibilities of error, the majority show rather undue confidence in the accuracy of their judgment. Binet's experiment on how teachers test intelligence. Finally, Binet had 3 teachers come to his laboratory to judge the intelligence of children whom they had never seen before. Each spent an afternoon in the laboratory and examined 5 pupils. In each case, the teacher was left free to arrive at a conclusion in her own way. Binet, who remained in the room and took notes, recounts with playful humor how the teachers were unavoidably compelled to resort to the much abused test method, although their attempts at using it were sometimes, from the psychologist's point of view, amusingly clumsy. One teacher, for example, questioned the child about some canals and sluices which were in the vicinity, asking what their purpose was and how they worked. Another showed the children some pretty pictures, which she had brought with her for the purpose, and asked questions about them. Showing the picture of a garret, she asked how a garret differs from an ordinary room. One teacher asked whether in building a factory it was best to have the walls thick or thin. As King Edward had just died, another teacher questioned the child about the details of this event, in order to find out whether they were in the habit of reading the newspapers or understood the things they heard others read. Other questions related to the names of the streets in the neighborhood, the road one should take to reach a certain point in the vicinity, etc. Binet notes that many of the questions were special and were only applicable to the children of this particular school. The method of proposing the questions and judging the responses was also at fault. The teachers did not adhere consistently to any defined formula in giving a particular test to the different children. Instead, the questions were materially altered from time to time. One teacher scored the identical response differently for two children, giving one child more credit than the other because she had already judged his intelligence to be superior. In several cases, the examination was needlessly delayed in order to instruct the child in what he did not know. The examination ended, quite properly for a teacher's examination, with questions about history, literature, the metric system, etc., and with the recitation of a fable. A comparison of the results showed hardly any agreement among the estimates of the three teachers. When questioned about the standard they had been taken in arriving at their conclusions, one teacher said she had taken the answers of the first pupil as a point of departure, and that she had judged the other pupils by this one. Another judged all the children by a child of her acquaintance whom she knew to be intelligent. This was, of course, an unsafe method, because no one could say how the child taken as an ideal would have responded to the tests used with the 5 children. In summarizing the result of his little experiment, Binet points out that the teachers employed, as if by instinct, the very method which he himself recommends. In using it, however, they made numerous errors. Their questions were often needlessly long. Several were dilemma questions, that is, answerable by yes or no. In such cases, chance alone will cause 50% of the answers to be correct. Some of the questions were merely tests of school knowledge. Others were entirely special, usable only with the children of this particular school on this particular day. Not all of the questions were put in the same terms, and a given response did not always receive the same score. When the children responded incorrectly or incompletely, they were often given help, but not always to the same extent. In other words, says Binet, it was evident that the teachers employed very awkwardly a very excellent method. The above remark is as pertinent as it is expressive. As the statement implies, the test method is but a refinement and standardization of the common sense approach. Binet remarks that most people who inquire into his method of measuring intelligence do so expecting to find something very surprising and mysterious, and on seeing how much it resembles the method which common sense employs in ordinary life, they have a sigh of disappointment and say, "Is that all?" Binet reminds us that the difference between the scientific and unscientific way of doing a thing is not necessarily a difference in the nature of the method. It is often merely a difference in exactness. Science does the thing better because it does it more accurately. It was, of course, not the purpose of the Binet to cast a slur on the good sense and judge the teachers. The teachers who took part in this little experiment described above were Binet's personal friends. The errors he points out in his entertaining and good-humored account of the experiment are inherent in this situation. They are the kind of errors which any person, however discriminating and observant, is likely to make in estimating the intelligence of a subject without the use of standardized tests. It is a writer's experience that the teacher's estimate of a child's intelligence is much more reliable than that of the average parent, more accurate even than that of the physician who has not had psychological training. Indeed, it is an exceptional school physician who is able to give any very valuable assistance to teachers in the classification of mentally exceptional children for special pedagogical treatment. This is only to be expected, for the physician has ordinarily had much less instruction in psychology than the teacher, and of course infinitely less experience in judging the mental performances of children. Even if graduated from a first-class medical school, the instruction he has received in his important subject of mental deficiency has probably been less adequate than given to the students of a standard normal school. As a rule, the doctor has no equipment for special fitness, which gives him any advantage over the teacher in acquiring facility in the use of intelligence tests. As for parents, it would of course be unreasonable to expect for them a very accurate judgment regarding the mental peculiarities of their children. The difficulty is not simply that which comes from lack of special training. The presence of parental affection renders impartial judgment impossible. Still more serious are the effects of habituation to the child's mental traits. As a result of such habituation, the most intelligent parent tends to develop an unfortunate blindness to all sorts of abnormalities which exist in his own children. The only way to escape from the fallacies we have mentioned lies in the use of some kind of refined psychological procedure. Binet testing is designed to become universally known and practiced in schools, prisons, reformatories, charity stations, orphan asylums, and even ordinary homes, for the same reason that Babcock testing has become universal in dairying. Each is indispensable to its purpose. End of Chapter 2 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. Description of the Binet-Simon method. Essential nature of the scale. The Binet scale is made up of an extended series of tests in the nature of stunts, or problems, success in which depends the exercise of intelligence. As left by Binet, the scale consists of 54 tests, so graded in difficulty that the easiest lie well within the range of normal 3-year-old children, while the hardest tax the intelligence of the average adult. The problems are designed primarily to test native intelligence, not school knowledge or home training. They try to answer the question, how intelligent is this child? How much the child has learned is of significance insofar as it throws light on his ability to learn more. Binet fully appreciated the fact that intelligence is not homogeneous, that it has many aspects, and that no one kind of test will display it adequately. He therefore assembled for his intelligence scale tests of many different types, some of them designed to display differences of memory, others differences in power to reason, ability to compare, power of comprehension, time orientation, facility in the use of number concepts, power to combine ideas into a meaningful whole, maturity of a perception, wealth of ideas, knowledge of common objects, etc. How the scale was derived. The tests were arranged in order of difficulty as found by trying them upon some 200 normal children of different ages from 3 to 15 years. It was found, for illustration, that a certain test was passed by only a very small proportion of the younger children, say the 5-year-olds, and that the number passing this test increased rapidly in the succeeding years until, by the age of 7 or 8 years, let us say, practically all the children were successful. If, in our supposed case, the test was passed by about 2/3 to 3/4 of the normal children aged 7 years, it was considered by Binet a test of 7-year intelligence. In like manner, a test passed by 65 to 75% of the normal 9-year-olds was considered a test of 9-year intelligence, and so on. By trying out many different tests in this way, it was possible to secure 5 tests to represent each age from 3 to 10 years, excepting age 4, which is only 4 tests, 5 for age 12, 5 for 15, and 5 for adults, making 54 tests in all. Lists of tests. The following is the list of tests as arranged by Binet in 1911, shortly before his untimely death. Age 3. 1. Points to nose, eyes, and mouth. 2. Repeats 2 digits. 3. Enumerates objects in a picture. 4. Gives family name. 5. Repeats a sentence of 6 syllables. Age 4. 1. Gives his sex. 2. Names key, knife, and penny. 3. Repeats 3 digits. 4. Compares 2 lines. Age 5. 1. Compares 2 weights. 2. Copies a square. 3. Repeats a sentence of 10 syllables. 4. Counts 4 pennies. 5. Unites the halves of a divided rectangle. Age 6. 1. Distinguishes between morning and afternoon. 2. Defines familiar words in terms of use. 3. Copies a diamond. 4. Counts 13 pennies. 5. Distinguishes pictures of ugly and pretty faces. Age 7. 1. Shows right hand and left ear. 2. Describes a picture. 3. Executes 3 commissions given simultaneously. 4. Counts the value of 6 sous, 3 of which are double. 5. Names 4 cardinal colors. Age 8. 1. Compares 2 objects from memory. 2. Counts from 20 to 0. 3. Notes omissions from pictures. 4. Gives day and date. 5. Repeats 5 digits. Age 9. 1. Gives change from 20 sous. 2. Defines familiar words and terms superior to use. 3. Recognizes all the pieces of money. 4. Names the months of the year in order. 5. Answers easy comprehension questions. Age 10. 1. Arranges 5 blocks in order of weight. 2. Copies drawings from memory. 3. Criticizes absurd statements. 4. Answers difficult comprehension questions. 5. Uses 3 given words in not more than 2 sentences. Age 12. 1. Resists suggestion. 2. Composes 1 sentence containing 3 given words. 3. Names 60 words in 3 minutes. 4. Defines certain abstract words. 5. Discovers the sense of a disarranged sentence. Age 15. 1. Repeats 7 digits. 2. Finds 3 rhymes for a given word. 3. Repeats a sentence of 26 syllables. 4. Interprets pictures. 5. Interprets given facts. Adult. 1. Solves the paper cutting test. 2. Rearranges a triangle in imagination. 3. Gives differences between pairs of abstract terms. 4. Gives 3 differences between a president and a king. 5. Gives the main thought of a selection which he has heard read. It should be emphasized that merely to name the tests in this way gives little idea of their nature and meaning, and tells nothing about Binet's method of conducting the 54 experiments. In order to use a test intelligently, it is necessary to acquaint oneself thoroughly with the purpose of each test, its correct procedure, and the psychological interpretation of different types of response. In fairness to Binet, it should also be borne in mind that the scale of tests was only a rough approximation to the ideal which the author had set himself to realize. Had his life been spared a few years longer, he would doubtless have carried the method much nearer perfection. How the scale is used. By means of the Binet tests, we can judge the intelligence of a given individual by comparison with standards of intellectual performance for normal children of different ages. In order to make the comparison, it is only necessary to begin the examination of the subject at a point in the scale where all the tests are passed successfully, and to continue up the scale until no more successes are possible. Then we compare one subject's performances with the standard for normal children of the same age, and note the amount of acceleration or retardation. Let us suppose the subject being tested is 9 years of age. If he goes as far in the test as normal 9-year-old children ordinarily go, we can say that the child has a mental age of 9 years, which in this case is normal, our child being 9 years of age. If he goes only as far as normal 8-year-old children ordinarily go, we say that his mental age is 8 years. In like manner, a mentally defective child of 9 years may have a mental age of only 4 years, or a young genius of 9 years may have a mental age of 12 or 13 years. Special characteristics of the Binet-Simon method. Psychologists had experimented with intelligence tests for at least 20 years before the Binet scale made its appearance. The question naturally suggests itself why Binet should have been successful in a field where previous efforts had been for the most part futile. The answer to this question is found in 3 essential differences between Binet's method and those formerly employed. 1. The use of age standards. Binet was the first to utilize the idea of age standards, or norms, in the measurement of intelligence. It will be understood, of course, that Binet did not set out to invent tests of 10-year intelligence, 6-year intelligence, etc. Instead, as already explained, he began with a series of tests ranging from very easy to very difficult, and by trying these tests on children of different ages and noting the percentages of successes in the various years, he was able to locate them approximately in the years where they belonged. This plan has the great advantage of giving us standards which are easily grasped. To say, for illustration, that a given subject has a grade of intelligence equal to that of the average child of 8 years is a statement whose general import does not need to be explained. Previous investigators had worked with the subject, the degree of whose intelligence was unknown, and with tests, the difficulty of which was equally unknown. An immense amount of ingenuity was spent in devising tests which were used in such a way as to preclude any very meaningful interpretation of the responses.
The Binet method enables us to characterize the intelligence of a child in a far more definite way than it had hitherto been possible.
Current descriptive terms like bright, moderately bright, dull, very dull, feeble-minded, etc. have had no universally accepted meaning.
A child who is designated by one person as moderately bright may be called very bright by another person.
The degree of intelligence which one calls moderate dullness, another may call extreme dullness, etc. But everyone knows what is meant by the term 8-year mentality, 4-year mentality, etc., even if he is not able to define these grades of intelligence in psychological terms, and by ascertaining experimentally what intellectual tasks children of different ages can perform. We are, of course, able to make our age standard as definite as we please. Why should a device so simple have waited so long for a discoverer? We do not know. It is of a class with many other unaccountable mysteries in the development of scientific method. Apparently, the idea of an age-grade method, as this is called, did not come to Binet himself until he had experimented with intelligence tests for some 15 years. At least his first provisional scale, published in 1905, was not made up according to the age-grade plan. It consisted merely of 30 tests, arranging roughly in order of difficulty. Although Binet nowhere gives an account of the steps by which this crude and ungraded scale was transformed into the relatively complete age-grade scale of 1908, we can infer that the original and ingenious idea of utilizing age norms was suggested by the data collected with the 1905 scale. However, the discovery was made, it ranks, perhaps from the practical point of view, as the most important in all the history of psychology. 2. The kind of mental functions brought into play. In the second place, the Binet tests differ from most of the earlier attempts in that they are designed to test the higher and more complex mental processes instead of the simpler and more elementary ones. Hence they set problems for the reasoning powers and ingenuity, provoke judgments about abstract matters, etc., instead of attempting to measure sensory discrimination, mere retentiveness, rapidity of reaction, and the like. Psychologists had generally considered the higher processes too complex to be measured directly, and accordingly sought to get at them indirectly by correlating supposed intelligence with simpler processes which could readily be measured, such as reaction time, rapidity of tapping, discrimination of tones and colors, etc. While they were disputing over their contradictory findings in this line of exploration, Binet went directly to the point and succeeded where they had failed. It is now generally admitted by psychologists that higher intelligence is little concerned in such elementary processes as those mentioned above. Many of the animals have keen sensory discrimination. Feeble-minded children, unless of very low grade, do not differ very markedly from normal children in sensitivity of the skin, visual acuity, simple reaction time, type of imagery, etc. But the power of comprehension, abstraction, and ability to direct thought in the nature of the associated processes is an amount of information possessed, and in spontaneity of attention they differ enormously. 3. Binet would test general intelligence. Finally, Binet's success was largely due to his abandonment of the old faculty psychology, which, far from being defunct, had really given direction to most of the early work with mental tests, where others had attempted to measure memory, attention, sense discrimination, etc. as separate faculties or functions. Binet undertook to ascertain the general level of intelligence. Others had thought the task easier of accomplishment by measuring each division or aspect of intelligence separately and summating the results. Binet, too, began in this way, and it was only after years of experimentation by the usual methods that he finally broke away from them and undertook, so to speak, to triangulate the height of his tower without first getting the dimensions of the individual stones which made it up. The assumption that it is easier to measure a part, or one aspect of intelligence, than all of it is fallacious in that the parts are not separate parts and cannot be separated by any refinement of experiment. They are interwoven and intertwined. Each ramifies everywhere and appears in all other functions. The analogy of the stones of the tower does not really apply. Memory, for example, cannot be tested separately from attention, or sense discrimination separately from the associated processes. After many vain attempts to disentangle the various intellective functions, Binet decided to test their combined functional capacity without any pretense of measuring the exact contribution of each to the total product. It is hardly too much to say that intelligence tests have been successful just to the extent to which they have been guided by this aim. Memory, attention, imagination, etc. are terms of structural psychology. Binet's psychology is dynamic. He conceives intelligence as a sum total of those thought processes which constitute in mental adaptation. This adaptation is not explicable in terms of the old mental faculties. No one of these can explain a single thought process, for such processes always involve the participation of many functions whose separate roles are impossible to distinguish accurately. Instead of measuring the intensity of various mental states, psychophysics, it is more enlightening to measure their combined effort on adaptation. Using a biological comparison, Binet says the old faculties correspond to the separate tissues of an animal or plant, while his own scheme of thought corresponds to the functioning organ itself. For Binet, psychology is a science of behavior. Binet's conception of general intelligence. In devising tests of intelligence, it is of course necessary to be guided by some assumption, or assumptions, regarding the nature of intelligence. To adopt any other course is to depend for success upon happy chance. However, it is impossible to arrive at a final definition of intelligence on the basis of a priori considerations alone. To demand, as critics of the Binet method have sometimes done, that one who would measure intelligence should first present a complete definition of it is quite unreasonable. As Stern points out, electrical currents were measured long before their nature was well understood. Similar illustrations could be drawn from the processes involved in chemistry, physiology, and other sciences. In the case of intelligence, it may be truthfully said that no adequate definition can possibly be framed which is not based primarily on the symptoms empirically brought to light by the test method. The test that can be done in advance of such data is to make tentative assumptions as to the probable nature of intelligence, and then to subject these assumptions to tests which will show their correctness or incorrectness. New hypotheses can then be framed for further trial, and thus gradually we shall be led to a conception of intelligence which will be meaningful and in harmony with the ascertainable facts. Such was the method of Binet. Only those unacquainted with Binet's more than 15 years of labour preceding the publication of his intelligence scale will think of accusing him of making no effort to analyze the mental processes which he tests bring into play. It is true that many of Binet's earlier assumptions proved untenable, and in this event he was always ready, with exceptional candor and intellectual plasticity, to acknowledge his error and to plan a new line of attack. Binet's conception of intelligence emphasizes three characteristics of the thought process. 1. Its tendency to take and maintain a definite direction. 2. The capacity to make adaptations for the purpose of attaining a desired end. And 3. The power of auto-criticism. How these three aspects of intelligence enter into the performances with various tests of the scale is set forth from time to time in our directions for giving and interpreting the individual tests. An illustration which may be given here is that of the patience test, or uniting the disarranged parts of a divided rectangle. As described by Binet, this operation has the following elements. 1. To keep in mind the end to be attained, that is to say, the figure to be formed. 2. To try different combinations under the influence of this directing idea, which guides the efforts of the subject, even though he may not be conscious of the fact. And 3. To judge the combination which has been made, to compare it with a model, and to decide whether it is the correct one. Much the same processes are called for in many other of the Binet tests, particularly those of arranging weights, rearranging dissected sentences, drawing a diamond or square from copy, finding a sentence containing 3 given words, counting backwards, etc. However, an examination of the scale will show that the choice of tests was not guided entirely by any single formula as to the nature of intelligence. Binet's approach was a many-sided one. The scale includes tests of time orientation, of 3 or 4 kinds of memory, of apperception, of language comprehension, of knowledge about common objects, of free association, of number mastery, of constructive imagination, and of ability to compare concepts, to see contradictions, to combine fragments into a unitary whole, to comprehend abstract terms, and to meet novel situations. Other concepts of intelligence. It is interesting to compare Binet's conception of intelligence with the definitions which have been offered by other psychologists. According to Ebbinghaus, for example, the essence of intelligence lies in comprehending together, in a unitary, meaningful whole, impressions and associations which are more or less independent, heterogeneous, or even partially contradictory. Intellectual ability consists in the elaboration of a whole into its worth and meaning by means of many-sided combination, correction, and completion of numerous kindred associations. It is a combination itinerary. Newman offers twofold definition. From the psychological point of view, intelligence is the power of independent and creative elaboration of new products out of the material given by memory and the senses. From the practical point of view, it involves the ability to avoid errors, to surmount difficulties, and to adjust to environment. Stern defines intelligence as the general capacity of an individual consciously to adjust his thinking to new requirements. It is general adaptability to new problems and conditions of life. Spearman, Hart, and others of the English school define intelligence as a common central factor, which participates in all sorts of special mental activities. This factor is explained in terms of a psychological hypothesis of cortex energy, cerebral plasticity, etc. The above definitions are only to a slight extent contradictory or inharmonious. They differ mainly in point of view or in the location of the emphasis. Each expresses a part of the truth, and none all of it. It will be evident that the conception of Binet is broad enough to include the most important elements in each of the other definitions quoted. Guiding principles in choice and arrangement of tests. In choosing his tests, Binet was guided by the conception of intelligence which we have set forth above. Tests were devised which would presumably bring into play the various mental processes thought to be concerned in intelligence, and then these tests were tried out in normal children of different ages. If the percentage of passes for a given test increased but little or not at all in going from younger to older children, this test was discarded. On the other hand, if in proportion of passes increased rapidly with age, and if children of a given age, who on other grounds were known to be bright, passed more frequently than children of the same age who were known to be dull, then the test was judged a satisfactory test of intelligence. As we have shown elsewhere, practically all of Binet's tests fulfill these requirements reasonably well, a fact which bears eloquent testimony to the keen psychological insight of their author. In arranging the tests into a system, Binet's guiding principle was to find an arrangement of the tests which would cause an average child of any given age to test at age. That is, the average 5-year-old must show a mental age of 5 years, the average 8-year-old a mental age of 8 years, etc. In order to secure this result, Binet found that his data seemed to require the location of an individual test in that year where it was passed by about 2/3 to 3/4 of unselected children. It was in the assembling of the tests that the most serious faults of the scale had their origin. Further investigation has shown that a great many of the tests were misplaced as much as 1 year, and several of them 2 years. On the whole, the scale as Binet left it was decidedly too easy in the lower ranges and too difficult in the upper. As a result, the average child of 5 years was caused to test at not far from 6 years, the average child of 12 years not far from 11. In the Stanford revision, an effort has been made to correct this fault, along with certain other generally recognized imperfections. Some avowed limitations of the Binet tests. The Binet tests have often been criticized for their unfitness to perform certain services which in reality they were never meant to render. This is unfair. We cannot make a just evaluation of the scale without bearing in mind its avowed limitations. For example, the scale does not pretend to measure the entire mentality of the subject, but only general intelligence. There is no pretense of testing the emotions or the will beyond the extent to which these naturally display themselves in the tests of intelligence. The scale was not designed as a tool for the analysis of those emotional or volitional aberrations which are concerned in such mental disorders as hysteria, insanity, etc. The conditions do not present a progressive reduction of intelligence to the infantile level, and in most of them other factors besides intelligence play an important role. Moreover, even in the normal individual, the fruitfulness of intelligence, the direction in which it shall be applied, and its methods of work are to a certain extent determined by the extraneous factors of emotion and volition. It should, nevertheless, be pointed out that defects of intelligence in a large majority of cases also involve disturbances of the emotional and volitional functions. We do not expect to find perfectly normal emotions or willpower of average strength coupled with marked intellectual deficiency, and as a matter of fact, such a combination is rare indeed. In the course of an examination with the Binet tests, the experienced clinical psychologist is able to gain considerable insight into the subject's emotional and volitional equipment, even though the method was designed primarily for another purpose. A second misunderstanding can be avoided by remembering that the Binet scale does not pretend to bring to light the idiosyncrasies of special talent, but only to measure the general level of intelligence. It cannot be used for the discovery of exceptional ability in drawing, painting, music, mathematics, oratory, salesmanship, etc., because no effort is made to explore the processes underlying these abilities. It can therefore never serve as a detailed chart for the vocational guidance of children, telling us which will succeed in business, which in art, which in medicine, etc. It is not a new kind of phrenology. At the same time, we have already pointed out, it is capable of bounding roughly the vocational territory which an individual intelligence will probably permit success, nothing else preventing. In the third place, it must be supposed that the scale can be used as a complete pedagogical guide. Although intelligence tests furnish data of the greatest significance for pedagogical procedure, they do not suggest the appropriate educational methods in detail. These will have to be worked out in a practical way for the various grades of intelligence and at great costs of labor and patience. Finally, in arriving at an estimate of a subject's grade of intelligence and his susceptibility in training, it would be a mistake to ignore the data obtainable from other sources. No competent psychologist, however ardent a supporter of the Binet method he might be, would recommend such a policy. Those who accept the method as all sufficient are as much in error as those who consider it as no more important than any one of a dozen other approaches. Standardized tests have already become and will remain by far the most reliable single method for grading intelligence, but the results they furnish will always need to be interpreted in the light of supplementary information regarding the subject's personal history, including medical record, accidents, play habits, industrial efficiency, social and moral traits, school success, home environment, etc. Without question, however, the improved Binet tests will contribute more than all other data combined to the end of enabling us to forecast a child's possibilities of future improvement, and this is the information which will aid most in the proper direction of his education. End of Chapter 3 of The Measurement of Intelligence, read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Nature of the Stanford Revision and Extension. Although the Binet scale quickly demonstrated its value as an instrument for the classification of mentally retarded and otherwise exceptional children, it had, nevertheless, several imperfections which greatly limited its usefulness. There was a dearth of tests at the higher mental levels. The procedure was so inadequately defined that needless disagreement came about in the interpretation of data, and so many of the tests were misplaced as to make the results of an examination more or less misleading, particularly in the case of very young subjects and those near the adult level. It was for the purpose of correcting these certain other faults that the Stanford investigation was planned. Sources of data. Our revision is the result of several years of work and involved the examination of approximately 2,300 subjects, including 1,700 normal children, 200 defective and superior children, and more than 400 adults. Tests of 400 of the 1,700 normal children had been made by Childs and TERMAN in 1910-11, and of 300 children by Trost, Waddell, and TERMAN in 1911-12. For various reasons, however, the results of these tests did not furnish satisfactory data for a thoroughgoing revision of the scale. Accordingly, a new investigation was undertaken, somewhat more extensive than the others, and more carefully planned. Its main features may be described as follows. 1. The first step was to assemble as nearly as possible all the results which had been secured for each test of the scale by all the workers of all countries. The result was a large sheet of tabulated data for each individual test, including percentages passing the test at various ages, conditions under which the results were secured, method of procedure, etc. After a comparative study of these data and in the light of results, we had ourselves secured a provisional arrangement of the tests was prepared for tryout. 2. In addition to the tests of the original Binet scale, 40 additional tests were included for tryout. This, it was expected, would make possible the elimination of some of the least satisfactory tests and at the same time permit the addition of enough new ones to give at least 6 tests instead of 5 for each age group. 3. A plan was then devised for securing subjects who should be as nearly as possible representative of the several ages. The method was to select a school in a community of average social status, a school attended by all or practically all the children in the district where it was located. In order to get a clear picture of age differences, the tests were confined to children who were within 2 months of a birthday. To avoid accidental selection, all the children within 2 months of a birthday were tested in whatever grade enrolled. Tests of foreign-born children, however, were eliminated in the treatment of results. There remained tests of approximately 1,000 children, of whom 905 were between 5 and 14 years of age. 4. The children's responses were, for the most part, recorded verbatim. This made it possible to re-score the records accordingly to any desired standard, and thus to fit a test more perfectly to the age level assigned it. 5. Much attention was given to securing uniformity of procedure. A half year was devoted to training the examiners and another half year to the supervision of the testing. In the further interests of uniformity, all the records were scored by one person, the writer. Method of arriving at a revision. The revision of the scale below the 14-year level was based almost entirely on the tests of the above-mentioned 1,000 unselected children. The guiding principle was to secure an arrangement of the tests and a standard of scoring which would cause the median mental age of the unselected children of each age group to coincide with the median chronological age. That is, a correct scale must cause the average child of 5 years to test exactly at 5, the average child at 6 to test exactly at 6, etc. Or, to express the same fact in terms of intelligence quotient, a correct scale must give a median intelligence quotient of unity, or 100%, for unselected children of each age. If median mental age resulting at any point from the provisional arrangement of tests was too high or too low, it was only necessary to change the location of certain of the tests, or to change the standard of scoring, until an order of arrangement and a standard of passing were found which would throw the median mental age where it belonged. We had already become convinced, for reasons too involved for presentation here, that no satisfactory revision of the Binet scale was possible on any theoretical considerations as to the percentage of passes which an individual test ought to show in a given year in order to be considered standard for that year. As was to be expected, the first draft of revision did not prove satisfactory. The scale was still too hard at some points and too easy at others. In fact, 3 successive revisions were necessary, involving 3 separate scorings of the data and as many tabulations of the mental ages before the desired degree of accuracy was secured. As finally revised, the scale gives a median intelligence quotient closely approximating 100 for the unselected children of each age from 4 to 14. Since our school children who were above 14 years and still in the grades were retarded leftovers, it was necessary to base the revision above this level on the tests of adults. These included 30 businessmen and 150 migrating unemployed men tested by Mr. H. E. Nolan, 150 adolescent delinquents tested by Mr. J. Harold Williams, and 50 high school students tested by the writer. The extension of the scale in the upper range is such that ordinary intelligent adults, little educated, test up to what is called the average adult level. Adults whose intelligence is known from other sources to be superior are found to test well up towards the superior adult level, and this holds whether the subjects in question are well educated or practically unschooled. The almost entirely unschooled businessmen, in fact, tested fully, as well as high school juniors and seniors. Figure 1 shows the distribution of mental ages for 62 adults, including the 30 businessmen and 32 high school pupils who were tested over 16 years of age. It will be noted that the middle section of the graph represents the mental ages falling between 15 and 17. This is the range which we have designated as the average adult level. Those above 17 are called superior adults, those between 13 and 15 inferior adults. Subjects much over 15 years of age who test in the neighborhood of 12 years may ordinarily be considered borderline cases. The following method was employed for determining the validity of a test. The children of each age level were divided into 3 groups according to intelligence quotient. Those testing below 90, those between 90 and 109, and those with intelligence quotients of 110 or above. The percentages of passes on each individual test at or near that age level were then ascertained separately for these 3 groups. If a test fails to show a decidedly higher proportion of passes to the superior IQ group than in the inferior IQ group, it cannot be regarded as a satisfactory test of intelligence. On the other hand, a test which satisfies this criterion must be accepted as valid or the entire scale must be rejected. Henceforth, it stands or falls with the scale as a whole. When tried out by this method, some of the tests which have been criticized showed a high degree of reliability. Certain others which have been considered excellent proved to be so little correlated with intelligence that they had to be discarded. After making a few necessary eliminations, 90 tests remained, or 36 more than the number included in the Binet 1911 scale. There are 6 at each age level from 3 to 10, 8 at 12, 6 at 14, 6 at average adult, 6 at superior adult, and 16 alternative tests. The alternative tests, which are distributed among the different groups, are intended to be used only as substitutes when one or more of the regular tests have been rendered, by coaching or otherwise, undesirable. Of the 36 new tests, 27 were added and standardized in the various Stanford investigations. 2 tests were borrowed from the Healy-Fernald series, 1 from Coleman, 1 was adopted from Bonser, and the remaining 5 were amplifications or adaptations of some of the earlier Binet tests. Following is a complete list of the tests of the Stanford revision. Those designated AL are alternative tests. The guide for giving and scoring the tests is presented at length in Part 2 of this volume. The Stanford Revision and Extension. Year 3, 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Points to part of body, 3 of 4. Nose, eyes, mouth, hair. 2. Names familiar objects, 3 of 5. Key, penny, closed knife, watch, pencil. 3. Pictures, enumeration or better, at least 3 objects enumerated in one picture. A. Dutch home, B. River scene, C. Post office. 4. Gives sex. 5. Gives last name. 6. Repeats 6 to 7 syllables, 1 of 3. Alternative. Repeats 3 digits. 1 success in 3 trials. Order correct. Year 4. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Compares lines. 3 trials, no error. 2. Discrimination of forms. Coleman. Not over 3 errors. 3. Counts 4 pennies, no error. 4. Copies square. Pencil, 1 of 3. 5. Comprehension first degree, 2 of 3. Stanford edition. What must you do when you are sleepy, cold, hungry? 6. Repeats 4 digits, 1 of 3. Order correct. Stanford edition. Alternative. Repeats 12 to 13 syllables, 1 of 3 absolutely correct, or 2 with 1 error each. Year 5. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Comparison of weights, 2 of 3. 3:15, 15:3, 3:15. 2. Colors, no error, red, yellow, blue, green. 3. Aesthetic comparison, no error. 4. Definitions, use or better, 4 of 6. Chair, horse, fork, doll, pencil, table. 5. Patience or divided rectangle. 2 of 3 trials, 1 minute each. 6. 3 commissions, no error, order correct. Alternative age. Year 6. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Right and left, no error. Right hand, left ear, right eye. 2. Mutilated pictures, 3 of 4 correct. 3. Counts 13 pennies, 1 of 2 trials without error. 4. Comprehension, second degree, 2 of 3. What's the thing for you to do? A. If it's raining when you start to school. B. If you find your house is on fire. C. If you're going someplace and you miss your car. 5. Coins, 3 of 4. Nickel, penny, quarter, dime. 6. Repeats 16 to 18 syllables. 1 of 3 absolutely correct, or 2 with 1 error each. Alternative. Morning or afternoon. Year 7. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Fingers, no error. Right, left, both. 2. Pictures, description or better. Over half of performance description. Dutch home, river scene, post office. 3. Repeats 5 digits, 1 of 3. Order correct. 4. Ties bow knot. Model shown 1 minute. Stanford edition. 5. Gives differences, 2 of 3. Fly and butterfly, stone and egg, wood and glass. 6. Copies diamond. Pen, 2 of 3. Alternative 1. Names days of weeks. Order correct, 2 of 3. Checks correct. Alternative 2. Repeats 3 digits backwards. 1 of 3. Year 8. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Ball and field. Inferior plan or better. Stanford edition. 2. Counts 20 to 1. 40 seconds, 1 error allowed. 3. Comprehension, third degree, 2 of 3. What's the thing for you to do? A. When you have broken something which belongs to someone else. B. When you are on your way to school and notice that you are in danger of being tardy. C. If a playmate hits you without meaning to do it. 4. Give similarities. 2 things, 2 of 4. Stanford edition. Wood and coal, apple and peach, iron and silver, ship and automobile. 5. Definition superior to use, 2 of 4. Balloon, tiger, football, soldier. 6. Vocabulary, 20 words, Stanford edition. For list of words used, see record booklet. Alternative 1. First 6 coins, no error. Alternative 2. Dictation. See the little boy? Easily legible. Pen, 1 minute. Year 9. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Date. Allow error of 3 days in C, no error in A, B, or D. A. Day of week. B. Months. C. Day of months. D. Year. 2. Weights. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Procedure not illustrated. 2 of 3. 3. Makes change. 2 of 3. No coins, paper, or pencil. 10, 4, 15, 12, 25, 4. 4. Repeats 4 digits backwards. 1 of 3. Stanford edition. 5. 3 words. 2 of 3. Oral. 1 sentence or not over 2 coordinate clauses. Boy, river, ball, work, money, men, desert, rivers, lakes. 6. Rhymes. 3 rhymes for 2 or 3 words. 1 minute for each part. Day, mill, spring. Alternative 1. Months. 15 seconds and 1 error in naming. 2 checks of 3 correct. Alternative 2. Stamps gives total value. Second trial if individual values are known. Year 10. 6 tests, 2 months each. 1. Vocabulary, 30 words. Stanford edition. 2. Absurdities, 4 of 5. Warn. Spontaneous correction allowed. 4 of Binet's, 1 Stanford. 3. Designs, 1 correct, 1 half correct. Exposed, 10 seconds. 4. Reading and report, 8 memories, 35 seconds and 2 mistakes in reading. Binet selection. 5. Comprehension, 4th degree, 2 of 3. Questions may be repeated. A. What ought you to say when someone asks you an opinion about a person you don't know very well? B. What ought you to do before beginning something very important? C. Why should we judge a person more by his actions than by his words? 6. Names 60 words. Illustrate with clouds, dog, chair, happy. Alternative 1. Repeat 6 digits. 1 of 2. Order correct. Stanford edition. Alternative 2. Repeats 20 to 22 syllables. 1 of 3 correct. Or 2 with 1 error each. Alternative 3. Form board. Healy-Fernald puzzle. A. 3 times in 5 minutes. Year 12. 8 tests, 3 months each. 1. Vocabulary, 40 words. Stanford edition. 2. Abstract words, 3 of 5. Pity, revenge, charity, envy, justice. 3. Ball and field, superior plan. Stanford edition. 4. Dissected sentences, 2 of 3, 1 minute each. 5. Fables, score 4, i.e. 2 correct, or the equivalent in half credits. Stanford edition. Hercules and the Wagoner, Maid and Eggs, Fox and Crow, Farmer and Stork, Miller, Son and Donkey. 6. Repeats 5 digits backwards, 1 of 3. Stanford edition. 7. Pictures, interpretation, 3 of 4. Explain this picture. Dutch home, river scene, post office, colonial home. 8. Gives similarities, 3 things, 3 of 5. Stanford edition. Snake, cow, sparrow, book, teacher, newspaper, wool, cotton, leather, knife blade, penny, piece of wire, rose, potato, tree. Year 14. 6 tests, 4 months each. 1. Vocabulary, 50 words. Stanford edition. 2. Induction test. Gets rule by 6 folding. Stanford edition. 3. President and King. Power, ascension, tenure. 2 of 3. 4. Problems of fact. 2 of 3. Binet's 2 and 1 Stanford edition. 5. Arithmetical reasoning. 1 minute each. 2 of 3. Adapted from Bonser. 6. Clock. 2 of 3. Error must not exceed 3 or 4 minutes. 6:22, 8:10, 2:46. Alternative repeats 7 digits. 1 of 2. Order correct. Average adult. 6 tests, 5 months each. 1. Vocabulary. 65 words. Stanford edition. 2. Interpretation of fables. Score 8. Stanford edition. 3. Difference between abstract words. 3. Real contrasts out of 4. Laziness and idleness. Evolution and revolution. Poverty and misery. Character and reputation. 4. Problem of the enclosed boxes. 3 of 4. Stanford edition. 5. Repeats 6 digits backwards. 1 of 3. Stanford edition. 6. Code. Writes come quickly. 2 errors. Omission of dot counts half error. Illustrate with war and spy. From Healy and Fernald. Alternative 1. Repeats 28 syllables. 1 of 2 absolutely correct. Alternative 2. Comprehension of physical relations. 2 of 3. Stanford edition. Path of cannonball. Weight of fish in water. Hitting distant mark. Superior adult. 6 tests. 6 months each. 1. Vocabulary. 75 words. Stanford edition. 2. Binet's paper cutting test. Draws, folds, and locates holes. 3. Repeats 8 digits. 1 of 3. Order correct. Stanford edition. 4. Repeats thought of passage heard. 1 of 2. Binet's and Whistler's selections adapted. 5. Repeats 7 digits backwards. 1 of 3. Stanford edition. 6. Ingenuity test. 2 of 3. 5 minutes each. Stanford edition. Summary of changes. A comparison of the above list with either the Binet 1908 or 1911 series will reveal many changes. On the whole, it differs somewhat more than the Binet 1911 scale than from that of 1908. Thus, the 49 tests below the adult group in the 1911 scale, 2 are eliminated and 29 are relocated. Of these, 25 are moved downward and 4 upward. The shifts are as follows. Down 1 year, 18. Down 2 years, 4. Down 3 years, 2. Down 6 years, 1. Up 1 year, 3. Up 2 years, 1. Of the adult group in Binet's 1911 series, 1 is eliminated. 2 are moved up to superior adult, and 1 is moved up to 14. Accordingly, of Binet's entire 54 tests, we have eliminated 3 and relocated 32, leaving only 19 in the positions assigned them by Binet. The 3 eliminated are repeating 2 digits, resisting suggestion, and reversed triangle. The revision is really more extensive than the above figures would suggest, since minor changes have been made in the scoring of a great many tests in order to make them fit better the locations assigned them. Throughout the scale, the procedure and scoring have been worked over and made more definite with the idea of promoting uniformity. This phase of the revision is perhaps more important than the mere relocation of tests. Also, the addition of numerous tests in the upper ranges of the scale affects very considerably the mental ages above the level of 10 or 11 years. Effects of the revision of the mental ages secured. The most important effect of the revision is to reduce the mental ages secured in the lower ranges of the scale and to raise considerably the mental ages above 10 or 11 years. This difference also obtains through to a somewhat smaller extent between the Stanford revision and those of Goddard and Coleman. For example, of 104 adult individuals testing by the Stanford revision between 12 and 14 years and who were therefore somewhat above the level of feeble-mindedness as that term is usually defined, 50% tested below 12 years by the Goddard revision. That the dull and borderline adults are so much more readily distinguished from the feeble-minded by the Stanford revision than by other Binet series is due as much to the addition of tests in the upper groups as to the relocation of existing tests. On the other hand, the Stanford revision causes young subjects to test lower than any other version of the Binet scale. At 5 or 6 years, the mental ages secured by the Stanford revision average from 6 to 10 months lower than other revisions yield. The above differences are more significant than would at first appear. An error of 10 months in the mental age of a 5-year-old is as serious an error of 20 months in the case of a 10-year-old. Stating the error in terms of the intelligence quotient makes it more evident. Thus, an error of 10 months in the mental age of a 5-year-old means an error of almost 15% in the intelligence quotient. A scale which tests this method too low would cause a child with a true intelligence quotient of 75, which ordinarily means feeble-mindedness or borderline intelligence, to test at 90, or only slightly below normal. 3 serious consequences came from the 2 great E's of the original Binet scale at the lower end, and its 2 great difficulty at the upper end. 1. In young subjects, the higher grade of mental deficiency were overlooked because the scale caused such subjects to test only a little below normal. 2. The proportion of feeble-mindedness among adult subjects was greatly overestimated because subjects who were really of the 12 or 13-year mental level could only earn a mental age of about 11 years. 3. Confusion resulted in efforts to trace the mental growth of feeble-minded or normal children. For example, by other versions of the Binet scale, an average 5-year-old will show an intelligence quotient probably not far from 110 or 115 at 9, an intelligence quotient of about 100, and at 14, an intelligence quotient of about 85 or 90. By such a scale, the true borderline case would test approximately as follows. At age 5, 90 IQ, apparently not far below normal. At age 9, 75 IQ, borderline. At age 14, 65 IQ, moron deficiency. On the other hand, re-tests of children by the Stanford division have been found to yield intelligence quotients almost identical with those secured from 2 to 4 years earlier by the same tests. Those who graded feeble-minded in the first test graded feeble-minded in the second test. The dull remained dull, the average remained average, the superior remained superior, and always in approximately the same degree. It is unnecessary to emphasize further the importance of having an intelligence scale which is equally accurate at all points. Absolute perfection in this respect is not claimed for the Stanford revision, but it is believed to be at least free from the more serious errors of the other Binet arrangements. End of Chapter 4 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 5. Analysis of 1000 Intelligence Quotients. An extended account of the 1000 tests on which the Stanford revision is chiefly based has been presented in a separate monograph. This chapter will include only the briefest summary of some of those results of the investigation which contribute to the intelligent use of the revision. The distribution of intelligence. The question as to the manner in which intelligence is distributed is one of great practical as well as theoretical importance. One of the most vital questions which can be asked by any nation of any age is the following. How high is the average level of intelligence among our people, and how frequent are the various grades of ability above or below the average? With the development of standardized tests, we are approaching, for the first time in history, a possible answer to this question. Most of the earlier Binet studies, however, have thrown little light on the distribution of intelligence because of their failure to avoid the influence of accidental selection in choosing subjects for testing. The method of securing subjects for the Stanford revision makes our results on this point especially interesting. It is believed that the subject used for this investigation were as nearly representative of average American-born children as it is possible to secure. The intelligence quotients for these 1000 unselected children were calculated, and their distribution was plotted for ages separately. The distribution was found fairly symmetrical at each age from 5 to 14. At 15, the range is on either side of 90 as a median, and at 16 on either side of 80 as a median. That the 15 and 16-year-olds test low is due to the fact that these children are leftover retardates and are below average in intelligence. The IQs were then grouped in ranges of 10. In the middle group were thrown those from 96 to 105. The ascending groups including, in order, the IQs from 106 to 115, 116 to 125, etc., correspondingly with the descending groups. Figure 2 shows the distribution found by this grouping for the 905 children of ages 5 to 14 combined. The subjects above 14 are not included in this curve because they are leftovers and not representative of their ages. The distribution for the ages combined is seen to be remarkably symmetrical. The symmetry for the separate ages is hardly less marked, considering that only 80 to 120 children were tested at each age. In fact, the range including the middle 50% of IQs was found practically constant from 5 to 14 years. The tendency is for the middle 50% to fall approximately between 93 and 108. 3 important conclusions are justified by the above facts. 1. Since the frequency of the various grades of intelligence decreases gradually and at no point abruptly on each side of the median, it is evident that there is no definite defining line between normality and feeble-mindedness or between normality and genius. Psychologically, the mentally defective child does not belong to a distinct type, nor does the genius. There is no line of demarcation between either of these extremes and the so-called normal child. The number of mentally defective individuals in a population will depend upon the standard arbitrarily set up as to what constitutes mental deficiency. Similarly, for genius, it is exactly as we should undertake to classify all people into the 3 groups: abnormally tall, normally tall, and abnormally short. 2. The common opinion that extreme deviations below the median are more frequent than extreme deviations above the median seems to have no foundation in fact. Among unselected school children, at least, for every child of any given degree of deficiency, there is another child as far above the average IQ as the former is below. We have shown elsewhere the serious consequences of neglect of this fact. 3. The traditional view that variability in mental traits becomes more marked during adolescence is here contradicted as far as intelligence is concerned, for the distribution of IQs is practically the same at each age from 5 to 14. For example, 6-year-olds differ from one another fully as much as do 14-year-olds. The validity of the intelligence quotient. The facts presented above argue strongly for the validity of the IQ as an expression of a child's intelligence status. This follows necessarily from the similar nature of the distributions at the various ages. The inference is that a child's IQ, as measured by the scale, remains practically constant. Retests of the same children at intervals of 2 to 4 years support this inference. Children of superior intelligence do not deteriorate as they get older, and dull children do not develop average intelligence. Knowing a child's IQ, we can predict with a high degree of accuracy the course of his later development. The mental age of a subject is meaningless if considered apart from chronological age. It is only the ratio of retardation or acceleration to chronological age, that is, the IQ, which has significance. It follows also that if the IQ is a valid expression of intelligence, as it seems to be, then the Binet-Simon grade method becomes transformed automatically into a point scale method, if one wants to use it that way. As such, it is superior to any other point scale that has been proposed because it includes a larger number of tests and its points have definite meaning. Sex differences. The question as to the relative intelligence of the sexes is one of perennial interest and great social importance. The ancient hypothesis, that one which dates from time when only men concerned themselves with scientific hypotheses, took for granted the superiority of the male. With the development of individual psychology, however, it was soon found that as far as the evidence of mental tests can be trusted, the average intelligence of women and girls is as high as that of men and boys. If we accept this result, we are then confronted with the difficult problem of finding an explanation for the fact that so few of those who have acquired eminence in the various intellectual fields have been women. Two explanations have been proposed. One, that women became eminent less often than men, simply for lack of opportunity and stimulus. And two, that while the average intelligence of the sexes is the same, extreme variations may be more common in males. It is pointed out that not only are there more eminent men than eminent women, but that statistics also show a preponderance of males in institutions for the mentally defective. Accordingly, it is often said that women are grouped closely about the average, while men show a wider range of distribution. Many hundreds of articles and books of popular or quasi-scientific nature have been written on one aspect or another of this question of sex differences in intelligence. But all such theoretical discussions taken together are worth less than the results of one good experiment. Let us see what our 1000 IQs have to offer towards a solution of the problem. 1. When the IQs of the boys and girls were treated separately, there was found a small but fairly constant superiority of the girls up to the age of 13 years. At 14, however, the curve for the girls dropped below that for boys. This is shown in Figure 3. The supplementary data, including the teacher's estimates of intelligence on a scale of 5, the teacher's judgments in regard to the quality of the schoolwork, and records showing the age-grade distribution of the sexes, were all sifted for evidence as to the genuineness of the apparent superiority of the girls age for age. The results of all these lines of inquiry support the test in suggesting that the superiority of the girls is probably real even up to and including age 14. The apparent superiority of the boys at this age being fully accounted for by the more frequent elimination of 14-year-old girls from the grade by promotion to the high school. 2. However, the superiority of girls over boys is so slight, amounting at most ages to only 2 or 3 points in terms of IQ, that for practical purposes it would seem negligible. This offers no support to the opinion expressed by Yerkes and Bridges at certain ages, serious injustice will be done individuals by evaluating their scores in the light of norms which do not take account of sex differences. 3. Apart from a small superiority of girls, the distribution of intelligence into the two sexes is not different. The supposed wider variation of boys is not found. Girls do not group themselves together about the median more closely than do boys. The range of IQ, including the middle 50%, is approximately the same for the two sexes. 4. When the results for the individual tests were examined, it was found that not many showed very extreme differences as to the percent of boys and girls passing. In a few cases, however, the difference was rather marked. The boys were decidedly better in arithmetical reasoning, giving differences between a president and a king, solving the form board, making change, reversing hands of clock, finding similarities, and solving the induction test. The girls were superior in drawing designs from memory, aesthetic comparison, pairing objects from memory, answering the comprehension questions, repeating digits and sentences, tying a bow knot, and finding rhymes. Accordingly, our data, for which the most part agree with the results of others, justified the conclusion that the intelligence of girls at least up to 14 years does not differ materially from that of boys either as regards the average level or the range of distribution. It may still be argued that the mental development of boys beyond the age of 14 years lasts longer and extends further than in the case of girls, but as a matter of fact, this opinion receives little support from such tests as have made on men and women college students. The fact that so few women have attained eminence may be due to wholly extraneous factors, the most important of which are the following. 1. The occupations in which it is possible to achieve eminence are for the most part only now beginning to open their doors to women. Women's career has been largely that of homemaking, an occupation in which eminence, in the strict sense of the word, is impossible. 2. Even the small number of women who embark upon a professional career are majority marry and thereafter devote a fairly large proportion of their energy to bearing and rearing children. 3. Both the training given to girls and the general atmosphere in which they grow up are unfavorable to the inculcation of a professional point of view, and as a result, women are not spurred on by deep-seated motives to constant and strenuous intellectual endeavors as men are. 4. It is also possible that the emotional traits of women are such as to favor the development of the sentiments at the expense of inner intellectual endowment. Intelligence of the different social classes. Of the 1,000 children, 492 were classified by their teachers according to social class in the following 5 groups: very inferior, inferior, average, superior, and very superior. A comparative study was then made of the distribution of IQs for these different groups. The data may be summarized as follows. 1. The median IQ for children of the superior social class is about 7 points above, and that of inferior social class about 7 points below the median IQ of the average social group. This means that by the age of 14, inferior class children are about 1 year below and superior class children 1 year above the median mental age for all classes taken together. 2. That the children of the superior social class make a better showing in the test is probably due for the most part to a superiority in original endowment. This conclusion is supported by 5 supplementary lines of evidence. A. The teachers' rankings of the children according to intelligence. B. The age grade progress of the children. C. The quality of the schoolwork. And D. The comparison of older and younger children as regards the influence of social environment. And E. The study of individual cases of bright and dull children in the same family. 3. In order to facilitate comparison, it is advisable to express the intelligence of children of all social classes in terms of the same objective scale of intelligence. This scale should be based on the median for all classes taken together. 4. As regards the responses to individual tests, our children of a given social class were not distinguishable from children of the same intelligence in any other social class. The relation of the IQ to the quality of the child's schoolwork. The schoolwork of 504 children was graded by the teachers on a scale of 5 grades: very inferior, inferior, average, superior, and very superior. When this grouping was compared with that made on the basis of IQ, fairly close agreement was found. However, in about 1 case out of 10, there was rather serious disagreement. A child, for example, would be rated as doing average schoolwork when his IQ would place him in the very inferior intelligence group. When the data were searched for explanations of such disagreements, it was found that most of them were plainly due to the failure of teachers to take into account the age of the child when grading the quality of his schoolwork. When allowance was made for this tendency, there were no disagreements which justified any serious suspicion as to the accuracy of the intelligence scale. Minor disagreements may, of course, be disregarded, since the quality of schoolwork depends, in part, on other factors than intelligence, such as industry, health, regularity of attendance, quality of instruction, etc. The relation between IQ and grade progress. This comparison, which is made for the entire 1,000 children, showed a fairly high correlation, but also some astonishing disagreements. 9-year intelligence was found all the way from grade 1 to grade 7, inclusive 10-year intelligence all the way from grade 2 to grade 7, and 12-year intelligence all the way from grade 3 to grade 8. Plainly, the school's efforts at grading failed to give homogeneous groups of children as regards mental ability. On the whole, the grade location of the children did not fit their mental ages much better than it did their chronological ages. When the data were examined, it was found that practically every child whose grade failed to correspond fairly closely with his mental age was either exceptionally bright or exceptionally dull. Those who tested between 96 and 105 IQ were never seriously misplaced in school. The very dull children, however, were usually located from 1 to 3 grades above where they belonged by mental age, and the duller the child, the more serious as a rule was the misplacement. On the other hand, the very bright children were nearly always located for 1 to 3 grades below where they belonged by mental age, and the brighter the child, the more serious the school's mistake. The child of 10-year mental age in the 2nd grade, for example, is almost certain to be about 7 or 8 years old. The child of 10-year intelligence in the 6th grade is almost certain to be 13 to 15 years of age. All this is due to one fact, and one fact alone. The school tends to promote children by age rather than ability. The bright children are held back, while the dull children are promoted beyond their mental ability. The retardation problem is exactly the reverse of what we have thought it to be. It is the bright children who are retarded and the dull children who are accelerated. The remedy is to be sought in differentiated courses, special classes, for both kinds of mentally exceptional children, just as many special classes are needed for superior children as for the inferior. The social consequences of suitable educational advantages for children of superior ability will no doubt greatly exceed anything that could possibly result from the special instruction of dullards and borderline cases. Special study of the IQs between 70 and 79 revealed the fact that a child of this grade of intelligence never does satisfactory work in the grade where he belongs by chronological age. By the time he's attended school 4 or 5 years, such a child is usually found doing very inferior to average work in a grade from 2 to 4 years below his age. On the other hand, the child with an IQ of 120 or above is almost never found below the grade for his chronological age, and occasionally he is 1 or 2 grades above. Wherever located, his work is always superior or very superior, and the evidence suggests strongly that it would probably remain so even if extra promotions were granted. Correlation between IQ and the teacher's estimates of the child's intelligence. By the Pearson formula, the correlation found between the IQs and the teacher's rankings on a scale of 5 was 0.48. This is about what others have found and is both high enough and low enough to be significant. That it is moderately high in so far corroborates the test. That it is not higher means that either the teachers or the tests have made a good many mistakes. When the data was searched for evidence on this point, it was found, as we have shown in Chapter 2, that the fault was plainly on the part of the teachers. The serious mistakes were nearly all made with children who were either overage or underage for their grade, mostly the former. In estimating the children's intelligence, just as in grading their school success, the teachers often fail to take account of the age factor. For example, the child whose mental age was, say, 2 years below normal, and who was enrolled in a class with children about 2 years younger than himself, was often graded average in intelligence. The tendency of teachers is to estimate a child's intelligence accordingly to the quality of his schoolwork in the grade where he happens to be located. This results in overestimation the intelligence of older retarded children and underestimating the intelligence of the younger advanced children. The disagreements between the tests and the teacher's estimates are thus found when analyzed to confirm the validity of the test method rather than to bring it under suspicion. The validity of the individual tests. The validity of each test was checked out by measuring it against the scale as a whole in a manner described on page 55. For example, if 10-year-old children having 11-year intelligence do not succeed with a given test any better than 10-year-old children who have 9-year intelligence, then either this test must be accepted as valid or the scale as a whole must be rejected. Since we know, however, that the scale as a whole has at least a reasonably high degree of reliability, this method becomes a sure and ready means of judging the worth of a test. When the tests were tried out in this way, it was found that some of those which have been most criticized have relatively a high correlation with intelligence. Among these are naming the days of the week, giving the value of stamps, counting 13 pennies, giving differences between president and king, finding rhymes, giving age, distinguishing right and left, and interpretation of pictures. Others having a high reliability are the vocabulary tests, arithmetical reasoning, giving differences, copying a diamond, giving date, repeating digits in reverse order, interpretation of fables, the dissected sentence test, naming 60 words, finding omissions in pictures, and recognizing absurdities. Among the somewhat less satisfactory tests are the following: repeating digits, direct order, naming coins, distinguishing forenoon and afternoon, defining in terms of use, drawing designs from memory, and aesthetic comparison. Binet's line suggestion test correlated so little with intelligence that it had to be thrown out. The same was also true of 2 of the new tests which we had added in the series for tryout. Tests showing a medium correlation with the scale as a whole include arranging weights, executing 3 commissions, naming colors, giving number of fingers, describing pictures, naming the months, making change, giving superior definitions, finding similarities, reading from memories, reversing hands of clock, defining abstract words, problems of fact, bow-knot induction test, and comprehension questions. A test which makes a good showing on this criterion of agreement with the scale as a whole becomes immune to theoretical criticisms. Whatever it appears to be, from mere inspiration, it is a real measure of intelligence. Henceforth, it stands or falls with the scale as a whole. The reader will understand, of course, that no single test used alone will determine accurately the general level of intelligence. A great many tests are required, and for 2 reasons. 1, because intelligence has many aspects, and 2, in order to overcome the accidental influences of training or environment. If many tests are used, no one of them need show more than a moderately high correlation with the scale as a whole. As stated by Binet, let the tests be rough if there are only enough of them. End of Chapter 5 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 6. The Significance of Various Intelligence Quotients. Frequency of different degrees of intelligence. Before we can interpret the results of an examination, it is necessary to know how frequently an IQ of the size found occurs among unselected children. Our tests of 1,000 unselected children enable us to answer this question with some degree of definiteness. A study of these 1,000 IQs shows the following significant facts. The table is displayed on the page with several columns going down. The lowest 1% go to 70 or below. The highest 1% reach 130 or above. The lowest 2% go to 73 or below. The highest 2% reach 128 or above. The lowest 3% go to 76 or below. The highest 3% reach 125 or above. The lowest 5% go to 78 or below. The highest 5% go to 122 or above. The lowest 10% go to 85 or below. The highest 10% reach 116 or above. The lowest 15% go to 88 or below. The highest 15% reach 113 or above. The lowest 20% go to 91 or below. The highest 20% reach 110 or above. The lowest 25% go to 92 or below. The highest 25% reach 108 or above. The lowest 33 1/3% go to 95 or below. The highest 33 1/3% reach 106 or above. Or, to put some of the above facts in another form, the child reaching about 110 is equal or excelled by 20 out of 100. The child reaching about 115 is equaled or excelled by 10 out of 100. The child reaching about 125 is equaled or excelled by about 3 out of 100. The child reaching about 130 is equal or excelled by 1 out of 100. Conversely, we may say regarding the subnormals that the child testing at about 90 is equaled or excelled by 80 out of 100. The child testing at about 85 is equaled or excelled by 90 out of 100. The child testing at about 75 is equaled or excelled by 97 out of 100. The child testing at about 70 is equaled or excelled by 99 out of 100. Classification of intelligence quotients. What do the above IQs imply in such terms as feeble-mindedness, borderline intelligence, dullness, normality, superior intelligence, genius, etc.? When we use these terms, 2 facts must be borne in mind. 1. That the boundary lines between such groups are absolutely arbitrary, a matter of definition only, and 2. That the individuals comprising one of the groups do not make up a homogeneous type. Nevertheless, since terms like the above are convenient and will probably continue to be used, it is desirable to give them as much definiteness as possible. On the basis of the tests we have made, including many cases of all grades of intelligence, the following suggestions are offered for the classification of intelligence quotients. A table is displayed of IQ and classification. IQ above 140, classification near genius or genius. 120 to 140, very superior intelligence. 110 to 120, superior intelligence. 90 to 110, normal or average intelligence. 80 to 90, dullness, rarely classifiable as feeble-mindedness. 70 to 80, borderline deficiency, sometimes classified as dullness, often as feeble-mindedness. Below 70, definite feeble-mindedness. Of the feeble-minded, those between 50 and 70 IQ include most of the morons, high, middle, and low. Those between 20 or 25 and 50 are ordinarily to be classed as imbeciles, and those below 20 or 25 as idiots. According to this classification, the adult idiot would range up to about 3-year intelligence as the limit. The adult imbecile would have a mental level between 3 and 7 years, and the adult moron would range from about 7-year to 11-year intelligence. It should be added, however, that the classification of IQs for the various subgrades of feeble-mindedness is not very secure, for the reason that the exact curves of mental growth have not been worked out for such grades. As far as the public schools are concerned, this does not greatly matter, as they never enroll idiots, and very rarely even the high-grade imbecile. School defectives are practically all of the moron and borderline grades, and these, it is important, teachers should be able to recognize. The following discussions and illustrative cases will perhaps give a fairly definite idea of the significance of various grades of intelligence. Feeble-mindedness. Rarely above 75 IQ. There are innumerable grades of mental deficiency ranging from somewhat below average intelligence to profound idiocy. In the literal sense, every individual below the average is more or less mentally weak or feeble. Only a relatively small proportion of these, however, are technically known as feeble-minded. It is therefore necessary to set forth the criterion as to what constitutes a feeble-mindedness in the commonly accepted sense of the word. The definition in most general use is the one framed by the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of London and adopted by the Royal English Commission on Mental Deficiency. It is substantially as follows. A feeble-minded person is one who is incapable, because of mental defect existing from birth or from an early age, A. of competing on equal terms with his normal fellows, or B. of managing himself or his affairs with ordinary prudence. Two things to be noted in regard to this definition. In the first place, it is stated in terms of social and industrial efficiency. Such efficiency, however, depends not merely on the degree of intelligence, but also on emotional, moral, physical, and social traits as well. This explains why some individuals with IQ somewhat below 75 can hardly be classed as feeble-minded in the ordinary sense of that term, while others with IQ a little above 75 could hardly be classified in any other group. In the second place, the criterion set up by the definition is not very definite because of the vague meaning of the expression ordinary prudence. Even the expression competing on equal terms cannot be taken literally, else it would include also those who are merely dull. It is the second part of the definition that more nearly expresses the popular criterion, for as long as an individual manages his affairs in such a way as to be self-supporting and in such a way as to avoid becoming a nuisance or burden to his fellow men, he escapes the institutions for defectives and may pass for normal. The most serious defect of the definition comes from a lax interpretation of the term ordinary prudence, etc. The popular standard is so low that hundreds of thousands of high-grade defectives escape identification as such. Moreover, there are many grades of severity in social and industrial competition. For example, most of the members of such families as the Dukes, the Nams, the Hill folk, and the Kallikaks are able to pass as normal in their own crude environment. But when compelled to compete with average American stock, their deficiency becomes evident. It is therefore necessary to supplement the social criterion with a more strictly psychological one. For this purpose, there is nothing else as significant as the IQ. All who test below 70 IQ by the Stanford revision of the Binet-Simon scale should be considered feeble-minded, and it is an open question whether it would not be justifiable to consider 75 IQ as the lower limit of normal intelligence. Certainly, a large proportion falling between 70 and 75 can hardly be classed as other than feeble-minded, even according to the social criterion. Examples of feeble-minded school children. FC, boy, aged 8-6, mental age 4-2, IQ approximately 50, from a very superior home, has had the best medical care and other attention, attended a private kindergarten until rejected because he required so much of the teacher's time he appeared uneducable, will probably develop to about the 6 or 7 year mental level, high-grade imbecile, has since been committed to a state institution. Cases as low as FC rarely get into the public schools. RW, boy, age 13-10, mental age 7-6, IQ approximately 55. Home excellent, is pubescent. Because of age and maturity, has been promoted to the 3rd grade, though he can hardly do the work of the 2nd. Has attended school more than 6 years, will probably never develop much, if any, beyond 8 years, and will never be self-supporting. Low-grade moron. MS. Girl, age 7-6, mental age 4-6, IQ 60. Father a gardener. Home conditions and medical attention fair. Has twice attempted first grade, but without learning to read more than a few words. In each case, teacher requested parents to withdraw her. Takes things. Is considered foolish by other children. Will probably never develop beyond a mental level of 8 years. RM. Boy, age 15, mental age 9, IQ 60. Decidedly superior home environment and care. After attending school 8 years is in the 5th grade, though he cannot do the work of the 4th grade. Parents unable to teach him to respect property. Boys torment him and make his life miserable. At middle moron level and has probably about reached the limit of his development, has since been committed to a state institution. SM. Girl aged 19-2, mental age 10, IQ approximately 65, not counting age beyond 16. From very superior family, has attended public and private schools 12 years, and has been promoted to 7th grade, where she cannot do the work. Appears docile and childlike, but is subject to spells of disobedience and stubbornness. Did not walk until 4 years old. Plays with young children, susceptible to attention from men, and is to be constantly guarded. Writing excellent. Knows the number combinations but missed all the absurdities and has the vocabulary of the average 10-year-old, the type from which prostitutes often come. RH. Boy age 14, mental age 8-4, IQ 65. Father Irish, mother Spanish. Family comfortable and home care average. Has attended school 8 years and is unable to do 4th grade work satisfactorily. Health excellent and attendance regular. Reads in 4th read without expression and with little comprehension of what is read. Fair skill in number combinations. Writing and drawing very poor. Cannot use a ruler. Has no conception of an inch. RH is described as high-tempered, irritable, lacking in physical activity, clumsy and unsteady. Plays little, just stands around. Indifferent to praise or blame. Has little sense of duty. Plays underhand tricks. Is slow, absent-minded, easily confused in thought. Never shows appreciation or interest. So apathetic that he does not hear commands. Voice droning, speech poor in colloquial expressions. 3 years later, at age 17, was in a special class attending 6th grade work, reported as doing absolutely nothing in that grade, still sullen, indifferent, and slow to grasp directions, and lacking in play interests. No apperception of anything, but has mastered such mechanical things as reading, calling the words, and the fundamentals in arithmetic. In schoolwork, moral traits, and out-of-school behavior, RH shows himself to be a typical case of moron deficiency. IM. Girl aged 14-2, mental age 9. IQ approximately 65, father a labourer, does unsatisfactory work in 4th grade, plays with little girls, a menace to the morals of the school because of her sex interests and lack of self-restraint. Rather good-looking if one does not hunt for appearances of intelligence. Mental reactions intolerably slow, will develop but little further and will always pass as feeble-minded in any but the very lowest social environment. GV. Boy age 10, mental age 6'4", IQ 65. Father Spanish, mother English. Family poor but fairly respectable. Brothers and sisters all retarded. In high 1st grade. Work all very poor except writing, drawing and handwork, in all of which he excels. Is quiet and inactive, lacks self-confidence and plays little. Mentally slow, inert, thick and inattentive. Health fair. 3 years later, GV was in the low 3rd grade and still doing extremely poor work in everything except manual training, drawing and writing. Is not likely ever to go beyond the 4th or 5th grade, however long he remains in school. VJ. Girl, age 11-6, mental age 8, IQ 70. Has been tested 3 times in the last 5 years, always with approximately the same result in terms of IQ. Home fair to inferior. Has been in a special class 2 years and in school altogether nearly 6 years. Is barely able to do 3rd grade work. Her feeble-mindedness is recognized by teachers and by other pupils. Belongs at about middle moron to high moron level. AW. Boy, age 9-4, mental age 7, IQ 75. A year and a half ago he tested at 6'2", from superior family, brothers of very superior intelligence. In school 3 years and has made about a grade and a half. Higher IQ than VJ, described above, but his deficiency is fully as evident. Is generally recognized as mentally defective. Slyly abstracted one of the pennies used in the test and slipped it in his pocket. Has caused much trouble at school by puncturing bicycle tires. High grade moron. AC. Boy, age 12, mental age 8'5", IQ 70, from Portuguese family of 10 children, has a feeble-minded brother. Parents in comfortable circumstance and respectable. AC has attended school regularly since he was 6 years old. trying unsuccessfully to do the work of the 4th grade. Reads poorly in the 3rd reader, hesitates, repeats, miscalls words, and never gets the thought. Writes about like a 1st grade pupil. Cannot solve such simple problems as how many marbles can you buy for 10 cents if one marble costs 5 cents, even when he has marbles and money in his hands. Described by teacher as mentally slow and inert, inattentive, easily distracted, memory poor, ideas vague and often absurd, does not appreciate stories, slow at comprehending commands, is also described as unruly, boisterous, disobedient, stubborn, and lacking sense of propriety. Tattles. 3 years later, at age of 15, was in a special class and was little improved. He had, however, learned the mechanics of reading and had mastered the number combinations. Deficiencies described as of wide range. Conduct, however, had improved, was working hard to get on. AC must be considered definitely feeble-minded. HS, boy, age 11, mental age 83, IQ approximately 75. At 8 years, tested at 6, parents highly educated, father a scholar. Brother and sister of very superior intelligence. Started to school at 7 but was drawn because of lack of progress. Started again at 8 and is now doing poor work in the 2nd grade. Weakly and nervous, painfully aware of his inability to learn. Doing the test kept saying, I tried anyway. It's all I can do if I do my best, ain't it? Etc. Regarded defective by other children, will probably never be able to do work beyond the 4th or 5th grade and is not likely to develop above the 11-year level if as high. IS. Boy, age 9-6. Mental age 7, IQ 75. German parentage. Started to school at 6. Now in low 2nd grade and unable to do the work. Health good, inattentive, mentally slow and inert. Easily distracted. Speech is monotone. Equally poor in reading, writing and numbers. IS is described as quiet, sullen, indifferent, lazy and stubborn. Plays little. 3 years later had advanced from low 2nd to low 4th grade, but was as poor as ever in his schoolwork. Miscalls the simplest words. Moral traits unsatisfactory. May reach 6th or 7th grade if he remains in school long enough. IS learned to walk at 2 years and to talk at 3. The above are cases of such mental deficiency that there could be no disagreement among competent judges in classifying them in the group of feeble-minded. All are definitely institutional cases. It is such a matter of record, however, that one of the cases HS was diagnosed by a physician without test as backward but not a defective, and with the added encouragement that the backwardness will be outgrown. Of course, the reverse is the case. The deficiency is becoming more and more apparent as a boy approaches the age where more is expected of him. In at least 3 of the above cases, S, M, IS, and IM, the teachers had not identified the backwardness as feeble-mindedness. Not far from 2 children out of 100 or 20 out of 1,000 in the average public school are the defective as some of those just described. Teachers get so accustomed to seeing a few of them in every group of 200 or 300 pupils that they are likely to regard them as merely dull, dreadfully dull, of course, but not defective. Children like these, for their own good and for that of other pupils, should be kept out of the regular classes. They will rarely be equal to the work of the 5th grade, however long they attend school. They will make little progress in a well-managed special class, but with the approach of adolescence, at least, the state should take them into custodial care for its own protection. Borderline cases, usually between 70 and 80 IQ. The borderline cases are those which fall near the boundary between that grade of mental deficiency which will be generally recognized as such and the higher group usually classed as normal but dull. They are the doubtful cases, the ones we are always trying, rarely with success, to restore to normality. It must be emphasized, however, that this doubtful group is not marked off by definite IQ limits. Some children with IQ as high as 75 or even 80 will have to be classified as feeble-minded. Some as low as 70 IQ may be so well endowed in other mental traits that they may manage as adults to get along fairly well in a simple environment. The ability to compete with one's fellows in the social and industrial world does not depend upon intelligence alone. Such factors as moral traits, industry, environment to be encountered, personal appearance, and influential relatives are also involved. 2 children classified above as feeble-minded had an IQ as high as 75. In these cases, the emotional, moral, or physical qualities were so defective as to render a normal social life out of the question. This is occasionally true even with an IQ as high as 80. Some of the borderline cases with even less intelligence may be so well endowed in other mental traits that they are capable of becoming dependable, unskilled laborers and of supporting a family after a fashion. Examples of borderline deficiency. SF, girl age 17, mental age 11-6. IQ approximately 72, disregarding age above 16 years. Father intelligent, mother probably high-grade defective. Lives in a good home with an aunt, who is a woman of good sense and skillful in her management of the girl. SF has attended excellent schools for 11 years and has recently been promoted to the 7th grade. The teacher admits, however, that she cannot do the work of that grade, but says, I haven't the heart to let her fail in the 6th grade for the 3rd time. She studies very hard and says she wants to become a teacher. At the time the test was made, she was actually studying her books from 2 to 3 hours daily at home. The aunt, who is very intelligent, had never thought of this girl as feeble-minded, and had suffered much concern and humiliation because of her inability to teach her to conduct herself properly towards men and not to appropriate other people's property. SF is ordinarily docile, but is subject to fits of anger and obstinacy. She finally determined to leave her home, threatened to take up with a man unless allowed to work elsewhere. Since then, she has been tried out in several families, but after a little while in a place, she flies into a rage and leaves. She is a fairly capable houseworker when she tries.
This young woman is feeble-minded and should be classed as such.
She is listed here with the borderline cases simply for the reason that she belongs to a group whose mental deficiency is almost never recognized without the aid of a psychological test. Probably no physician could be found who would diagnose the case on the basis of medical examination alone as one of feeble-mindedness. FH, boy age 16.6, mental age 11.5, IQ approximately 72, disregarding age above 16 years. Tested for 3 successive years without change of more than 4 points in IQ. Father a labourer, dull, subject to fits of rage, and beats the boy. Mother not far from borderline. FH has always had the best of school advantages and has been promoted to the 7th grade. Is really about equal to 5th grade work. Fairly rapid and accurate in number combinations, but cannot solve arithmetical problems which require any reasoning. Reads with reasonable fluency, but with little understanding. Appears exceedingly good-natured, but was once suspended from school for hurling bricks at a fellow pupil. Played a joke on another pupil by fastening a dangerous, sharp-pointed steel paper file into the pupil's seat for him to sit down on. He is cruel, stubborn, and plays truant, but is fairly industrious when he gets a job as a rand or delivery boy. Discharged once for taking money. FH is generally called queer, but is not ordinarily thought of as feeble-minded. His deficiency is real, however, and it is altogether doubtful whether he will be able to make a living and to keep out of trouble, though he is now, at age 20, employed as messenger boy for the Western Union at $30 a month. This is considerably less than pick and shovel men get in the community where he lives, delinquents and criminals often being to this level of intelligence. WC, boy age 16.8, mental age 12, IQ 75, disregarding age above 16 years. Father a college professor. All the other children in the family of unusually superior intelligence, when tested 4 years ago, was trying to do 7th grade work, but with little success. Wanted to leave school and learn farming, but father insisted on his getting the usual grammar school and high school education. Made $25 one summer by raising vegetables on a vacant lot. In the 4 years since the test was made, he has managed to get into high school. Teachers say that in spite of his best efforts, he learns next to nothing, and they regard him as hopelessly dull. Is docile, lacks all aggressiveness, looks stupid, and has head circumference an inch below normal. Here is the most pitiful case of the overstimulated backward child in a superior family. Instead of nagging at the boy and urging him on to attempt things which are impossible to his inferior intelligence, his parents should take him out of school and put him at some kind of work which he could do. If the boy had been the son of a common labourer, he would probably have left school early and have become a dependable and contented labourer. In a very simple environment, he would probably not be considered defective. CP, boy, age 10-2, mental age 7-11, IQ 78. Portuguese boy, son of a skilled labourer. One of 11 children, most of whom have about the same grade of intelligence. Has attended school regularly for 4 years. Is in the 3rd grade, but cannot do the work. Except for extreme stubbornness, his social development is fairly normal. Capable in plays and games, but is regarded as impossible in his schoolwork. Like his brother, MP, the next case to be described, he will doubtless become a fairly reliable labourer at unskilled work and will not be regarded in his rather simple environment as a defective. From the psychological point of view, however, his deficiency is real. He will probably never develop beyond the 11 or 12 year level or be able to do satisfactory schoolwork beyond 5th or 6th grade. MP, boy age 14, mental age 10-3, IQ 77. Has been tested for successive years, IQ always being between 75 and 80, brother to CP above. In school nearly 8 years and has been promoted to the 5th grade. At 16 was doing poor work in the 6th grade. Schoolwork advantages, as the father has tried conscientiously to give his child a good education. Perfectly normal in appearance and in play activities and is liked by other children. Seems to be thoroughly dependable both in his school and in his outside work. will probably become an excellent labourer and will pass as perfectly normal, notwithstanding a grade of intelligence which will not develop above 11 or 12 years. What shall we say of cases like the last two which test at high-grade morality or at a borderline, but are well enough endowed in moral and personal traits to pass as normal in an uncomplicated social environment? According to the classical definition of feeble-mindedness, such individuals cannot be considered defectives. Hardly anyone would think of them as institutional cases. Among labouring men and servant girls there are thousands like them. They are the world's hewers of wood and drawers of water, and yet, as far as intelligence is concerned, the tests have told the truth. These boys are uneducable beyond the merest rudiments of training. No amount of school instruction will ever make them intelligent voters or capable citizens in the true sense of the word. Judged psychologically, they cannot be considered normal. It is interesting to note that MP and CP represent the levels of intelligence which is very, very common among Spanish Indian and Mexican families of the Southwest and also among Negroes. Their dullness seems to be racial, or at least inherent in the family stocks from which they come. The fact that one meets this type with such extraordinary frequency among Indians, Mexicans, and Negroes suggests quite forcibly that the whole question of racial differences in mental traits will have to be taken up anew and by experimental methods. The writer predicts that when this is done, there will be discovered enormously significant racial differences in general intelligence, differences which cannot be wiped out by any scheme of mental culture. Children of this group should be segregated in special classes and be given instruction which is concrete and practical. They cannot master abstractions, but they can often be made efficient workers, able to look out for themselves. There is no possibility at present of convincing society that they should not be allowed to reproduce, although from a eugenic point of view they constitute a grave problem because of their unusually prolific breeding. Dull normals, IQ usually 80 to 90. In this group are included those children who would not, according to any of the commonly accepted social standards, be considered feeble-minded, but who are nevertheless far enough below the actual average of intelligence among races of Western European descent that they cannot make ordinary school progress or master other intellectual difficulties which average children are equal to. A few of this class test at low as 75 to 80 IQ, but the majority are not far from 85. These unmistakably normal children, who go much below this, in California at least, are usually Mexicans, Indians, or Negroes. RG, Negro boy, age 13.5, mental age 10.6, IQ approximately 80, normal in appearance and conduct but very dull. Is attempting 5th grade work in a special class but is failing. From a fairly good home and has had ordinary school advantages. In the examination his intelligence is very even as far as it goes, but stops rather abruptly after the 10-year tests. Will unquestionably pass as normal among unskilled labourers, but his intelligence will never exceed the 12-year level and he is not likely to advance beyond the 7th grade, if as far. FD, boy, tested at 10.2, IQ 83, and again at 14.1, IQ 79. Mental age in the first test was 8.6, and in the second test 11. Son of a barber, father dead. Mother capable, makes a good home and cares for her children well. At 10 was doing unsatisfactory work in the 4th grade, and at 12 unsatisfactory work in the low 6. Good looking, normal in appearance and social development, and though occasionally obstinate, is usually steady. Anyone unacquainted with his poor schoolwork and low IQ would consider him perfectly normal. No physical or moral handicaps of any kind that could possibly account for his retardation. Is simply dull. Needs purely a vocational training, but may be able to complete the 8th grade with low marks by the age of 16 or 17. GG. Girl, age 12.4, mental age 10.10, IQ 82, from average home, excellent educational advantages, and no physical handicaps. At 12 years was doing very poor work in 5th grade. Appearance, play life, and attitude towards other children normal, simply dull. Will probably never go beyond the 12 or 13-year level and is not likely to get as far as the high school. Those testing 80 and 90 will usually be able to reach the 8th grade, but ordinarily only after from 1 or 3 or 4 failures. They are so very numerous, about 15% of the school enrollment, that it is doubtful whether we can expect soon to have special classes enough to accommodate all. The most feasible solution is a differentiated course of study with parallel classes in which every child will be allowed to make the best progress of which he is capable, without incurring the risk of failure and non-promotion. The so-called Mannheim system, or something similar to it, is what we need. Average intelligence, IQ 90 to 110. Is it often said that the schools are made for the average child, but that the average child does not exist? He does exist, and in very large numbers. About 60% of all school children test between 90 and 110 IQ, and about 40% between 95 and 105. That these children are average is attested by their school records. as well as by their IQs. Our records show that of more than 200 children below 14 years of age, and with IQ between 95 and 105, not one was making much more nor much less than average school progress. 4 were 2 years retarded, but in each case this was due to late start, illness, or irregular attendance. Children who test close to 90, however, often fail to get along satisfactorily, while those testing near 110 are occasionally able to win an extra promotion. The children of this average group are seldom school problems as far as ability to learn is concerned, nor are they likely to cause trouble in discipline as the dull or borderline cases. It is therefore highly necessary to give illustrative cases here. The high school, however, does not fit that grade of intelligence as well as the elementary and grammar schools. High schools probably enroll a disproportionate number of pupils in the IQ range above 100. That is, the average intelligence among high school pupils is above the average for the population in general. It is probably not far from 110. College students are, of course, a still more selected group, perhaps coming chiefly from the range above 115. The child whose school marks are barely average in the elementary grades when measured against children in general will ordinarily earn something less than average marks in high school and perhaps excessively poor marks in college. Superior intelligence, IQ 110 to 120. Children of this group ordinarily make higher marks and are capable of making somewhat more rapid progress than the strictly average child. Perhaps most of them could complete the 8th grade in 7 years as easily as the average child does in 8 years. They are not usually the best scholars, but on a scale of excellent, good, fair, poor, and failure, they will usually rank as good, though of course the degree of application is a factor. It is rare, however, to find a child of this level who is positively indolent in his schoolwork or who dislikes school. In high school, they are likely to win about the average mark. Intelligence of 110 to 120 IQ is approximately 5 times as common among children of superior social status as among children of inferior social status, the proportion among the former being about 24% of all, and among the latter only 5% of all. The group is made up largely of children of the fairly successful mercantile or professional classes. The total number of children between 110 and 120 is almost exactly the same as the number between 80 and 90, namely about 15%. The distance between these two groups, say between 85 and 115, is as great as the distance between average intelligence and borderline deficiency, and it would be absurd to suppose that they could be taught to best advantage in the same classes. As a matter of fact, pupils between 110 and 120 are usually held back to the rate of progress which the average child can make. They are little encouraged to do the best. Very superior intelligence, IQ 120 to 140. Children of this group are better than somewhat above average. They are unusually superior. Not more than 3 out of 100 go as high as 125 IQ, and only about 1 out of 100 as high as 130. In the schools of a city of average population, only about 1 child in 250 or 300 tests as high as 140 IQ. In a series of 476 unselected children, there was not a single one reaching 120 whose social class was described as below average. Of the children of superior social status, about 10% reached 120 or better. The 120 to 140 group is made up almost entirely of children whose parents belong to the professional or very successful business classes. The child of a skilled laborer belongs here occasionally, the child of a common laborer very rarely indeed. At least this is true in the smaller cities of California, among populations made up of native-born Americans. In all probability, it would not have been true in the earlier history of the country when ordinary labor was more often than now performed by men of average intelligence. And it would probably not hold true now among certain immigrant populations of good stock, but limited social and educational advantages. What can children of this grade of ability do in school? The question cannot be answered as satisfactorily as one could wish, for the simple reason that such children are rarely permitted to do what they can. What they do accomplish is as follows. Of 54 children, of the 1,000 unselected cases falling in this group, 12.5% were advanced in the grade 2 years, approximately 54% were advanced 1 year, 28% were in the grade where they belonged by chronological age, and 3 children, or 5.5%, were actually retarded 1 year. But wherever located, such children rarely get anything but the highest marks, and the evidence goes to show that most of them could easily be prepared for high school by the age of 12 years. Serious injuries done them by schools which believe in putting on the brakes. The following are illustrations of children testing between 130 and 145. Not all are taken from the 1,000 unselected tests. The writer has discovered several children of this grade as a result of lectures before teachers' institutes. It is his custom in such lectures to ask the teachers to bring in for a demonstration test the brightest child in the city or county, etc. The IQ resulting from such a test is usually between 130 and 140, occasionally a little higher. Examples of very superior intelligence. Margaret P., aged 8-10, mental age 11-1. IQ 130. Father only a skilled labourer, house painter, but a man of unusual intelligence and character for his social class. Home care above average. MP has attended school a little less than 3 years and is completing 4th grade. Marks all excellent. Health perfect. Social and moral traits are the very best. Is obedient, conscientious, and usually reliable for her age. Quiet and confident bearing, but no touch of vanity. MP is known to be related on her father's side to John Wesley, and her maternal grandfather was a highly skilled mechanic and the inventor of an important train coupling device used on all railroads. Although she is not yet 9 years old and is completing the 4th grade, she is still about a grade below where she belongs by mental age. She could no doubt easily be made ready for high school by the age of 12. JR. Girl, age 12-9. Mental age 16. Average adult. IQ approximately 130. Daughter of a university professor. In first year of high school. From first grade up, her marks have been nearly all of the A rank. For first semester of high school, 4 of 6 grades were A, the others B. A wonderfully charming, delightful girl in every respect. Play life perfectly normal. JR's parents have moved about a great deal, and she has attended 8 different schools. She is 2 years above grade in school, but of this gain only 1/2 grade was made in school. The other grade and a half she gained in a little over a year by staying out of school and working a little each day under the instruction of her mother. But for this she would doubtless now be in the 7th grade instead of high school. As it is, she is at least a grade below where she belongs by mental age. Something better than average college record may be safely predicted for JR. EB. Girl, age 7-9. Mental age 10-2. IQ 130. EB was selected by the teachers of a small California city as the brightest school child in that city, school population about 500. Her parents are said to be unusually intelligent. EB is in the 3rd grade, a year advanced, but her mental level shows that she belongs in the 4th. The test was made as a demonstration test in the presence of about 150 teachers, all of whom were charmed by her delightful personality and keen responses. No trace of vanity or queerness of any kind. Health excellent. EB ought to be ready for high school. At 12, she will really have the intelligence to do high school work by 11. LB. Girl, aged 8-6. Mental age 11-6. IQ 135. Tested nearly 3 years earlier. Aged 5'11". Mental age 7-6. IQ 127. Daughter of a university professor. At age of 8-6, was doing very superior work in the 5th grade. Later, at age 10-6, is in the 7th grade with all her marks excellent. Has 2 sisters who test almost as high, both completing the 8th grade at barely 12 years of age. LB looks rather delicate, and though a little nervous, is ordinarily strong. We've known her since early childhood. Like both her sisters, she is a favourite with young and old, as nearly perfection as the most charming little girl could be. RS. Boy, age 6'5", mental age 9'6", IQ 148. When tested at age 5'2", he had a mental age of 7'6", IQ 142. Father, a university professor. RS entered school at exactly 6 years of age, and at the present writing is 7.5 years old, and is entering the 3rd grade. Leads his class in school and takes delight in the work. Is normal in play life and social traits, and is dependable and thoughtful beyond his years. Should enter high school not later than 12. Could probably be made ready a year earlier, but he is somewhat nervous. This might not be wise. TF. Boy, age 10-6, mental age 14, IQ 133. At 13-6, tested at superior adult and had vocabulary of 13,000, also superior adult. Son of a college professor. Did not go to school till the age of 9 years and was not taught to read till 8.5. At this writing, he is 15.5 years old and is a senior in high school. He will complete the high school course in 3.5 years with A to B marks, mostly A. Gets his hardest mathematics lessons in 5 to 10 minutes. Science is his play. When he discovered Hodge's Natural Study and Life at age of 11 years, he literally slept with it book until he almost knew it by heart. Since age 12, he has given much time to magazines on mechanics and electricity. At 13, he installed a wireless apparatus without other aid than his electrical magazines. He has, for a boy of his age, a rather remarkable understanding of the principles underlying electrical applications. He is known by his playmates as the boy with a hobby. Stamp collections, butterfly and moth collections, over 70 different varieties, seashore collections, and wireless apparatus all show that the appellation is fully merited. He chooses his hobbies and rides them entirely on his own initiative. JS. Boy aged 8'2", mental age 11'4", IQ 138. Father was a lawyer, parents now dead. Is in high 4th grade. Leads his class, attractive, healthy, normal appearing lad. full of good humour, is loving and obedient, strongly attached to his foster mother and aunt. Composes verses and fables for pastime. Here are a couple of verses composed before his 8th birthday. They are reproduced without change of spelling or punctuation. Christmas. Hurrah for Christmas and all its joys that come that day for girls and boys. Flowers. Flowers in the garden, that is all you see. Who likes them best? That's the honey bee. J.S. ought to be in the 5th grade instead of the 4th. He will easily be able to enter college by age of 15 if he is allowed to make his progress, which would be normal to a child of his intelligence, but it is too much to expect that the school will permit this. F. MCA. Boy aged 10-3, mental age 14-6, IQ 142. Father a school principal. F is leading his class of 24 pupils in the highest 7th grade. Has received so many extra promotions only because his father insisted that the teachers allow him to try the next grade. The dire consequences, which they predicted, have never followed. F is perfectly healthy and one of the most attractive lads a writer has ever seen. He has a normal play instincts, and when not at play, he has the dignified bearing of a young prince, although without vanity. His vocabulary is 9,014 years, and his ability is remarkably even in all directions. F should easily enter college by the age of 15. E.M. Boy age 6'11", mental age 10, IQ 145. Learned to read at age of 5 without instruction and shortly afterward had learned from geography maps the capitals of all the states of the Union. Started to school at 7.5, entered the 1st grade at 9 a.m. and had been promoted to the 4th grade by 3 p.m. on the same day. Has now attended school a half year and is in the 5th grade aged 7 years, 8 months. Father is on the faculty of a university. E.M. is as superior in personal and moral traits as his intelligence. Responsible, sturdy, playful, full of humour, loving, obedient. Health is excellent. Has had no home instruction in schoolwork. His progress has been perfectly natural. The above list of very superior children includes only a few of those we have tested who belong to this grade of intelligence. Every child in this list is so interesting that it is hard to omit any. We have found all such children, with 1 or 2 exceptions not included here, so superior to average children in all sorts of mental and moral traits that one is at a loss to understand how the popular superstitions about the queerness of bright children could have originated or survived. Nearly every child we have found with IQ above 140 is the kind one feels, before the test is over, one would like to adopt. If the crime of kidnapping could ever be forgiven, it would be in the case of a child like one of these. Genius and near genius. Intelligence tests have not been in use long enough to enable us to define genius definitely in terms of IQ. The following 2 cases are offered as among the highest test records of which the writer has personal knowledge. It is doubtful whether more than 1 child in 10,000 goes as high as either. One case has been reported, however, in which the IQ is not far from 200. Such a record, if reliable, is certainly phenomenal. E.F. Russian boy, aged 8'5", mental age 13, IQ approximately 155. Mother is a university student, apparently a very superior intelligence. E.F. has a sister almost as remarkable as himself. E.F. is in the 6th grade at the head of his class. Although about 4 grades advanced beyond his chronological age, he is still 1 grade retarded. He could easily carry 7th grade work. In all probability, E.F. could be made ready for college by the age of 12 years without injury to body or mind. His mother has taken the only sensible course. She has encouraged him without subjecting him to overstimulation. E.F. was selected for the test as probably one of the brightest children in a city of 1/3 of a million population. He may not be the brightest in the city, but he is one of 3 or 4 most intelligent the writer has found after a good deal of searching. He is probably equalled by not more than 1 in several thousand unselected children. How impatiently one waits to see the fruit of such a budding genius. B.F. Son of a minister, age 7-8. Mental age 12-4, IQ 160, vocabulary 7,012 years. This test was not made by the writer, but by one of his graduate students. The record included the verbatim responses, so that it was easy to verify the scoring. There can be no doubt as to the substantial accuracy of the test. This IQ of 160 is the highest one of the Stanford University records. BF has excellent health, normal play interests, and is a favorite among his playfellows. Parents have not thought of him as especially remarkable. He is only in the 3rd grade and is therefore about 3 grades below his mental age. It is especially noteworthy that not one of the children we have described with IQ above 130 has ever had any unusual amount or kind of home instruction. In most cases, the parents were not aware of their very great superiority, nor can we give the credit to the school or its methods. The school has, in most cases, been a deterrent to their progress rather than a help. These children have been taught in classes with average and inferior children, like those described in the first part of this chapter. Their high IQ is only an index of their extraordinary cerebral endowment. This endowment is for life. There is not the remotest probability that any of these children will deteriorate to the average level of intelligence with the onset of maturity. Such an event would be no less a miracle, barring insanity, than the development of an imbecile into a successful lawyer or physician. Is the IQ often misleading? Do the cases described in this chapter give a reliable picture as to what one may expect of the various IQ levels? Does the IQ furnish anything like a reliable index of an individual's general educational possibilities and of his social worth? Are there not feeble-minded geniuses? Are there not children of exceptionally high IQ who are nevertheless fools? We have no hesitation in saying that there is not one case in 50 in which there is any serious contradiction between the IQ and the child's performances in and out of school. We cannot deny the existence of feeble-minded geniuses, but after a good deal of search we have not found one. Occasionally, of course, one finds a feeble-minded person who is an expert penman, who draws skillfully, who plays a musical instrument tolerably well, or who handles number combinations with unusual rapidity. But these are not geniuses. They are not authors, artists, musicians, or mathematicians. As for the exceptionally intelligent children who appear feeble-minded, we have found but one case, a boy of 10 years with an IQ of about 125. This boy, who we have tested several times and whose development we have followed for 5 years, was once diagnosed by a physician as feeble-minded. His behavior among other persons than his familiar associates is such as to give this impression. Nothing less than an entire chapter would be adequate for a description of this case, which is in reality one of disturbed emotional and social development with superior intelligence. It should be emphasized, however, that what we have said about the significance of various IQs holds only for the IQ secured by the use of the Stanford revision. As we have shown elsewhere, page 62, the IQs yielded by other versions of the Binet tests are often so inaccurate as to be misleading. We have not found a single child who tested between 70 and 80 IQ by the Stanford revision who was able to do satisfactory schoolwork in the grade where he belonged by chronological age. Such children are usually from 2 to 3 grades retarded by the age of 12 years. On the other hand, the child with an IQ of 120 or above is almost never found below the grade for his chronological age, and occasionally he is 1 or 2 grades above. Wherever located, his schoolwork is so superior as to suggest strongly the desirability of extra promotions. Those who test between 96 and 105 are almost never more than 1 grade above or below where they belong by chronological age, and even the small displacement of 1 year is usually determined by illness, age of beginning school, etc. End of Chapter 6 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 7. Reliability of the Binet-Simon Method. General value of the method. In a former chapter, we have noted certain imperfections of the scale devised by Binet and Simon, namely, that many of the tests were not correctly located, that the choice of tests was in a few cases unsatisfactory, that the directions for giving and scoring the tests were sometimes too indefinite, and that the upper and lower ranges of the scale especially stood in need of extensions and corrections. All of these faults have been quite generally admitted. The method itself, however, after being put to the test by psychologists of all countries and all faiths, by the skeptical as well as the friendly, has amply demonstrated its value. The agreement on the point is as completely as it is regarding the scale's imperfections. The following quotations from prominent psychologists who have studied the method will serve to show how it is regarded by those most entitled to an opinion. There can be no question about the fact that the Binet-Simon tests do not make half as frequent or half as great errors in the mental ages of feeble-minded children as are included in gradings based on careful, prolonged general observation by experienced observers. All the different authors who have made these researches with Binet's method are in a great way unanimous in recognizing that the principle of the scale is extremely fortunate, and all believe that it offers the basis of a most useful method for the examination of intelligence. It serves as a relatively simple and speedy method of securing, by means accessible to everyone, a true insight into the average level of ability of a child between 3 and 15 years of age. that despite the differences in race and language, despite the divergences in school organization and in methods of instruction, there should be so decided agreement in the reactions of the children is, in my opinion, the best vindication of the principle of the tests that one could imagine, because this agreement demonstrates that the tests do actually reach and discover the general developmental conditions of intelligence, so far as these are operative in public school children of the present cultural epoch, and not mere fragments of knowledge and attainments acquired by chance. It is without doubt the most satisfactory and accurate method of determining a child's intelligence that we have, and so far superior to everything else which has been proposed that as yet is nothing else to be considered. The value of the method lies both in the swiftness and the accuracy with which it works. One who knows how to apply the test correctly and who is experienced in the psychological interpretation of responses can in 40 minutes arrive at a more accurate judgment as to a subject's intelligence than would be possible without the tests after months or even years of close observation. The reasons for this have already been set forth. The difference is something like that between measuring a person's height with a yardstick and estimating it by guess. That this is not an unfair statement of the case is well shown by the following candid confession by a psychologist who tested 200 juvenile delinquents brought before Judge Lindsay's court. As a matter of interest, I estimated the mental ages of 150 of my subjects before testing them. In 54 of the estimates, the error was not more than 1 year in either direction. 70 of the subjects were estimated too high, the average error being 2 years and 7 months. 26 of the subjects were estimated too low, the average error being 2 years and 2 months. These figures would seem to imply that an estimate with nothing to support it is wholly unreliable, more especially as many of the estimates were 4 or 5 years wide of the mark. Criticisms of the Binet method have also been frequently voiced, but chiefly by persons who have had little experience with it or by those whose scientific training highly justifies an opinion. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that eminence in law, medicine, education, or any other profession does not of itself enable anyone to pass judgment on the validity of a psychological method. Dependence of the scale's reliability on the training of the examiner. On this point, two radically different opinions have been urged. On the one hand, some have insisted that the results of a test made by other than a thoroughly trained psychologist are absolutely worthless. At the opposite extreme are a few who seem to think that any teacher or physician can secure perfectly valid results after a few hours' acquaintance with the tests. The dispute is one which cannot be settled by the assertion of opinion, and unfortunately, thoroughgoing investigations have not yet made as to the frequency and extent of errors made by untrained, partially trained examiners. The only study of this kind which has so far been reported is the following. Dr. Coase gives the results of tests made by 58 inexperienced teachers who were taking a summer course in the training school at Vinland. The class met 3 times a week for instruction in the use of the Binet scale. During the first week, the students listened to 3 lectures by Dr. Goddard. The second week was given over to demonstration testing. Each student saw 4 children tested and attended 2 discussion periods for an hour each. During the 3rd, 4th, and 5th weeks, each student tested 1 child per week and observed the testing of 2 others. The student was allowed to carry the test through his own way but received criticism after it was finished. Twice a week, Dr. Goddard spent an hour with the class discussing experimental procedure. The subjects tested were feeble-minded children whose exact mental ages were already known, and for this reason it was possible to check up the accuracy of each student's work. Coe's table of results for the trial testing of the 174 children showed 1. That 50% of the work was exact as anyone in the laboratory could make it. 2. That in an additional 38% of the results were within 3/5 of a year of being exact. 3. That nearly 90% of the work of the summer students was sufficiently accurate for all practical purposes. 4. That the records improved during the brief training so that during the 3rd week only 1 test missed the real mental age by as much as a year. Since hardly any of these students had any previous experience with the Binet tests, Dr. Coase seems to be entirely justified in his conclusion that it is possible, in the brief period of 6 weeks, to teach people to use the tests with a reasonable degree of accuracy. What shall we say of the teacher or of the physician who had not even had this amount of instruction? The writer's experience forces him to agree with Binet and with Dr. Goddard that anyone with intelligence enough to be a teacher and who is willing to devote conscientious study to the mastery of the technique can use the scale accurately enough to get a better idea of a child's mental endowment than he could possibly get in any other way. It is necessary, however, for the untrained person to recognize his own lack of experience, and in no case would it be justifiable to base important action or scientific conclusions upon the results of the inexpert examiner. As Binet himself repeatedly insisted, the method is not absolutely mechanical, and cannot be made so by elaboration of instructions. It is sometimes held that the examination and classification of backward children for special instruction should be carried out by the school physicians. The fact is, however, that there is nothing in the physician's training to give him any advantage over the ordinary teacher in the use of the Binet tests. Because of her more intimate knowledge of children, and because of her superior tact and adaptability, the average teacher is perhaps better equipped than the average physician to give intelligence tests. Finally, it should be emphasized that whatever the previous training or experience of the examiner may have been, his ability to adjust to the child's personality and his willingness to follow conscientiously the directions for giving the tests are important factors in his equipment. Influence of the subject's attitude. One continually meets such queries as, how do you know the subject did his best? Possibly the child was nervous or frightened, or perhaps incorrect answers were purposely given. All such objections may be disposed of by saying that the competent examiner can easily control the experiment in such a way that embarrassment is soon replaced by self-confidence, and in such a way that effort is kept at its maximum. As for mischievous deception, it would be a poor clinicist who could not recognize and deal with the little that is likely to arise. Cautions regarding embarrassment, fatigue, fright, illness, etc. are given in Chapter 9. Most of the errors which have been reported along this line are such as can nearly always be avoided by ordinary prudence, coupled with a little power of observation. We must not charge the mistakes of untrained and indiscreet examiners against the validity of the method itself. It is possibly true that even if the examiner is tactful and prudent, an unfavorable attitude on the part of the subject may occasionally affect the results of a test to some extent, but it ought not seriously to invalidate one examination out of 500. The greatest danger is in the case of a young subject who has been recently arrested and brought before a court. Even here a little common sense and scientific insight should enable one to guard against a mistaken diagnosis. The influence of coaching. It might be supposed that after the intelligence scale had been used with a few pupils in a given school, all of their fellows would soon be appraised of the nature of the tests, and so learn the correct responses. Experience shows, however, that there is little likelihood of such influence except in the case of a small minority of the tests. Experiments in the psychology of testimony have demonstrated that children's ability to report upon a complex set of experiences is astonishingly weak. In testing with the Stanford revision, a child is ordinarily given from 24 to 30 different tests, many of which are made up of 3 or more items. Of the total 40 to 50 items, the child is ordinarily able to report but few, and those not always correctly. Such tests as memory for sentences and digits, drawing the square and diamond, reproducing the designs from memory, comparing weights and lines, describing and interpreting pictures, aesthetic comparison, vocabulary, dissecting sentences, fables, reading from memories, finding differences and similarities, arithmetical reasoning, and the form-born test are hardly subject to a report at all. While almost any of the other tests might theoretically be communicated, there is little danger that many of them will be. It is assumed, of course, that the examiner will take proper precautions to prevent any of his blanks or other material from falling into the hands of those who are to be examined. The following tests are the ones most subject to the influence of coaching: ball and field, giving date, naming 60 words, finding rhymes, changing hands of clock, comprehension of physical relations, induction test, and ingenuity test. In several instances, we have interviewed children an hour or two after they have taken the examination in order to find out how many of the tests they could recall. A boy of 4 years, after repeated questioning, could only say, "He showed me some pictures. He had a knife and a penny. He told me to shut the door." A girl of 3 years could recall nothing whatever that was intelligible. An 8-year-old boy said he'd maybe tie a knot. He asked me about a ship and an auto. He wanted me to count backwards. He made me say over some things, numbers and things. A boy of 12 years said, "He told me to say all the words I could think of. He said some foolish things and asked what was foolish. He could not repeat a single absurdity. I had to put some blocks together. I had to do some problems in arithmetic. He could not repeat a single problem. He read some fables to me. Asked about the fables. He was able to recall only part of one, and that of the fox and the crow. He showed me the pictures of a field and wanted to know how to find a ball." It is evident from the above samples of report that the danger of coaching increases considerably with the age of the children concerned. With young subjects the danger is hardly present at all. With children of the upper grammar grades, in the high school, and most, if all, of the prisons and reformatories, it must be taken into account. Alternative tests may sometimes be used to advantage when there is evidence of coaching on any of the regular tests. It would be desirable to have 2 or 3 additional scales which could be used interchangeably with the Binet-Simon. Reliability of the repeated tests. Will the same tests give consistent results when used repeatedly with the same subject? In general, we may say that they do. Something depends, however, on the age and intelligence of the subject and on the time interval between the examinations. Goddard proves that feeble-minded individuals whose intelligence has reached its full development continue to test at exactly the same mental age by the Binet scale, year after year. In their case, familiarity with the tests does not in the least improve the responses. At each retesting, the responses given at previous examinations are repeated with only the most trivial variations. Of 352 feeble-minded children tested at Vineland 3 years in succession, 109 gave absolutely no variation. 232 showed a variation of not more than 2/5 of a year, while 22 gained as much as 1 year in the 3 tests. The latter presumably were younger children whose intelligence was still developing. Goddard has also tested 464 public school children for 3 successive years. Approximately half of these showed normal progress or more in mental age, while most of the remainder showed somewhat less than normal progress. Bobertag's retesting of 83 normal children after an interval of a year gave results entirely in harmony with those of Goddard. The reapplication of the tests showed absolutely no influence of familiarity, the correlation of the 2 tests being almost perfect, 0.95. Those who tested at age in the first test had advanced on the average exactly 1 year. Those who tested plus in the first test advanced in the 12 months about a year and a quarter, as we should expect those to do whose mental development is accelerated. Correspondingly, those who tested minus at the first test advanced only about 3/4 of a year in mental age during the interval. Our own results with a mixed group of normal, superior, dull, and feeble-minded children agree fully with the above findings. In this case, the 2 tests were separated by an interval of 2 to 4 years, and the correlation between their results was practically perfect. The average difference between the IQ obtained in the second test and that obtained in the first test was only 4%, and the greatest difference found was only 8%. The repetition of the tests at shorter intervals will perhaps affect the results somewhat more, but the influence is much less than one might expect. The writer has tested, at intervals of only a few days to a few weeks, 14 backward children of 12 to 18 years and 8 normal children of 5 to 13 years. The backward children showed an average improvement in the second test of about 2 months in mental age, the normal children an average improvement of little more than 3 months. No child varied in the second test more than half a year from the mental age first secured. On the whole, normal children profit more from the experience of previous tests than do the backward and feeble-minded. Berry tested 45 normal children and 50 defectives with the Binet 1908 and 1911 scales at brief intervals. The author does not state which scale was applied first, but the mental ages secured by the 2 scales were practically the same when allowances was made for the slightly greater difficulty of the 1911 series of tests. We may conclude, therefore, that while it would probably be desirable to have 1 or more additional scales for alternative use in testing the same children at very brief intervals, the same scale may be used for repeated tests at intervals of a year or more with little danger of serious inaccuracy. Moreover, results like those set forth above are important evidence as to the validity of the test method. The influence of social and educational advantages. The criticism has often been made that the responses to many of the tests are so much subject to the influence of school and home environment as seriously to invalidate the scale as a whole. Some of the tests most often named in this connection are the following: giving age and sex, naming common objects, colors and coins, giving the value of stamps, giving date, naming the months of the year and the days of the week, distinguishing forenoon and afternoon, counting, making change, reading from memories, naming 60 words, giving definitions, finding rhymes, and constructing a sentence containing 3 given words. It has in fact been found, wherever comparisons have been made, that children of superior social status yield a higher average mental age than children of the labouring classes. The results of De Clory and De Gand, and of Newman, Stone, and Binet himself may be referred to in this connection. In the case of the Stanford investigation also, it was found that when the unselected school children were grouped in 3 classes according to social status, superior, average, and inferior, the average IQ for the superior social group was 107, and that of the inferior social group 93. This is equivalent to a difference of 1 year in mental age with 7-year-olds and to a difference of 2 years with 14-year-olds. However, the common opinion that the child from a cultured home does better in tests solely by reason of his superior home advantages is an entirely gratuitous assumption. Practically all of the investigations which have been made of the influence of nature and nurture on mental performance agree in attributing far more to original endowment than to environment. Common observation would itself suggest that the social class to which the family belongs depends less on chance than on the parents' native qualities of intellect and character. The results of 5 separate and distinct lines of inquiry based on the Stanford data agree in supporting the conclusion that the children of successful and cultured parents test higher than children from wretched and ignorant homes for the simple reason that their heredity is better. The results of this investigation are set forth in full elsewhere. It would, of course, be going too far to deny all possibility of environmental conditions affecting the result of an intelligence test. Certainly, no one would expect that a child reared in a cage and denied all intercourse with other human beings could be, by any system of mental measurement, test up to the level of normal children. There is, however, no reason to believe that ordinary differences in social environment, apart from hereditary differences such as those obtaining among unselected children attending approximately the same general type of school in a civilized community, affects to any great extent the validity of the scale. A crucial experiment would be to take a large number of very young children of the lower classes and, after placing them in the most favorable environment obtainable, to compare their later mental development with that of children born into the best homes. No extensive study of this kind has been made, but the writer has tested 20 orphaned children who for the most part had come from very inferior homes. They had been in a well-conducted orphanage from 2 to several years and had enjoyed during that time the advantages of an excellent village school. Nevertheless, all but 3 tested below average, ranging from 75 to 90 IQ. The impotence of school instruction to neutralize individual differences in native endowment will be evident to anyone who follows the school career of backward children. The children who are seriously retarded in school are not normal and cannot be made normal by any refinement of educational method. As a rule, the longer the inferior child attends school, the more evident his inferiority becomes. It would hardly be reasonable, therefore, to expect that a little incidental instruction in the home would weigh very heavily against the same native differences in endowment. Cases like the following show conclusively that it does not. X is the son of unusually intelligent and well-educated parents. The home is everything one would expect of people of scholarly pursuits and cultivated tastes, but X has always been irresponsible, troublesome, childish, and queer. He learned to walk at 2 years, to talk at 3, and has always been delicate and nervous. When brought for examination, he was 8 years old. He had twice attempted schoolwork, but could accomplish nothing and was withdrawn. His play life was not normal, and other children, younger than himself, abused and tormented him. The Binet test gave an IQ of approximately 75. That is, the retardation amounted to about 2 years. The child was examined again 3 years later. At that time, after attending school 2 years, he had recently completed the first grade. This time the IQ was 73. Strange to say, the mother is encouraged and hopeful because she sees that her boy is learning to read. She does not seem to realize that at his age he ought to be within 3 years of entering high school. The 40-minute test had told more about his mental ability of this boy than the intelligent mother had been able to learn in 11 years of daily and hourly observation. For X is feeble-minded. He will never complete the grammar school. He will never be an efficient worker or a responsible citizen. Let us change the picture. Z is a bright-eyed, dark-skinned girl of 9 years. She is dark-skinned because her father is a mixture of Indian and Spanish. The mother is of Irish descent. With her strangely mated parents and 2 brothers, she lives in a dirty, cramped, and poorly furnished house in the country. The parents are illiterate, and the brothers are retarded and dull, though not feeble-minded. It is Z's turn to be tested. I inquire the name. It is familiar, for I have already tested the 2 stupid brothers. I also know her ignorant parents and the miserable cabin in which she lives. The examination begins with the 8-year tests. The responses are quick and accurate. We proceed to the 9-year group. There is no failure, and there is but one minor error. Successes and failures alternate for a while until the latter prevail. Z has tested at 11 years. In spite of her wretched home, she is mentally advanced nearly 25%. By the vocabulary test, she is credited with the knowledge of nearly 6,000 words, or nearly 4 times as many as X, the boy of cultured home and scholarly parents, had learned by the age of 8 years. 5 years have passed. When given the test, Z was in the 4th grade and, as we have already stated, 9 years of age. As a result of the test, she was transferred to the 5th grade. Later she skipped again, and at the age of 14 is a successful student in the 2nd year of high school. To assay her intelligence and determine its quality was a task of 45 minutes. The above cases, each of which could be paralleled by many others which we have found, will serve to illustrate the fact that exceptionally superior endowment is discoverable by the tests, however unfavorable the home from which it comes, and that inferior endowment cannot be normalized by all the advantages of the most cultured home. Quoting again from Stern, the tests actually reach and discover the general developmental conditions of intelligence and not mere fragments of knowledge and attainments acquired by chance. End of Chapter 7 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis-Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 8. General Instructions. Necessity of securing attention and effort. The child's intelligence is to be judged by success in the performance of certain tasks. These tasks may appear to the examiner to be very easy indeed, but we must bear in mind that they are often anything but easy for the child. Real effort and attention are necessary for his success, and occasionally even his best effort falls short of the desired results. If the tests are to display the child's real intellectual ability, it will be necessary, therefore, to avoid as nearly as possible every disturbing factor which would divide his attention or in any other way injure the quality of his responses. To ensure this, it will be necessary to consider somewhat in detail a number of factors which influence effort, such as degree of quiet, the nature of surroundings, presence or absence of others, means of gaining the child's confidence, the avoidance of embarrassment, fatigue, etc. One should not expect, however, to secure an absolutely equal degree of attention from all subjects. The power to give sustained attention to a difficult task is characteristically weak in dull and feeble-minded children. What we should labor to secure is a maximum attention of which the child is capable, and if this is unsatisfactory without external cause, we are to regard the fact as symptomatic of inferior mental ability, not as an extenuating factor or an excuse for lack of success in the tests. Attention, of course, cannot be normal if any acute physical or mental disturbance is present. Toothache, headache, earache, nausea, fever, cold, etc. all render the test inadvisable. The same is true of mental anxiety or fear, as in the case of the child who has just been arrested and brought before the court. Quiet and seclusion. The tests should be conducted in a quiet room, located where the noises of the street and other outside distractions cannot enter. A reasonably small room is better than a very large one because it is more homelike. The furnishings of the room should be simple. A table and 2 chairs are sufficient. If the room contains a number of unfamiliar objects, such as psychological apparatus, pictures on the walls, etc., the attention of the child is likely to be drawn away from the tasks which he is given to do. The halls and corridors which it is sometimes necessary to use in testing school children are usually noisy, cold, or otherwise objectionable. Presence of others. A still more disturbing influence is the presence of others. Generally speaking, if accurate results are to be secured, it is not permissible to have any auditor, besides possibly an assistant, to record the responses. Even the assistant, however quiet and unobtrusive, is sometimes a disturbing element. Though something of a convenience, the assistant is by no means necessary after the examiner has thoroughly mastered the procedure of the tests and has acquired some skill in the use of abbreviations in recording and answers. If an assistant or any other person is present, he should be seated somewhat behind the child, not too close, and should take no notice of the child either when he enters the room or at any time during the examination. At all events, the presence of parent, teacher, school principal, or governess is to be avoided. Contrary to what one might expect, these distract the child much more than a strange personality would do. Their critical attitude towards the child's performance is very likely to cause embarrassment. If the child is alone with the examiner, he is more at ease from the mere fact that he does not feel that there is a reputation to sustain. The praise so lavishly bestowed upon him by the friendly and sympathetic examiner lends to the same effect. As Binet emphasizes, if the presence of others cannot be avoided, it is at least necessary to require of them absolute silence. Parents and sometimes teachers have an almost irrepressible tendency to interrupt the examination with excuses for the child's failures and with disturbing explanations which are likely to aid the child in comprehending the required task. Without the least intention of doing so, they sometimes practically tell the child how to respond. Parents, especially, cannot refrain from scolding the child or showing impatience when his answers do not come up to expectation. This, of course, endangers the child's success still further. The psychologist is not surprised at such conduct. It would be foolish to expect average parents, even apart from their bias in the particular case at hand, to adopt the scientific attitude of the trained examiner. Since we cannot, in a few moments at our disposal, make them over into psychologists, our only recourse is to deal with them by exclusion. This is not to say that it is impossible to test a child satisfactorily in the presence of others. If the examiner is experienced, and if the child is not timid, it is sometimes possible to make a successful test in the presence of quite a number of auditors, provided they remain silent, refrain from staring, and otherwise conduct themselves with discretion. But not even the veteran examiner can always be sure of the outcome in demonstration testing. Getting into rapport. The examiner's first task is to win the confidence of the child and overcome his timidity. Unless rapport has first been established, the results of the first tests given are likely to be misleading. Time and effort necessary for accomplishing this are variable factors, depending upon the personality of both the examiner and the subject. In a majority of cases, from 3 to 5 minutes should be sufficient, but in a few cases somewhat more time is necessary. The writer has found that when a strange child is brought to the clinic for examination, it is advantageous to go out of doors with him for a little walk around the university buildings. It is usually possible to return from such a stroll within a few minutes, with the child chattering away as though to an old friend. Another approach is to begin by showing the child some interesting object, such as a toy, or a form board, or pictures not used in the test. The only danger in this method is that the child is likely to find the object so interesting that he may not be willing to abandon it for the tests, or that his mind will keep reverting to it during the examination. Still another method is to give the child his seat as soon as he is ushered into the room, and, after a word of greeting, which must be spoken in a kindly tone but without gushiness, to open up a conversation about matters likely to be of interest. The weather, place of residence, pets, sports, games, toys, travels, current events, etc. are suitable topics if rightly employed. When the child has begun to express himself without timidity, and it is clear that his confidence has been gained, one may proceed, as though in continuance of the conversation, to inquire the name, age, and school grade. The examiner notes these down in the appropriate blanks, rather unconcernedly, at the same time complimenting the child, unless it is clearly a case of serious retardation, on the fine progress he has made with his studies. Keeping the child encouraged. Nothing contributes more to a satisfactory report than praise of the child's efforts. Under no circumstances should the examiner permit himself to show displeasure at a response, however absurd it may be. In general, the poorer the response, the better satisfied one should appear to be with it. An error is always to be passed by without comment, unless it is painfully evident to the child himself, in which case the examiner will do well to make some excuse for it, e.g., "You are not quite old enough to answer questions like that one, but never mind, you are doing beautifully," etc. Exclamations like "fine," "splendid," etc. should be used lavishly. Almost any innocent deception is permissible which keeps the child interested, confident, and at his best level of effort. The examination should begin with tests that are fairly easy in order to give the child a little experience with success before the more difficult tests are reached. The importance of tact. It goes without saying that children's personalities are not so uniform and simple that we can adhere always to a single stereotype procedure in working our way into their good graces. Suggestions like the above have value, but, like rules of etiquette, they must be supported by the tact which comes of intuition and cannot be taught. The address which flatters and pleases one child may excite disgust in another. The examiner must scent this situation and adapt his method to it. One child is timid and embarrassed. Another may think his mental powers are under suspicion and so react with sullen obstinacy. A third may be in an angry mood as a result of a recent playground quarrel. Situations like these are of course exceptional, but in any case it is necessary to create in the child a certain mood or indefinable attitude of mind before the test begins. Personality of the examiner. Doubtless there are persons so lacking in personal adaptability that success in this kind of work would be for them impossible. The wooden, mechanical, matter-of-fact, and unresponsive personality is as much out of place in the psychological clinic as the traditional bull in the china shop. It would make an interesting study for someone to investigate, by exact methods, the influence on test results of personality of different examiners who have been equally trained in the methods to be employed and who are equally conscientious in applying them according to rules. On the whole, differences of this kind are probably not very great among experienced and reasonably competent examiners. Adaptability grows with experience and with increase of self-confidence. After a few test scores, there should be no serious failure from inability to get into rapport with the child. Even in those rare cases where the child breaks down and cries from timidity, or perhaps refuses to answer out of embarrassment, the difficulty can be overcome by sufficient tact so that the examination may proceed as though nothing had happened. If the examiner has the proper psychological and personal equipment, the testing of 20 or 30 children forms a fairly satisfactory apprenticeship. Without psychological training, no amount of experience will guarantee absolute accuracy of the results. The avoidance of fatigue. Against the validity of intelligence tests, it is often argued that the result of an examination depends a great deal on the time of day when it is made, whether in the morning hours, when the mind is at its best, or in the afternoon, when it is supposedly fatigued. Although no very extensive investigation has been made of this influence, there is no evidence that the ordinary fatigue incident to schoolwork injures a child's performance precipitously. Our tests of 1,000 children show no inferiority of results secured from 1 to 4 p.m., as compared with tests made from 9 to 12 a.m. An explanation for this is not hard to find. Although schoolwork causes fatigue, in the sense that a part of the child's available supply of mental energy is used up, there is always a reserve of energy sufficient to carry the child through a 30 to 50-minute test. The fact that the required tasks are novel and interesting to a high degree ensures that the reserve energy will really be brought into play. This principle, of course, has its natural limits. The examiner would avoid testing a child who was exhausted either from work or play, or a child who was noticeably sleepy. Duration of the examination. About the only danger of fatigue lies in making the examination too long. Young children show symptoms of weariness much more quickly than older children, and it is therefore fortunate that not so much time is needed for testing them. The following allowances of time will usually be found sufficient. Children 3 to 5 years old, 25 to 30 minutes. Children 6 to 8 years old, 30 to 40 minutes. Children 9 to 12 years old, 40 to 50 minutes. Children 13 to 15 years old, 50 to 60 minutes. Adults, 60 to 90 minutes. This allowance ordinarily includes the time necessary for getting into rapport with the child, in addition to that actually consumed in the tests. But the examiner need not expect to hold fast to any schedule. Some subjects respond in a lively manner. Others are exasperatingly slow. It is more often the mentally retarded child who answers slowly, but exceptions to this rule are not uncommon. One 8-year-old boy examined by the writer answered hesitatingly that it required 2 sittings of nearly an hour each to complete the test. The result, however, showed a mental age of 11.5 years, or an IQ of 143. It is permissible to hurry the child by the occasional, "That's fine, now quickly," etc. But in doing this, caution must be exercised, or the child's mental process may be blocked. The appearance of nagging must be carefully avoided. If the test goes so slowly that it cannot be completed in the above limits of time, it is usually best to stop and complete the examination at another time. When this is not possible, it is advisable to take a 10-minute intermission and a little walk out of doors. Time can be saved by having all the necessary materials close at hand and conveniently arranged. The coins should be kept in a separate purse, and the pictures, colors, stamps, and designs for drawing should be mounted on stiff cardboard, which may be punched and kept in a notebook cover. The series of sentences, digits, comprehension questions, fables, etc. should either be mounted in similar fashion or else printed in full on the record sheets used in the tests. The latter is more convenient. All other materials should be kept where they will not have to be hunted for. Besides saving valuable time, a little methodical foresight of this kind adds to the success of the test. If the child is kept waiting, the test loses its interest and attention strays. See to it, if possible, that no lull occurs in the performance. Inexperienced examiners sometimes waste time foolishly by stopping to instruct the child on his failures. This is undoubtedly bad, for besides losing time, it makes the child conscious of the imperfection of his responses and creates embarrassment. Adhere to the purpose of the test, which is to ascertain the child's intellectual level, not to instruct him. Desirable range of testing. There are 2 considerations here of equal importance. It is necessary to make the examination thorough, but in the pursuit of thoroughness, we must be careful not to produce fatigue or ennui. Unless there is reason to suspect mental retardation, it is usually best to begin with the group of tests just below the child's age. However, if there is a failure in the tests of that group, it is necessary to go back and try all the tests of the previous group. In like manner, the examination should be carried up the scale until a test group has been found in which all the tests are failed.
It must be admitted, however, that because of time limitations and fatigue, it is not always practicable to adhere to this ideal of thoroughness.
In testing normal children, little error will result if we go back no further than the year which yielded only 1 failure. And if we stop with the year in which there was only 1 success, this is the lowest permissible limit of thoroughness. Defectives are more uneven mentally than normal children, and therefore scatter their successes and failures over a wider range. With such subjects, it is absolutely imperative that the test be thorough. In the case of defectives, it is sometimes necessary to begin with random testing until a rough idea is gained of the mental level, but the skilled observer soon becomes able to utilize symptoms of the child's conversation and conduct and to dispense with most of this preliminary exploration. Order of giving the tests. The child's efforts in the tests are sometimes markedly influenced by the order in which they are given. If language tests or memory tests are given first, the child is likely to be embarrassed. More suitable to begin with are those which test knowledge or judgment about objective things, such as the pictures, weights, stamps, bow knot, colors, coins, counting pennies, number of fingers, right and left, time orientation, ball and field, paper folding, etc. Tests like naming 60 words, finding rhymes, giving differences or similarities, making sentences, repeating sentences, and drawing are especially unsuitable because they tend to provoke self-consciousness. The tests, as arranged in this revision, are in the order which it is usually best to follow, but one should not hesitate to depart from the order given when it seems best in a given case to do so. It is necessary to be constantly alert so that when the child shows a tendency to balk at a given type of test, such as those of memory, language, numbers, drawing, comprehension, etc., the work can be shifted to more agreeable tasks. When the child is at his ease again, it is usually possible to return to the troublesome tests with better success. In the case of 8-year-old D.C., who is a speech defective but otherwise above normal, it was quite impossible at the first sitting to give such tests as sentence making, naming 60 words, reading, repeating sentences, giving definitions, etc. At each test of this type, the child's voice broke and he was ready to cry, due no doubt to sensitiveness regarding his speech defect. Others do everything willingly except the drawing and copying. The younger children sometimes refuse to repeat the sentences or digits. In all such cases, it is best to pass on to something else. After a few minutes, the rejected task may be done willingly. Coaxing to be avoided. Although we should always encourage the child to believe that he can answer correctly, if he will only try, we must avoid the common practice of dragging out responses by too much urging and coaxing. The sympathies of the examiner tend to lead him into the habit of repeating and explaining the question if the child does not answer promptly. This is nearly always a mistake, for the question is one which should be understood. Besides, explanations and coaxing are too often equivalent to answering the questions for the child. It is almost impossible to impress this danger sufficiently upon the untrained examiner. One who is not familiar with the psychology of suggestion may put the answer in the child's mouth without suspecting what he is doing. Adhering to formula. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that unless we follow a standardized procedure, the tests lose their significance. The danger is chiefly that of unintentionally and unconsciously introducing variations which will affect the meaning of the test. One who has not had a thorough training in the methods of mental testing cannot appreciate how numerous are the opportunities for the unconscious transformation of a test. Many of these are pointed out in the description of the individual tests, but it would be folly to undertake to warn the experimenter against every possible error of this kind. Sometimes the omission or the addition of a single phrase in giving the test will alter materially the significance of the response. Only the trained psychologist can vary the formula without risk of invalidating the result, and even he must be on his guard. All sorts of misunderstandings regarding the correct placing of tests and regarding their accuracy or inaccuracy have come about through the failure of different investigators to follow the same procedure. One who would use the tests for any serious purpose, therefore, must study the procedure for each and every test until he knows it thoroughly. After that, a considerable amount of practice is necessary before one learns to avoid slips. During the early stages of practice, it is necessary to refer to the printed instructions frequently in order to check up errors before they have become habitual. The instructions hitherto available are at fault in not defining the procedure with sufficient definitiveness, and it is the purpose of this volume to make good this deficiency as far as possible. It is too much, however, to suppose that the instructions can be made foolproof, with whatever definiteness they may be set forth. Situations are sure to arise which the examiner cannot be formally prepared for. There is no limit to the multitude of misunderstandings possible. After testing hundreds of children, one still finds new examples of misapprehension. In a few such cases, the instruction may be repeated. If there is reason to think the child's hearing was at fault or if some extraordinary distraction had occurred, but unless otherwise stated in the directions, the repetition of a question is ordinarily to be avoided. Supplementary explanations are hardly ever permissible. In short, numberless situations may arise in the use of a test which may injure the validity of the response. events which cannot always be dealt with by a preconceived rule. Accordingly, although we must urge unceasingly the importance of following the standard procedure, it is not to be supposed that formulas are an adequate substitute either for scientific judgment or for common sense. Scoring. The exact method of scoring the individual tests is set forth in the following chapters. Reference to the record booklet for use in testing will show that the records are to be kept in detail. Each subdivision of a test should be scored separately, in order that the clinical picture may be as complete as possible. This helps the final evaluation of the results. It makes much difference. For example, whether success in repeating 6 digits is earned by repeating all 3 correctly or only 1, or whether the child's lack of success with the absurdities is due to failure on 2, 3, 4, or all of them. Time should be recorded whenever called for in the record blanks. Recording responses. Plus and minus signs alone are usually not sufficient. Whenever possible, the entire response should be recorded. If the test results are to be used by any other person than the examiner, this is absolutely essential. Any other standard of completeness opens the door to a carelessness and inaccuracy. In nearly all the tests, except that of naming 60 words, the examiner will find it possible by the liberal use of abbreviations to record practically the entire response verbatim. In doing so, however, one must be careful to avoid keeping the child waiting. Occasionally, it is necessary to leave off recording altogether because of the embarrassment sometimes aroused in the child by seeing his answer written down. The writer has met the latter difficulty several times. When, for any reason, it is not feasible to record anything more than score marks, success may be indicated by the sign plus, failure by minus, and half credit by 1/2. An exceptionally good response may be indicated by plus plus, and an exceptionally poor response by minus minus. If there is a slight doubt about a success or failure, the sign question mark may be added to the plus or minus. In general, however, score the response either plus or minus, avoiding half credit as far as it is possible to do so. If the entire response is not recorded, it is necessary to record at least the score mark for each test when the test is given. It must be borne in mind that scoring is not a purely mechanical affair. Instead, the judgment of the examiner must come into play with every record made. If the scoring is delayed, there is not only the danger of forgetting a response, but the judgment is likely to be influenced by the subject's responses to succeeding questions. Our special record booklet contains wide margins, so that extended notes and observations regarding the child's responses and behavior can be recorded as the test proceeds. Scattering of successes. It is sometimes a source of concern to the untrained examiner that the successes and failures should be scattered over quite an extensive range of years. Why, it may be asked, should not a child who has 10-year intelligence answer correctly all the tests up to and include Group 10 and fail on all the tests beyond? There are 2 reasons why such is almost never the case. In the first place, the intelligence of an individual is ordinarily not even. There are many different kinds of intelligence, and in some of these the subject is better endowed than in others. A second reason lies in the fact that no test can be purely and simply a test of native intelligence. Given a certain degree of intelligence, accidents of experience and training bring it about that this intelligence will work more successfully with some kinds of material than with others. For both these reasons, there results a scattering of successes and failures over 3 or 4 years. The subject first fails on 1 or 2 tests of a group, then in 2 or 3 tests of the following group. The number of failures increasing until there are no successes at all. Success tapers off from 100% to 0. Once in a great while, a child fails on several of the tests of a given year and succeeds with a majority of those in the next higher year. This is only an extreme instance of uneven intelligence or of specialized experience and does not necessarily reflect upon the reliability of the test for children in general. The method of calculation given above strikes a kind of average and gives the general level of intelligence, which is essentially the thing we want to know. Supplementary considerations. It would be a mistake to suppose that any set of mental tests could be devised which would give us complete information about a child's native intelligence. There are no tests which are absolutely pure tests of intelligence. All are influenced to a greater or less degree also by training and by social environment. For this reason, all the ascertainable facts bearing on such influences should be added to the record of the mental examination and should be given due weight in reaching a final conclusion as to the level of intelligence. The following supplementary information should be gathered where possible. 1. Social status: very superior, superior, average, inferior, or very inferior. 2. The teacher's estimate of the child's intelligence: very superior, superior, average, inferior, or very inferior. 3. School opportunities, including years of attendance, regularity, retardation or acceleration, etc. 4. Quality of schoolwork, very superior, superior, average, inferior, or very inferior. 5. Physical handicaps, if any. Adenoids, diseased tonsils, partial deafness, imperfect vision, malnutrition, etc. In addition, the examiner will need to take account of the general attitude of the child during the examination. This is provided for in the record blanks under the heading Comments. The comments should describe as fully as possible the conduct and attitude of the child during the examination, with emphasis upon such disturbing factors as fear, timidity, unwillingness to answer, overconfidence, carelessness, lack of attention, etc. Sometimes also it is desirable to verify the child's age and to make record of the verification. Once more, let it be argued that no degree of mechanical perfection of the tests can ever take the place of good judgment and psychological insight. Intelligence is too complicated to be weighed like a bag of grain by anyone who can read figures. Alternative tests. The tests designated as alternative tests are not intended for regular use. Inasmuch as they have been standardized and belong in the year group where they are placed, they may be used as substitute tests on certain occasions. Sometimes one of the regular tests is spoiled in giving it, or the requisite material for it may not be at hand. Sometimes there may be reason to suspect that the subject has become acquainted with some of the tests. In such cases, it is a great convenience to have a few substitutes available. It is necessary, however, to warn against a possible misuse of alternative tests. It is not permissible to count success in an alternative test as offsetting failure in a regular test. This would give the subject too much leeway of failure. There are very exceptional cases, however, when it is legitimate to break this rule, namely, when one of the regular tests would be obviously unfair to the subject being tested. In Year X, for example, one of the 3 alternative tests should be substituted for the reading test, Year X, Test 4, in case we are testing a subject who has not had the equivalent of at least 2 years of school work. In Year VIII, it would be permissible to substitute the alternative test of naming 6 coins instead of the vocabulary test in the case of a subject who came here from home where English was not spoken. In VII, it would perhaps not be unfair to substitute the alternative test in place of the test of copying a diamond, in the case of the subject who, because of timidity or embarrassment, refused to attempt the diamond. But it would be going entirely too far to substitute an alternative test in the place of every regular test which the subject responded to by silence. In a large majority of cases, persistent silence deserves to be scored failure. Certain tests have been made alternatives because of their inferior value, some because the presence of other tests of similar nature in the same year rendered them less necessary. Finding mental age. As there are 6 tests in each age group, from 3 to 10, each test in this part of the scale counts 2 months towards mental age. There are 8 tests in Group 12, which, because of the omission of the 11-year group, have a combined value of 24 months, or 3 months each. Similarly, each of the 6 tests in 14 has a value of 4 months. 24 divided by 6 equals 4. The tests of the average adult group are given a value of 5 months each, and those of the superior adult group a value of 6 months each. These values are, in a sense, arbitrary, but they are justified in the fact that they are such as to cause ordinary adults to test at the average adult level. The calculation of mental age is therefore simplicity itself. The rule is 1. Credit the subject with all the tests below the point where the examination begins, remembering that the examination goes back until a year group has been found in which all the tests are passed. And 2. Add to this basal credit 2 months each for each test passed successfully, up to and including Year 10, 3 months for each test passed in 12, 4 months for each test passed in 14, 5 months for each success in average adult, and 6 months for each success in superior adult. For example, let us suppose that a child passes all the tests in 6, 5 of the 6 tests in 7, 3 in 8, 2 in 9, and 1 in 10. The total credit earned is as follows. Credit presupposed, years 1 to 5, 5 years. Credit earned in 6, 6 tests passed, 2 months each, 1 year. Credit earned in 7, 5 tests passed, 2 months each, 10 months. Credit earned in 8, 3 tests passed, 2 months each, 6 months. Credit earned in 9, 2 tests passed, 2 months each, 4 months. Credit earned in 10, 1 test passed, 2 months, 2 months each. Total credit, 7 years, 10 months. Taking a subject who tests higher, let us suppose the following tests are passed, all in 10, 6 of the 8 in 12, 2 of the 6 in 14, and 1 of the 6 in average adult. The total credit is as follows. Credit presupposed, years 1 to 9, 9 years. Credit earned in 10, 6 tests passed, 2 months each, 1 year. Credit earned in 12, 6 tests passed, 3 months each, 1 year, 6 months. Credit earned in 14, 2 tests passed, 4 months each, 0 years, 8 months. Credit earned in average adult, 1 success, 5 months, 5 months. Total credit, 12 years, 7 months. One other point, if one or more tests of a year group have been omitted, as sometimes happens either from oversight or lack of time, the question arises how the tests which were given in such a year group should be evaluated. Suppose, for example, a subject has been given only 4 of the 6 tests in a given year and that he passes 2 or half of those given. In such a case, the probability would be that had all 6 tests been given, 3 would have been passed, that is, 1/2 of all. It is evident, therefore, that when a test has been omitted, a proportionally larger value should be assigned to each of those given. If all 6 tests are given in any year group below 12, each has a value of 2 months. If only 4 are given, each has a value of 3 months. 12 divided by 4 equals 3. If 5 tests only are given, each has a value of 2.4 months. 12 divided by 5 equals 2.4. If in year group 12 only 6 of the 8 tests are given, each has a value of 4 months. 24 divided by 6 equals 4. If in the average adult group only 5 of the 6 tests are given, each has a value of 6 months instead of the usual 5 months. In this connection, it will need to be remembered that the 6 average adult tests have a combined value of 30 months, 6 tests, 5 months each. Also, that the combined value of the 6 superior adult tests is 36 months. 6 multiplied by 6 equals 36. Accordingly, if only 5 of the 6 superior adult tests are given, the value of each is 36 divided by 5 equals 7.2 months. For example, let us suppose that a subject has been tested as follows. All the 6 tests in 10 were given and all were passed. Only 6 of the 8 in 12 were given and 5 were passed. 5 of the 6 in 14 were given and 3 were passed. 5 of the 6 in average adult were given and 1 was passed. 5 were given in superior adult and no credit earned. The result would be as follows. Credit presupposed, years 1 to 9, 9 years. Credit earned in 10, 6 given, 6 successes, 1 year. Credit earned in 12, 6 given, 5 passed. Unit value of each test given is 24 divided by 6 equals 4. Total value of the 5 tests passed is 5 multiplied by 4, or 1 year, 8 months. Credit earned in 14, 5 tests given, 3 passed. Unit value of each of the 5 given is 24 divided by 5 equals 4.8. Value of the 3 passed is 3 multiplied by 4.8, or 0 years, 14 plus months. Credit earned in average adult, 5 tests given, 1 passed. Unit value of the 5 tests given is 30 divided by 5 equals 6. Value of 1 success, 0 years, 6 months. Credit earned in superior adult, 0 years, 0 months. Total credit, 13 years, 4 plus months. The calculation of mental age is really simpler than our verbal illustrations make it appear. After the operation has been performed 20 or 30 times, it can be done in less than half a minute without danger of error. The use of the intelligence quotient. As elsewhere explained, the mental age alone does not tell us what we want to know about a child's intelligence status. The significance of a given number of years of retardation or acceleration depends upon the age of the child. A 3-year-old child who is retarded 1 year is ordinarily feeble-minded. A 10-year-old retarded 1 year is only a little below normal. The child who at 3 years of age is retarded 1 year will probably be retarded 2 years at the age of 6, 3 years at the age of 9, and 4 years at the age of 12. What we want to know, therefore, is the ratio existing between mental age and real age. This is the intelligence quotient, or IQ. To find it, we simply divide mental age, expressed in years and months, by real age, also expressed in years and months. The process is easier if we express each age in terms of months alone before dividing. The division can, of course, be performed almost instantaneously and with much less danger of error by the use of a slide rule or a division table. One who has to calculate many intelligence quotients should by all means use some kind of mechanical help. How to find the IQ of adult subjects. Native intelligence, insofar as it can be measured by tests now available, appears to improve but little after the age of 15 or 16 years. It follows that in calculating the IQ of an adult subject, it will be necessary to disregard the years he has lived beyond the point where intelligence attains its final development. Although the location of this point is not exactly known, it will be sufficiently accurate for our purpose to assume its location at 16 years. Accordingly, any person over 16 years of age, however old, is for purposes of calculating IQ considered to be just 16 years old. If a youth of 18 and a man of 60 years both have a mental age of 12 years, the IQ in each case is 16 divided by 12, or 0.75. The significance of various values of the IQ is set forth elsewhere. Here it need only be repeated that 100 IQ means exactly average intelligence, that nearly all who are below 70 or 75 IQ are feeble-minded, and that the child of 125 IQ is about as much above the average as a high-grade feeble-minded individual is below the average. For ordinary purposes, all who fall between 95 and 105 IQ may be considered as average in intelligence. Material for use in testing. It is strongly recommended that in testing by the Stanford revision, the regular Stanford record booklets be used. These are so arranged as to make testing accurate, rapid, and convenient. They contain square, diamond, round field, vocabulary list, fables, sentences, digits, and selections for memory tests. The reading selection, barred for scoring, the dissected sentences, arithmetical problems, etc. One is required for each child tested. End of Chapter 8 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9. Instructions for Year 3. Test 1. Pointing to parts of the body. Procedure. After getting the child's attention, say, "Show me your nose." Put your finger on your nose. Same with eyes, mouth, and hair. Tact is often necessary to overcome timidity. If 2 or 3 repetitions of the instructions fail to bring a response, point at the child's chin or ear and say, "Is this your nose? No? Then where is your nose?" Sometimes, after one has tried 2 or 3 parts of the test without eliciting any response, the child may suddenly release his inhibitions and answer all the questions promptly. In case of persistent refusal to respond, it is best not to harass the child for an answer, but to leave the test for a while and return to it later. This is a rule which applies generally throughout the scale. In the case of one exceptionally timid little girl, it was impossible to get any response by the usual procedure, but immediately when a doll was shown, the child pointed willingly to its nose, eyes, mouth, and hair. The device was successful because it withdrew the child's attention from herself and centered upon something objective. Scoring. 3 responses out of 4 must be correct. Instead of pointing, the child sometimes responds by winking the eyes, opening the mouth, etc., which is counted as satisfactory. Remarks. Binet's purpose in this test is to ascertain whether the subject is capable of comprehending simple language. The ability to comprehend and use language is indeed one of the most reliable indications of the grade of mental development. The appreciation of gestures comes first, then the comprehension of language heard, next the ability to repeat words and sentences mechanically, and finally the ability to use language as a means of communication. The present test, however, is not more strictly a test of language comprehension than the others of the 3-year group, and in any case, it could not be said to mark the beginning of the power to comprehend spoken language. That is fairly well advanced by the age of 2 years. The test closely resembles Year 3 Test 2, naming familiar objects, and Year 3 Test 3, enumeration of objects in a picture, except that it brings in a personal element and gives some clue to the development of the sense of self. All the data agree in locating the test at Year 3. Test 2. Naming familiar objects. Procedure. Use a key, a penny, a closed knife, a watch, and an ordinary lead pencil. The key should be the usual large-sized door key, not one of the Yale type. The penny should not be too new, for the freshly made, untarnished penny resembles very little the penny usually seen. Any ordinary pocket knife may be used, and it is to be shown unopened. The formula is, "What is this?" or "Tell me what this is." Scoring. There must be at least 3 correct responses out of 5. A response is not correct unless the object is named. It is not sufficient for the child merely to show that he knows its use. A child, for example, may take the pencil and begin to mark with it, or go to the door and insert the key in the lock. But this is not sufficient. At the same time, we must not be too arbitrary about requiring a particular name. Cent or pennies for penny is satisfactory, but money is not. The watch is sometimes called a clock or a tick-tock, and we shall perhaps not be too liberal if we score these responses plus. Pen for pencil, however, is unsatisfactory. Substitute names for key and knife are rarely given. Mispronunciations due to baby talk are of course ignored. Remarks. The purpose of this test is to find out whether the child has made the association between familiar objects and their names. The mental processes necessary to enable the child to pass this test are very elementary, and yet, as far as they go, they are fundamental. Learning the names of objects frequently seen is a form of mental activity in which the normally endowed child of 2 to 4 years finds great satisfaction. Any marked retardation in making such associations is a grave indication of the lack of that spontaneity which is so necessary for the development of the higher grades of intelligence. It would be entirely beside the point, therefore, to question the validity of the test on the ground that a given child may not have been taught the names of the objects used. Practically all children 3 years old, however, for their environment, have made the acquaintance of at least 3 of the 5 objects, and if intelligence is normal, they have learned their names as a result of spontaneous inquiry. Always use the list of objects here given, because it has been standardized. Any improvised selection would be sure to contain some objects either less or more familiar than those in the standardized list. Note also that 3 correct responses out of 5 are sufficient. If we require 5 correct answers out of 6, like Coleman, or 3 out of 3, like Binet, Goddard, and Huey, the test would probably belong at the 4-year level. Binet states that this test is materially harder than that of naming objects in a picture, since in the latter the child selects from a number of objects in the picture those he knows best, while in the former test he must name the objects we have arbitrarily chosen. The difference does not hold, however, if we require only 3 correct responses out of 5 for passing the test of naming objects, instead of Binet's 3 out of 3. All else being equal, it is of course easier to recognize and name a real object shown than it is to recognize and name it from a picture. Test 3. Enumeration of objects in pictures. Procedure. Use the 3 pictures designated as Dutch home, river scene, and post office. Say, now I'm going to show you a pretty picture. Then, holding the first one before the child close enough to permit direct vision, say, tell me what you see in this picture. If there is no response, as sometimes happens due to embarrassment or timidity, repeat the request in this form. Look at the picture and tell me everything you can see in it. If there is still no response, say, show me the blank, naming some object in the picture. Only one question of this type, however, is permissible. If the child answers correctly, say, that is fine. Now tell me everything you see in the picture. From this point, the response nearly always follows without further coaching. Indeed, if rapport has been properly cultivated before the test begins, the first question will ordinarily be sufficient. If the child names 1 or 2 things in a picture and then stops, urge him on by saying, and what else? Proceed with pictures B and C in the same manner. Scoring. The test is passed if the child enumerates as many as 3 objects in one picture spontaneously, that is, without intervening questions or urging. Anything better than enumeration, as description or interpretation, is also acceptable, but description is rarely encountered before 5 years, and enumeration rarely before 9 or 10. Remarks. The purpose of the test in this year is to find out whether the sight of a familiar object in a picture provokes recognition and calls up the appropriate name. The average child of 3 or 4 years is in what Binet calls the identification stage. That is, familiar objects in a picture will be identified but not described. Their relations to one another will not be grasped. In giving the test, always present the picture in the same order. First Dutch home, then river scene, then post office. The order of presentation will no doubt seem to the uninitiated too trivial a matter to insist upon, but a little experience teaches one that the apparently insignificant change in the procedure may exert a considerable influence upon the response. Some pictures tend more strongly than others to provoke a particular type of response. Some lend themselves especially to enumeration, others to description, others to interpretation. The pictures used in the Stanford revision have been selected from a number which have been tried because they are more uniform in this respect than most others in use. However, they are not without their differences, picture B for example, tending more than the others to provoke description. It seems to be no disagreement as to the proper location of this test. Test 4. Giving sex. Procedure. If the subject is a boy, the formula is, are you a little boy or a little girl? If a girl, are you a little girl or a little boy? This variation in the formula is necessary because of the tendency in young children to repeat mechanically the last word of anything that is said to them. If there is no response, say, are you a little girl, if a boy, or are you a little boy, if a girl? If the answer to the last question is no, or a shake of the head, we then say, well, what are you? Are you a little boy or a little girl, or vice versa? Scoring. The response is satisfactory if it indicates that the child has really made the discrimination, but we must be cautious about accepting any further response than the direct answer. A little girl or a little boy, yes and no, in response to the second question, must be carefully checked up. Remarks. Binet and Goddard say that 3-year-olds cannot pass this test and that 4-year-olds almost never fail. We can accept the last part of this statement, but not the first part. Nearly all of our 3-year-old subjects succeed with it. The test probably has nothing to do with sex consciousness as such. Success in it would seem to depend on the ability to discriminate between familiar class names, which are in a certain degree related. Test 5. Giving the family name. Procedure. The child is asked, what is your name? If the answer, as often happens, includes only the first name, Walter for example, say, yes, but what is your other name, Walter what? If the child is silent, or if he only repeats the first name, say, is your name Walter blank, giving a fictitious name as Jones Smith, etc. This question nearly always brings the correct answer if it is known. Scoring. Simply plus or negative. No attention is paid to faults of pronunciation. Remarks. There is unanimous agreement that this test belongs in the 3-year group. Although the child has not had as much opportunity to learn the family name as his first name, he is almost certain to have heard it more or less, and if his intelligence is normal, the interest in self will ordinarily cause it to be remembered. The critic of the intelligence scale need not be unduly exercised over the fact that there may be an occasional child of 3 years who has never heard his family name. We have all read of such children, but they are so extremely rare that the chances of a given 3-year-old being unjustly penalized for this reason are practically negligible. In the second place, contingencies of this nature are throughout the scale consistently allowed for in the percentage of passes required for locating a test, since, in the year groups below 14, the individual tests are located at the age level where they are passed by 60 to 70% of unselected children of that age. It follows that the child of average ability is expected to fail on about 1/3 of the tests of his age group. The plan of the scale is such as to warrant this amount of leeway, but even granting the possibility that one subject out of 100 or so may be unjustly penalized for lack of opportunity to acquire the knowledge which the test calls for, the injustice done not greatly alter the result. A single test affects mental age only to the extent of 2 months, and the chances of 2 such injustices occurring with the same child are very slight. Herein lies the advantage of a multiplicity of tests. No test considered by itself is very dependable, but 24 tests properly arranged are almost infinitely reliable. Test 6. Repeating 6 to 7 syllables. Procedure. Begin by saying, can you say mama? Now say, nice kitty. Then ask the child to say, I have a little dog. Speak the sentence distinctly and with expression, but in a natural voice and not too slowly. If there is no response, the first sentence may be repeated 2 or 3 times. Then give the other 2 sentences, the dog runs after the cat, and in summer the sun is hot. A great deal of tact is sometimes necessary to enlist the child's cooperation in this test. If he cannot be persuaded to try, the alternative test of 3 digits may be substituted. Scoring. The test is passed if at least one sentence is repeated without error after a single reading. Without error is to be taken literally. There must be no omission, insertion, or transposition of words. Ignore indistinctness of articulation and defects of pronunciation, as long as they do not mutilate the sentence beyond easy recognition. Remarks. The test does not presuppose that the child should have the ability to make and use sentences like these for purposes of communication, or even that he should know the meaning of all the words they contain. Its purpose is to bring out the ability of the child to repeat a 6-syllable series of more or less familiar language sounds. As everyone knows, the normal child of 2 or 3 years is constantly imitating the speech of those around him and finds this a great source of delight. Long practice in the semi-mechanical repetition of language sounds is necessary for the learning of speech coordinations and is therefore an indispensable preliminary to the purposeful use of language. High-grade idiots and the lowest grade of imbeciles never acquire much facility in the repetition of language heard. The test gets at one of the simplest forms of mental integration. Binet says that children of 3 years never repeat sentences of 10 syllables. This is not strictly true, for 6 out of 19 3-year-olds succeed in doing so. All the data agree, however, that the average child of 3 years repeats only 6 to 7 syllables correctly. Alternative test. Repeating 3 digits. Procedure. Use the following digits: 641, 352, 837. Begin with 2 digits as follows. Listen, say 42. Now say 641. Now say 352, etc. Pronounce digits in a distinct voice and with perfectly uniform emphasis at a rate just a little faster than 1 per second. 2 per second, as recommended by Binet, is too rapid. Young subjects, because of their natural timidity in the presence of strangers, sometimes refuse to respond to this test. With subjects under 5 or 6 years of age, it is sometimes necessary in such cases to reread the first series of digits several times in order to secure a response. The response thus secured, however, is not counting in scoring, the purpose of the rereading being merely to break the child's silence. The second and third series may be read but once, with the digits test above Year IV in the rereading of a series is never permissible. Scoring. Passed if the child repeats correctly, after a single reading, 1 series out of the 3 series given. Not only must the correct digits be given, but the order also must be correct. Remarks. Others, on the basis of rather scanty data, have usually located this test at the 4-year level. Our results show that with the procedure described above, it is fully as easy as a test of repeating sentences of 6 to 7 syllables. End of Chapter 9 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Instructions for Year IV. Year IV, Test 1. Comparison of lines. Procedure. Present the appropriate accompanying card with the lines in the horizontal position, and pointing to the top pair of lines, say, "See these lines? Look closely and tell me which one is longer. Put your finger on the longest one." We use a superlative as well as a comparative form of long because it is often more familiar to young subjects. If the child does not respond, say, "Show me which line is the biggest." In the same way, show the middle and lower pairs of lines, saying, "Which one is the longest here?" Scoring. All 3 comparisons must be made correctly, or if only 2 responses out of 3 are correct, all 3 pairs are again shown just as before, and if there is no error this time, the test is passed. The standard, therefore, is 3 correct responses out of 3 or 5 out of 6. Sometimes the child points, but at no particular part of the card. In such cases, it may be difficult to decide whether he has failed to comprehend and to make the discrimination, or has only been careless in pointing. It is then necessary to repeat the experiment until the evidence is clear. Remarks. As noted by Binet, success in this test depends on the comprehension of the verbal directions rather than on actual discrimination of length. The child who would unknowingly choose a larger of 2 pieces of candy might fail on the comparison of lines. However, since the child must correctly compare the lines 3 times in succession, or at least in 5 out of 6 trials, willingness to attend also plays a part. The attention of the low-grade imbecile, or even of the normal child of 3 years, is not very obedient to the suggestions of the experimenter. It may be gained momentarily, but it is not easily held to the same task for more than a few seconds. Hence, some children who perfectly comprehend this task fail to make a succession of correct comparisons because they are unable or unwilling to bring to bear even the small amount of attention which is necessary. This does not in the least condone the failure, for it is exactly in such voluntary control of mental processes that we find one of the most characteristic differences between bright and dull, or mature and immature subjects. There can be little disagreement as to the proper location of this test. Test 2. Discrimination of Forms. Procedure. Use the form supplied with this book. First, place the circle of the duplicate set at X and say, "Show me one like this." At the same time passing the finger around the circumference of the circle. If the child does not respond, say, "Do you see all of these things?" running the finger over the various forms. "And do you see this one?" pointing again to the circle. "Now find me another one just like this." Use the square next, then the triangle, and the others in any order. Correct the child's first error by saying, "No, find one just like this." Again passing the finger around the outline of the form at X. Make no comment on errors after the first one, proceeding at once with the next card, but each time the choice is correct, encourage the child with a hearty, "That's good," or something similar. Scoring. The test is passed if 7 out of 10 choices are correct, the first corrected error being counted. Remarks. In the test of discriminating forms, unlike the test of comparing lines, lack of success is less often due to inability to understand the task than to failure to discriminate. The test may be regarded as a variation of the form board test. It displays a subject's ability to compare and contrast successive visual perceptions of form. The accurate perception of even a fairly simple form requires the integration of a number of sensory elements into one whole. The forms used in this test have meaning. They are far from nonsense figures even for the normal child of 4 years, who has of course never heard about triangles, squares, rectangles, etc. The meaning present at this level of intelligence is probably a compound of such factors as appreciation of symmetry and direction, and discrimination of quantity and number. Another element to success, especially in the latter part of the experiment, is the ability to make an attentive comparison between the form shown and the others. The child may be satisfied to point to the first form his eye happens to fall upon. Far from being a legitimate excuse for failure, such an exhibition of inattention and of weakness of the critical faculty is symptomatic of a mental level below 4 years. In addition to counting the number of errors made, it is interesting to note with what forms they occur. To match the circle with the ellipse or the octagon, for example, is a less serious error than to match it with the square or triangle. This test was devised and standardized by Dr. Fred Coleman. It is inserted here without essential alteration, except that the size recommended for the forms is slightly reduced and minor changes have been made in the wording of the directions. Our own results are favorable to the test and to the location assigned to it by its author. Test 3. Counting 4 pennies. Procedure. Place 4 pennies in a horizontal row before the child. Say, "See these pennies? Count them and tell me how many there are. Count them with your finger this way," pointing to the first one on the child's left. 1. Now go ahead. If the child simply gives the number, whether right or wrong, without pointing, say, "No, count them with your finger this way," starting him off as before. Have him count them aloud. Scoring. The test is passed only if the counting tallies with the pointing. It is not sufficient merely to state the correct number without pointing. Remarks. Contrary to what one might think, this is not to any great extent a test of schooling. Practically all children of this age have had opportunity to learn to count as far as 4, and of normal children, the spontaneous interest in numbers is such that very few 4-year-olds, even from inferior social environments, fail to pass the test. While success requires more than the ability to repeat the number names by rote, it does not presuppose any power of calculation or a mastery of the number concepts from 1 to 4. Many children who will readily say mechanically 1, 2, 3, 4 when started off are not able to pass the test. On the other hand, it is not expected that the child who passes will also necessarily understand that 4 is made up of 2 2s, or 4 1s, or 3 plus 1, etc.
Binet, Goddard, and Kuhlman placed this test in the 5-year group, but 3 separate series of tests made for the Stanford revision, as well as nearly all the statistics available from other sources, show that it belongs at 4 years. Test 4. Copying a square. Procedure. Place before the child a cardboard on which is drawn, in heavy black lines, a square about 1¼ inches on a side. Give the child a pencil and say, "You see that?" pointing to the square. "I want you to make one just like it. Make it right here," showing where it is to be drawn. "Go ahead, I know you can do it nicely." Avoid such an expression as, "I want you to draw a figure like that." The child may not know the meaning of either draw or figure. Also, in pointing to the model, take care not to run the finger around the 4 sides. Children sometimes have a deep-seated aversion to drawing on request, and a bit of tactful urging may be necessary. Experience and tact will enable the experimenter in all but the rarest cases to come out victorious in these little battles with bulky wills. Give 3 trials, saying each time, "Make it exactly like this," pointing to model. Make sure that the child is in an easy position and that the paper used is held so it cannot slip. Scoring. The test is passed if at least 1 drawing out of the 3 is as good as those marked plus on the scorecard. Young subjects usually reduce figures in drawing from copy, but size is wholly disregarded in scoring. It is of more importance that the right angles be fairly well preserved than that the line should be straight or the corners entirely closed. The scoring of this test should be rather liberal. Remarks. After the 3 copies have been made, say, "Which one do you like best?" In this way we get an idea of the subject's power of autocriticism, a trait in which the mentally retarded are nearly always behind normal children of their own age. Normal children, when young, reveal the same weakness to a certain extent. It is especially significant when the subject shows complete satisfaction with a very poor performance. Observe whether the child makes each part with careful effort, looking at the model from time to time, or whether the strokes are made in a haphazard way with only an initial glance at the original. The latter procedure is quite common with young or retarded subjects. Curiously enough, the first trial is more successful than either of the others, due perhaps to a waning of effort and attention. Note that pencil is used instead of pen and that only 1 success is necessary. Binet gives only 1 trial and requires pen. Goddard allows pencil but permits only 1 trial. Kuhlman requires pen and passes the child only when 2 trials out of 3 are successful. But these authors locate the test at 5 years. Our results show that nearly 3/4 of 4-year-olds succeed with pencil in 1 out of 3 trials if the scoring is liberal. It makes a great deal of difference whether pen or pencil is used and whether 2 successes are required or only 1. No better illustration could be given of the fact that without thoroughgoing standardization of procedure and scoring, the best mental test may be misleading as to the degree of intelligence it indicates. Copying a square is one of 3 drawing tests used in the Binet scale, the others being the diamond, Year VII, and the designs to be copied from memory, Year X. These tests do not to any great extent test what is usually known as drawing ability. Only the square and the diamond tests are strictly comparable with one another, the other having a psychologically different purpose. In none of them does success seem to depend very much on the amount of previous instruction in drawing. To copy a figure like a square or a diamond requires, first of all, an appreciation of spatial relationships. The figure must be perceived as a whole, not simply as a group of meaningless lines. In the second place, success depends upon the ability to use the visual impression in guiding a rather complex set of motor coordinations. The latter is perhaps the main difficulty, and is one which is not fully overcome, at least for complicated movements, until well towards adult life. It is interesting to compare the square and the diamond as to relative difficulty. They have the same number of lines, and in each case the opposite sides are parallel, but whereas 4-year intelligence is equal to the task of copying a square, the diamond ordinarily requires 7-year intelligence. Probably no one could have foreseen that a change in the angles would add so much to the difficulty of the figure. It would be worthwhile to devise and standardize still more complicated figures. Test 5. Comprehension, first degree. Procedure. After getting the child's attention, say, "What must you do when you are sleepy?" If necessary, the question may be repeated a number of times, using a persuasive and encouraging tone of voice. No other form of question may be substituted. About 20 seconds may be allowed for an answer, though, as a rule, subjects of 4 or 5 years usually answer quite promptly or not at all. Proceed in the same way with the other 2 questions. What ought you to do when you are cold? What ought you to do when you are hungry? Scoring. There must be 2 correct responses out of 3. No one form of answer is required. It is sufficient if the question is comprehended and given a reasonably sensible answer. The following are samples of correct responses. A. Go to bed. Go to sleep. Have my mother get me ready for bed. Lie still, not talk, and I'll soon be asleep. B. Put on a coat or cloak, furs, wrap up, etc. Build a fire. Run and I'll soon get warm. Get close to the stove. Go into the house, or go to bed. May possibly deserve the score plus, though they are somewhat doubtful and are certainly inferior to the responses just given. C. Eat something, drink some milk, buy lunch, have my mama spread some bread and butter, etc. With the comprehension questions in this year, it is nearly always easy to decide whether the response is acceptable, failure being indicated usually either by silence or by an absurd or irrelevant answer. One 8-year-old boy who had less than 4-year intelligence answered all 3 questions by putting his finger on his eye and saying, "I'd do that." "Have to cry" is a rather common incorrect response. Remarks. The purpose of these questions is to ascertain whether the child can comprehend the situation suggested and give a reasonably pertinent reply. The first requirement, of course, is to understand the language. The second is to tell how the situation suggested should be met. The question may be raised whether a given child might not fail to answer the questions correctly and yet have the intelligence to do the appropriate thing if the real situation were present. This is at least conceivable, but since it would not be practical to make the subject actually cold, sleepy, or hungry in order to observe his behavior, we must content ourselves with suggesting a situation to be imagined. It probably requires more intelligence to tell what one ought to do in a situation which has to be imagined than to do the right thing when the real situation is encountered. The comprehension questions of this year had not been standardized until the Stanford investigation of 1913-14. Questions A and B were suggested by Binet in 1905, while C is new. They make an excellent test of 4-year intelligence. Test 6. Repeating 4 digits. Procedure. Say, "Now listen, I am going to say over some numbers, and after I am through, I want you to say them exactly like I do. Listen closely and get them just right. 4, 7, 3, 9. Same with 2, 8, 5, 4, and 7, 2, 6, 1. The examiner should consume nearly 4 seconds in pronouncing each series and should practice in advance until this speed can be closely approximated. If the child refuses to respond, the first series may be repeated as often as may be necessary to prove an attempt, but success with a series which has been reread may not be counted. The second and third series may be pronounced but once. Scoring. Passed if the child repeats correctly, after a single reading, 1 series out of the 3 series given. The order must be correct. Remarks. The test of repeating 4 digits was not included by Binet in the scale and seems not to have been used by any of the Binet workers. It is passed by about 3/4 of our 4-year-olds. Alternative test. Repeating 12 to 13 syllables. The 3 sentences are: A. The boy's name is John. He is a very good boy. B. When the train passes you, we'll hear the whistle blow. C. We are going to have a good time in the country. Procedure. Get the child's attention and say, "Listen, say this. Where is Kitty?" After the child responds, add, "Now say this," reading the first sentence in a natural voice, distinctly and with expression. If the child is too timid to respond, the first sentence may be reread, but in this case the response is not counted. Rereading is permissible only with the first sentence. Scoring. The test is passed if at least 1 sentence is repeated without error after a single reading. As in the alternative test of Year III, we ignore ordinary indistinctness and defects of pronunciation due to imperfect language development. but the sentence must be repeated without addition, omission, or transposition of words. Remarks. Sentences of 12 syllables had not been standardized previous to the Stanford revision, but Binet locates memory for 10 syllables at Year V, and others have followed his example. Our own data show that even 4-year-olds are usually able to repeat 12 syllables with the procedure here set forth. End of Chapter 10 of The Measurement of Intelligence, read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. Instructions for Year V. Test 1. Comparison of weights. Materials. It is necessary to have 2 weights, identical in shape, size, and appearance, weighing respectively 3 and 15 grams. If manufactured weights are not at hand, it is easy to make satisfactory substitutes by taking stiff cardboard pill boxes, about 1 1/4 inches in diameter, and filling them with cotton and shot to the desired weight. The shot must be embedded in the center of the cotton so as to prevent rattling. After the box has been loaded to the exact weight, the lid should be glued on firmly. If one does not have access to laboratory scales, it is always possible to secure the help of a druggist in the rather delicate task of weighing the boxes accurately. A set of pill box weights will last through hundreds of tests, if handled carefully, but they will not stand rough usage. The manufactured blocks are more durable, and so more satisfactory in the long run. If the weights are not at hand, the alternative test may be substituted. Procedure. Place the 3 and 15 gram weights on the table before the child some 2 or 3 inches apart. Say, you see these blocks? They look just alike, but one of them is heavy and one is light. Try them and tell me which one is heavier. If the child does not respond, repeat the instructions, saying this time, "Tell me which one is the heaviest." Many American children have heard only the superlative form of the adjective used in the comparison of 2 objects. Sometimes the child merely points to one of the boxes or picks up one at random and hands it to the examiner, thinking he is asked to guess which is heaviest. We then say, "No, that is not the way. You must take the boxes in your hands and try them like this," illustrating by lifting with one hand, first one box and then the other, a few inches from the table. Most children of 5 years are then able to make the comparison correctly. Very young subjects, however, or older ones who are retarded, sometimes adopt the rather questionable method of lifting both weights in the same hand at once. This is always an unfavorable sign, especially when one of the blocks is placed in the hand on top of the other block. After the first trial, the weights are shuffled and again presented for comparison as before, this time with the positions reversed. The third trial follows with the blocks in the same position as in the first trial. Some children have a tendency to stereotyped behavior, which in this test shows itself by choosing always a block on a certain side, hence the necessity of altering the positions. Reserve commendation until all 3 trials have been given. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 of the 3 comparisons are correct. If there is reason to suspect that the successful responses were due to lucky guesses, the test should be entirely repeated. Remarks. This test is decidedly more difficult than that of comparing lines. Age 4, Test 1. It is doubtful, however, if we can regard the difference as one primarily due to the relative difficulty of visual discrimination and to muscular discrimination. In fact, the test with weights hardly taxes sensory discrimination at all when used with children of 5-year intelligence. Success depends in the first place on the ability to understand the instructions, and in the second place on the power to hold the instructions in mind long enough to guide the process of making the comparison. The test presupposes, in elementary form, a power which is operative in all the higher independent processes of thought. The power to neglect the manifold distractions of irrelevant sensations and ideas and to drive direct towards a goal. Here the goal is furnished by the instruction. Try them and see which is heavier. This test must be held firmly enough in mind to control the steps necessary for making the comparison. Ideas of piling the blocks on top of one another, throwing them, etc. must be inhibited. Sometimes the low-grade imbecile starts off in a very promising way, then apparently forgets the instructions, loses sight of the goal, and begins to play with the boxes in a random way. His mental processes are not consecutive, stable, or controlled. He is blown about at the mercy of even a gust of momentary interest. There is very general agreement in the assignment of this test to Year V. Test 2. Naming colors. Materials. Use saturated red, yellow, blue, and green papers, about 2
by 1 inch in size, pasted 1/2 inch apart on white or grey cardboard. For sake of uniformity, it is best to match the colors manufactured, especially for this test. Procedure. Point to the colors in the order red, yellow, blue, green. Bring the finger close to the color designated in order that there be no mistake as to which color is meant, and say, "What is the name of that color?" Do not say, "What color is that?" or "What kind of a color is that?" Such a formula might bring the answer, "The first color," or "A pretty color." Still less would do it to say, "Show me the red," "Show me the yellow," etc. This would make it an entirely different test, one that would probably be passed a year earlier than the Binet form of the experiment. Nor is it permissible, after a color has been miscalled, to return to it and again ask its name. Scoring. The test is passed only if all the colors are named correctly and without marked uncertainty. However, prefixing the adjective dark or light before the name of a color is overlooked. Remarks. Naming colors is not a test of color discrimination, for that capacity is well developed years below the level at which the test is used. All 5-year-olds who are not colorblind discriminate among the 4 primary colors here used as readily as adults do. As stated by Binet, it is a test of the verbalization of color perception. It tells us whether the child has associated the names of the 4 primary colors with his perceptual imagery of the colors. The ability to make associations between a sense impression and a name is certainly present in normal children, some time before the above color associations are actually made. Many objects of experience are correctly named 2 or 3 years earlier, and it may seem at first a little strange that color names are learned so late. But it must be remembered that the child does not have numerous opportunities to observe and hear the names of several colors at once, nor does the designation of colors by their names ordinarily have much practical value for the young child. When he finally learns their names, it is more because of his spontaneous interest in the world of sense. Lack of such spontaneous interest is always an unfavorable sign, and it is not surprising, therefore, that imbecile intelligence has ordinarily never taken the trouble to associate colors with their names. Girls are somewhat superior to boys in this test, due probably to a greater natural interest in colors. Binet originally placed this test in Year VIII, changing it to Year VII in the 1911 scale. Goddard places it in 7, while Coleman omits it altogether. With a single exception, all the actual statistics with normal children justify the location of the test in Year V. Bobertag's figures are the exception, opposed to which are Rowe, Winch, Dumville, Doherty, Brigham, and all 3 of the Stanford investigations. The test is probably more subject to the influence of home environment than most of the other tests of the scale, and if the social status of the child is low, failure would not be especially significant until after the age of 6 years. On the whole, it is an excellent test. Test 3. Aesthetic comparison. Use the 3 pairs of faces supplied with the printed forms. It goes without saying that improvised drawings may not be substituted for Binet's until they have first been standardized. Procedure. Show the pairs in order from top to bottom. Say, which of these 2 pictures is the prettiest? Use both the comparative and the superlative forms of the objective. Do not use the question, which face is the ugliest, unless there is some difficulty in getting the child to respond. It is not permitted, in case of an incorrect response, to give that part of the test again and to allow the child a chance to correct his answer, or in case this is done, we must consider only the original response in scoring. Scoring. The test is passed only if all 3 comparisons are made correctly. Any marked uncertainty is failure. Sometimes the child laughingly designates the ugly pictures as the prettier, yet shows by his amused expression that he is probably conscious of its peculiarity or absurdity. In such cases, pretty seems to be given the meaning of funny or amusing. Nevertheless, we score this response as failure, since it betokens a rather infantile tolerance of ugliness. Remarks. From a psychological point of view, this is the most interesting test. One might suppose that aesthetic judgment would be relatively independent of intelligence. Certainly no one could have known in advance of experience that intellectual retardation would reveal itself in weakness of the aesthetic sense about as unmistakably as in memory, practical judgment, or the comprehension of language. But such is the case. The development of the aesthetic sense parallels general mental growth rather closely. The imbecile of 4-year intelligence, even though he may have lived 40 years, has no more chance of passing this test than any other test in Year V. It would be profitable to devise and standardize a set of pictures of the same general type which would measure a less primitive stage of aesthetic development. The present test was located by Binet in Year VI and has been retained in that year in other revisions. But 3 separate Stanford investigations, as well as the statistics of Winch, Dumville, Brigham, Rowe, and Doherty, warrant its location in Year V. Test 4. Giving definitions in terms of use. Procedure. Use the words chair, horse, fork, doll, pencil, and table. Say, you have seen a chair. You know what a chair is. Tell me what is a chair, and so on with the other words, always in the order in which they are named above. Occasionally there is difficulty in getting a response, which is sometimes due merely to the child's unwillingness to express his thoughts in sentences. The earlier tests require only words and phrases. In other cases, silence is due to the rather indefinite form of the question. The child could answer, but is not quite sure what is expected of him. Whatever the case, a little tactful urging is nearly always sufficient to bring a response. In this test, we have not found the difficulty of overcoming silence nearly as great as others have stated it to be. In consecutive tests of 150 5- and 6-year-old children, we encountered unbreakable silence with 8 words out of the total 900, 150 multiplied by 6. This is less than 1%, but tactful encouragement is sometimes necessary, and it's best to take the precaution of not giving the test until rapport has been well established. The urging should take the following form. I'm sure you know what a something is. You have seen a something. Now tell me what is a something. That is, we merely repeat the question with a word of encouragement and in a coaxing tone of voice. It would not at all do to introduce other questions like, what does a something look like? Or, what is a something for? What do people do with a something? Sometimes, instead of attempting a definition of doll, for example, the child begins to talk in a more or less irrelevant way as, I have a great big doll. Auntie gave it to me for Christmas, etc. In such cases, we repeat the question and say, yes, but tell me, what is a doll? This is usually sufficient to bring the little chatterbox back to the task. Unless it is absolutely necessary to give the child lavish encouragement, it is best to withhold approval or disapproval until the test has been finished. If the first response is a poor one and we pronounce it fine or very good, we tempt the child to persist in his low-grade type of definition. By withholding comment until the last word has been defined, we give greater play to spontaneity and initiative. Scoring. As a rule, children of 5 and 6 years define an object in terms of use, stating what it does, what it is for, what people do with it, etc. Definitions by description, by telling what substances it is made of, and by giving the class to which it belongs, are grouped together as definitions superior to use. It is not before 8 years that 2/3 of the children spontaneously give a large proportion of definitions in terms superior to use. The test is passed in Year V if 4 words out of the 6 are defined in terms of use or better than use. The following are examples of satisfactory responses. Chair. To sit on. You sit on it. It is made of wood and has legs and a back, etc. Horse. To drive, to ride. What people drive. To pull the wagon. It is big and has 4 legs, etc. Fork. To eat with. To stick meat with. It is hard and has 3 sharp things, etc. Doll. To play with. What do you dress and put to bed? To rock, etc. Pencil. To write with. To draw. They write with it. It is sharp and makes a black mark. Table. To eat on. What do you put the dinner on? Where you write. It is made of wood and has legs. Examples of failure are such responses as the following. Chair is a chair. There is a chair. Or simply, there, pointing to a chair. We record such responses without pressing for a further definition. About the only other type of failure is silence. Remarks. It is not the purpose of this test to find out whether the child knows the meaning of the words he is asked to define. Words have purposely been chosen which are perfectly familiar to all normal children of 5 years. But with young children there is a difference between knowing a word and giving a definition of it. Besides, we desire to find out how the child perceives the word, or rather the object for which it stands, whether the thing is thought of in terms of use, appearance, size, shape, color, etc., material composing it, or class relationships. This test, because it throws such an interesting light on the maturity of the child's perceptive processes, is one of the most valuable of all. It is possible to differentiate at least half a dozen degrees of excellence in definitions according to the intellectual maturity of the subject. A volume, indeed, could be written on the development of word definitions and the growth of meanings, but we will postpone further discussion until Year VIII, Test 5. Our concern at present is to know that children of 5 years should at least be able to define 4 of these 6 words in terms of use. Binet placed the test in Year VI, but our own figures and those of nearly all other investigations indicate that it is better located in Year V. Test 5. The Game of Patience. Material. Prepare 2 rectangular cards, each 2 by 3 inches, and divide one of them into 2 triangles by cutting it along one of its diagonals. Procedure. Place the uncut card on the table with one of its longer sides to the child. By the side of this card, a little nearer the child and a few inches apart, lay the two halves of the divided rectangle with their hypotenuses turned from each other as follows. Then say to the child, I want you to take these two pieces, touching the two triangles, and put them together so they will look exactly like this, pointing to the uncut card. If the child hesitates, we repeat the instructions with a little urging. Say nothing about hurrying, as this is likely to cause confusion. Give 3 trials of 1 minute each. It is only one trial is given, success is too often a result of chance moves, but luck is not likely to bring 2 successes in 3 trials. If the first trial is a failure, move the cut halves back to their original position and say, no, put them together so they would look like this, pointing to the uncut card. Make no other comment of approval or disapproval. Disregard in silence the inquiring looks of the child who tries to read his success or failures in your face. If one of the pieces is turned over, the task becomes impossible, and it is then necessary to turn the piece back to its original position and begin over, not counting this trial. Have the underside of the pieces marked so as to avoid the risk of presenting one of them to the child wrong side up. Scoring. There must be 2 successes in 3 trials. About the only difficulty in scoring is that of deciding what constitutes a trial. We count it a trial when the child brings the pieces together and, after a few or many changes, leaves them in some position. Whether he succeeds after many moves, or leaves the pieces with approval in some absurd position, or gives up and says he cannot do it, his effort counts as one trial. A single trial may involve a number of unsuccessful changes of position in the 2 cards, but these changes may not consume altogether more than 1 minute. Remarks. As aptly described by Binet, the operation has the following elements. 1. To keep in mind the end to be attained, that is to say, the figure to be formed. It is necessary to comprehend this end and not to lose sight of it. 2. To try different combinations under the influence of this directing idea, which guides the efforts of the child, even though he be unconscious of the fact. 3. To judge the formed combination, compare it with the model, and decide whether it is the correct one. It may be classed, therefore, as one of the many forms of the combination method. Elements must be combined into some kind of whole under the guidance of a directing idea. In this respect, it has something in common with the form board test, the Ebbinghaus test, and the test with dissected sentences. Year 12, Test 4. Binet designates it as a test of patience because success in it depends upon a certain willingness to persist in a line of action under the control of an idea. Not all failures in this test are equally significant. A bright child of 5 years sometimes fails, but usually not without many trial combinations which he rejects one after another as unsatisfactory. A dull child of the same age often stops after he has brought the pieces into any sort of juxtaposition, however absurd, and may be quite satisfied with his foolish effort. His mind is not fruitful, and he lacks the power of auto-criticism. It would be well worthwhile to work out a new and somewhat more difficult test of patience, but with special care to avoid the puzzling features of the usual games of anagrams. The one given us by Binet is rather easy for Year V, though plainly somewhat too difficult for Year IV. Test 6. 3 commissions. Procedure. After getting up from the chair and moving with the child to the center of the room, say, "Now I want you to do something for me. Here's a key. I want you to put it on that chair over there, then I want you to shut or open that door, and then bring me the box which you see over there," pointing in turn to the objects designated. Do you understand? Be sure to get it right. First put the key on the chair, then shut, open the door, then bring me the box, again pointing. Go ahead. Stress the words first and then, so as to emphasize the order in which the commissions are to be executed. Give the commissions always in the above order. Do not repeat the instructions again, or give any further aid whatever, even by the direction of the gaze. If the child stops or hesitates, it is never permissible to say, "What next?" Have the self-control to leave the child alone with his task. Scoring. All 3 commissions must be executed and in the proper order. Failure may result, therefore, either from leaving out one or more of the commands or from changing the order. The former is more often the case. Remarks. Success depends first on the ability to comprehend the commands, and secondly, on the ability to hold them in mind. It is therefore a test of memory, though of a somewhat different kind from that involved in repeating digits or sentences. It is an excellent test, for it throws light on a kind of intelligence which is demanded in all occupations and in everyday life. A more difficult test of the same type ought to be worked out for a higher age level. Binet originally located this test in Year VI, but in 1911 changed it to Year VII. This is unfortunate, for the 3 Stanford investigations, as well as the statistics of all other investigators, show conclusively that it is easy enough for the Year V.
Alternative test. Giving age. Procedure. The formula is simply, how old are you? The child of this age is, of course, not expected to know the date of his birthday, but merely how many years old he is. Scoring. About the only danger in scoring is in the failure to verify the child's response. Some children give an incorrect answer with perfect assurance, and it is therefore always necessary to verify. Remarks. Inability to give the age may or may not be significant. If the child has arrived at the age of 7 or 8 years and has had anything like a normal social environment, failure in this test is an extremely unfavorable sign. But if the child is an orphan or has grown up in neglect, ignorance of age has little significance for intelligence. About all we can say is that if a child gives his age correctly, it is because he has had sufficient interest and intelligence to remember verbal statements which have been made concerning him in his presence. He may even pass the test without attaching any definite meaning to the word year. On the other hand, if he has lived 7 or 8 years in a normal environment, it is safe to assume that he has heard his age given many times, and failure to remember it would then indicate either a weak memory or a grave inferiority of spontaneous interests, or both. Normal children have a natural interest in the things they heard said about themselves, while the middle-grade imbecile of even 40 years may fail to remember his age, however often it may have heard it stated. Binet placed the test in Year VI the 1908 series, but omitted it altogether in 1911. Coleman and Goddard also omit it, perhaps wisely. Nevertheless, it is always interesting to give it as a supplementary test. Children from good homes acquire the knowledge about a year earlier than those from less favorable surroundings. Unselected children of California ordinarily pass this test at 5 years. End of Chapter 11 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12. Instructions for Year VI. Test 1. Distinguishing right and left. Procedure. Say to the child, "Show me your right hand." After this is responded to, say, "Show me your left ear." Then, "Show me your right eye." Stress the words left and ear rather strongly and equally, also right and eye. If there is one error, repeat the test this time with left hand, right ear, and left eye. Carefully avoid giving any help by look of approval or disapproval, by glancing at the part of the body indicated, or by supplementary questions. Scoring. The test is passed if all 3 questions are answered correctly, or if, in case of one error, the 3 additional questions are all answered correctly. The standard, therefore, is 3 out of 3 or 5 out of 6. The chief danger of variation among different examiners in scoring comes from double responses. For example, the child may point first to one ear and then to the other. In all cases of double response, the rule is to count the second response and disregard the first. This holds whether the first response was wrong and the second right, or vice versa. Remarks. It is interesting to follow the child's acquisitions of language distinctions relating to spatial orientation. Other distinctions of this type are those between up and down, above and below, near and far, before and behind, etc. As Bobertag has pointed out, the child first masters such distinctions as up and down, above and below, before and behind, etc., and arrives at a knowledge of right and left rather tardily. How may we explain the late distinction of right and left as compared with up and down? At least 4 theories may be advanced. 1. Something depends on the frequency with which children have occasion to make the respective distinctions. 2. It may be explained on the supposition that kinesthetic sensations are more prominently involved in distinctions of up and down than in distinctions of right and left. It is certainly true that, in distinguishing the true sides of a thing, less bodily movement is ordinarily required in the distinctions of its upper and lower aspects. The former demands only a shift of the eyes, the latter often requires an upward or downward movement of the head. 3. It may be due to the fact that the appearance of an object is more affected by differences in vertical orientation than by those of horizontal orientation. We see an object now from one side, now from the other, and the 2 aspects easily blend.
while the two aspects corresponding to above and below are not viewed in such rapid succession and so remain much more distinct from one another in the child's mind. Or 4. The difference may be mainly a matter of language. The child undoubtedly hears the words up and down much oftener than right and left, and thus learns their meaning earlier. Horizontal distinctions are commonly made in such terms as this side and that side, or merely by pointing, while in the case of vertical distinctions the words up and down are used constantly. This last explanation is a very plausible one, but it is very probable that other factors are also involved. The distinction between right and left has a certain inherent and more or less mysterious difficulty. To convince oneself of this, it is only necessary to try a little experiment on the first 50 persons one chances to meet. The experiment is as follows. Say, I'm going to ask you a question and I want you to answer it as quickly as you can. Then ask, which is your right hand? About 40 persons out of 50 will answer correctly without a second's hesitation. Several will require 2 or 3 seconds to respond, while a few, possibly 4 or 5%, will grow confused and perhaps be unable to respond for 5 or 10 seconds. Some very intelligent adults cannot possibly tell which is the right or left hand without first searching for a scar or some other distinguishing mark which is known to be on a particular hand. Others resort to incipient movements of writing, and since of course everyone knows which hand he writes with, the writing movements automatically initiated give the desired clue. One bright little girl of 8 years responded by trying to wink first one eye and then the other. Asked why she did this, she said she knew she could wink her left eye but not her right. One who was resourceful enough to adopt such an ingenious method is surely not less intelligent than the one who is able to respond by a direct instead of an intermediate association.
It seems that normal people never encounter a corresponding difficulty in distinguishing up and down. The writer has questioned several hundred without finding a single instance, whereas a great many have to employ some intermediate association in order to distinguish right and left. It is the P's and Q's that children must be told to mind, not the P's and B's. The former is a horizontal, the latter a vertical distinction. Consider the difficulty which normal adults sometimes have in distinguishing right and left. Is it fair to use this test as a measure of intelligence? We may answer in the affirmative. It is fair because normal adults, notwithstanding momentary uncertainty, are invariably able to make the distinction. If not by direct association, then by an intermediate one. We overlook the momentary confusion and regard only the correctness of the response. Subjects who are below middle grade imbecile, however long they have lived, seldom pass the test. This test found a place in Year VI of Binet's 1908 scale, but was shifted to Year VII in the 1911 revision. The Stanford statistics and all other available data, with the exception of Bobertag's, justify its retention in Year VI. It is possible that the children of different nations do not have equal opportunity and stimulus for learning the distinctions between right and left, but the data show that as far as American and English children are concerned, we have a right to expect this knowledge in children of 6 years.
Test 2. Finding omissions in pictures. Procedure. Show the pictures to the child one at a time in the order in which they are lettered, A, B, C, D. When the first picture is shown, that with the eye lacking, say, "There is something wrong with his face. It is not all there. Part of it is left out. Look carefully and tell me what part of the face is not there." Often the child gives an irrelevant answer as, "The feet are gone, the stomach is not there," etc. These statements are true, but they do not satisfy the requirements of the test. So we say, "No, I am talking about the face. Look again and tell me what is left out of the face." If the correct response does not follow, we point to the place where the eye should be and say, "See, the eye is gone." When picture B is shown, we merely say, "What is left out of this face?" Likewise with picture C. For picture D, we say, "What is left out of this picture?" No help of any kind is given unless, if necessary, with the first picture. With the others, we confine ourselves to this single question, and the answer should be given promptly, say within 20 to 25 seconds. Scoring. Passed if the omission is correctly pointed out in 3 out of 4 of the pictures. Certain minor errors we may overlook, such as eyes instead of eye for the first picture, nose and one ear instead of merely nose for the third, hands instead of arms for the fourth, etc. Errors like the following, however, count as failure: the other eye or the other ear for the first or third, the ears for the fourth, etc. Remarks. The test is one of the 2 or 3 dozen forms of the so-called completion test, all of which have it in common that from the given parts of a whole the missing parts are to be found. The whole to be completed may be a word, a sentence, a story, a picture, group of pictures, an object, or in fact almost anything. Sometimes all the parts of the whole are given and only the arrangement order is to be found, as in the test with dissected sentences. Further discussion of the completion test will be found in connection with Test 4, Year 12. For the present, we will only observe that notwithstanding a certain similarity among the tests of this type, they do not all call into play the same mental processes. The factor most involved may be verbal language coherence, visual perceptions of form, the association of abstract ideas, etc. To pass Binet's test with mutilated pictures requires 1. That the parts of the picture be perceived as constituting a whole, and 2. That the idea of a human face or form be so easily and so clearly reproducible that it may act, even before it comes fully into consciousness, as a model or pattern for the criticism of the picture shown. The younger the child, the less adequate, in this sense, is his perceptual familiarity with common objects. The standardizing a series of absurd pictures, the writer has found that normal children of 3 years often see nothing wrong in a picture which shows a cat with 2 legs or a hen with 4 legs. Such children would, of course, never mistake a cat for a hen. Their trouble lies in the inability to call up in clear form a free idea of a cat or a hen for comparison with the perceptual presentation offered by the pictures. Middle-grade imbeciles of adult age have much the same difficulty as normal children of 4 years in recognizing mutilations or absurdities in pictures of familiar objects. Binet first placed this test in Year VII, changing it to Year VIII in the 1911 revision. In other revisions, it has been retained in Year VII, although all the available statistics except Bobertag's warrant its location in Year VI. Test 3. Counting 13 pennies. Procedure. The procedure is the same as in the test of counting 4 pennies, Year 4, Test 3. In the first response contains only a minor error, such as the omission of a number in counting, failure to tally with the finger, etc. A second trial is given. Scoring. The test is passed if there is 1 success and 2 trials. Success requires that the counting should tally with the pointing. It is not sufficient merely to state the number of pennies without pointing, for unless the child points and counts aloud, we cannot be sure that his correct answer may not be the joint result of 2 errors in opposite directions and equal. For example, if 1 penny was skipped and another were counted twice, the total result would still be correct, but the performance would not satisfy the requirements. Remarks. Does success in this test depend upon intelligence or upon schooling? The answer is intelligence mainly. There are possibly a few normal 6-year-old children who could not pass the test for lack of instruction, but children of this age usually have enough spontaneous interest in numbers to acquire facility in counting as far as 13 without formal teaching. Certainly, inability to do so by the age of 7 years is a suspicious sign unless the child's environment has been extraordinarily unfavorable. On the other hand, feeble-minded adults at the 5-year level usually have to have a great deal of instruction before they acquire the ability to count 13, and many of them are hardly able to learn it at all. So much does our learning depend on original endowment. Binet originally placed this test in Year VII, but moved it to Year VI in 1911. All the statistics, without exception, showed that this change was justified. Bobertag says that nearly all 7-year-olds who are not feeble-minded can pass it, a statement which we can fully agree. Test 4. Comprehension, second degree. Procedure. The questions used in this year are: A. What's the thing to do if it's raining when you start school? B. What's the thing to do if you find your house is on fire? C. What's the thing to do if you are going someplace and miss your train or car, etc.? Note that the wording of the first part of the questions is slightly different from that in Year 4, Test 5. If there is no response, or if the child looks puzzled, the question may be repeated once or twice. The form of the question must not under any circumstances be altered. Question B, for example, would be materially changed if we should say, "Suppose you were to come home from school and find your house is burning up. What would you do?" The expression "burning up" would probably be much less likely to suggest calling a fireman than would the words "on fire." Scoring. 2 out of 3 must be answered correctly. The harder the comprehension questions are, greater the variety of answers and the greater the difficulty of scoring. Because of the difficulty many examiners find in scoring this test, we will list the most common satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and doubtful responses to each question. A. If it is raining when you start to school. Satisfactory. Take umbrella. Bring a parasol. Put on rubbers. Wear an overcoat, etc. This type of response occurred 61 times out of 72 successes. Have my father bring me also counts plus. Unsatisfactory. Go home, stay at home, stay in the house, have the rainbow, stay in school, etc. stay at home, is the most common failure and might first seem to the examiner to be a satisfactory response. As a matter of fact, this answer rests on a slight misunderstanding of the question, the import of which is that one is to go to school and it is raining. Doubtful. Run, as an answer, is a little more troublesome. It may be reasonably be scored plus if it can be ascertained that the child is accustomed to meet the situation in this way. It is a common response with children in whose regions of the southwest where rains are so infrequent that umbrellas are rarely used. Bring my lunch may be considered a satisfactory response in case the child is in the habit of doing so on rainy days. B. If you find your house is on fire. Satisfactory. Ring the fire alarm, call the fireman, call for help, put water on it, etc. Unsatisfactory. The most common failure, accounting for nearly half of all, is to suggest finding other shelter, e.g., go to the hotel, get another house, stay with your friends, build a new house, etc. Others are, tell them you are sorry it burned down, be careful and not let it burn again, have it insured, cry, call the policeman, etc. Doubtful. Instead of suggesting measures to put out the fire, a good many children suggest mere escape or the saving of household articles. Responses of this type are, jump out of the windows, save yourself, get out as fast as you can, save the baby, get my dolls and jewelry and hurry and get out. These answers are about 1/7 as frequent as the perfectly satisfactory ones, and the rule for scoring them is a matter of some importance. Under certain circumstances, the logical thing to do would be to save oneself or valuables without wasting time trying to call help. It may be no help in reach, or a fire which the child imagines may be too far along for help to be effective. In order to avoid the possibility of doing a subject an injustice, it may be desirable to score such answers as plus. We may not be too arbitrary. C. If you miss your train. Satisfactory. The answer we expect is, wait for another, take the next car, or something to that effect. This type of answer includes about 85% of the responses which do not belong obviously to the unsatisfactory group. Take the jitney is a modern variation of this response, which must be counted as satisfactory. Unsatisfactory. These are endless. One continues to meet new examples of absurdity, however many children one has tested. The possibilities are literally inexhaustible, but the following are among the most common. Wait for it to come back, have to walk, be mad, don't swear, run and try to catch it, try to jump on, don't go to that place, go to the next station, etc. Doubtful. The main doubtful response is, go home again, come back next day and catch another, etc. In small or isolated towns, having only 1 or 2 trains per day, this is a logical thing to do, and in such cases the score is plus. Fortunately, only about 1 answer in 10 gives rise to any difference of opinion among even partially trained examiners. Remarks. The 3 comprehension questions of this group were all suggested by Binet in 1905. Only one of them, however, what would you do if you were going to some place and missed your train, was incorporated in the 1908 or 1911 series, and this was used in Year 10 with 7 others much harder. The other 2 remained unstandardized previous to the Stanford investigation. Test 5. Naming 4 coins. Procedure. Show a nickel, a penny, a quarter, and a dime, asking each time, what is that? If the child misunderstands and answers money or a piece of money, we say, yes, but what do you call that piece of money? Show the coins always in the order given above. Scoring. The test is passed if 3 of the 4 questions are correctly answered. Any correct designation of a coin is satisfactory, including provincialisms like 2 bits for the 25-cent piece, etc. If the child changes his response for a coin, we count the second answer and ignore the first. No supplementary questions are permissible. Remarks. Some of the critics of the Binet scale regard this test as of little value, because they say the ability to identify pieces of money depends entirely on instruction or other accidents of environment. The figures show, however, that it is not greatly influenced by differences of social environment, although children from poor homes do slightly better with it than those from homes of wealth and culture. The fact seems to be that practically all children by the age of 6 years have had opportunity to learn the names of the smaller coins, and if they have failed to learn them, it betokens a lack of that spontaneity of interest in things which we have mentioned as so often as the fundamental presupposition of intelligence. It is by no means a test of mere mechanical memory. This test was given a place in Year VII of Binet's 1908 scale, the coins used being the 1 sou, 2 sous, and 10 sous, and the 5-franc pieces. It was omitted from the Binet 1911 revision and also from that of Goddard. Coleman retains it in Year VII. Others, however, have required all 4 coins to be correctly named, and when this standard is used, the test is difficult enough for Year VII. Germany has 6 coins up to and including the 1-mark piece, all of which could be named by 76% of Bobertag's 7-year-olds. With the coins and the standard of scoring used in the Stanford revision, the test belongs well in Year VI. Test 6. Repeating 16 to 18 syllables. The sentences are: A. We are having a fine time. We found a little mouse in the trap. B. Walter had a fine time on his vacation. He went fishing every day. C. We will go out for a long walk. Please give me my pretty straw hat. Procedure. The instructions should be given as follows. Now listen, I'm going to say something and after I am through, I want you to say it over just like I do. Understand? Listen carefully and be sure to say exactly what I say. Then read the first sentence rather slowly, in a distinct voice and with expression. If the response is not too bad, praise the child's efforts. Then proceed with the second and third sentences, prefacing each one with an exhortation to say exactly what I say. In this year and in the Memory for Sentences test of later years, it is not permissible to reread even the first sentence. The only reason for allowing a repetition of one of the sentences in the earlier test of this kind is to overcome the child's timidity. With children of 6 years or upwards, we seldom encounter the timidity which sometimes makes it so hard to secure responses in some of the tests of the earlier years. Scoring. The test is passed if at least 1 sentence out of 3 is repeated without error, or if 2 are repeated with not more than 1 error each. A single omission, insertion, or transposition counts as an error. Faults of pronunciation are of course overlooked. It is not sufficient that the thought be reproduced intact. The exact language must be repeated. The responses should be recorded verbatim. This is easily done if record blanks used for scoring have the sentences printed in full. Remarks. In this test and in later tests of memory for sentences, it is interesting to ask after each response, did you get it right? As in the test with digits, it is an unfavorable sign when the child is perfectly satisfied with a very poor response. It is evident that tests of this type give opportunity for different degrees of failure. To repeat only a half or a third of each sentence is much more serious than to make but 1 error in each sentence, 1 word omitted, inserted, or misplaced. It would be possible to use the same sentences at 3 or 4 different age levels by setting the appropriate standard for success at each age. If the standard is 1 sentence out of 3 repeated with no more than 2 errors, the test belongs in Year V. If we require 2 absolutely correct responses out of 3, the test belongs at about Year VII. The shifting standard is rendered unnecessary, however, by the use of other tests of the same kind, easier ones in the lower years and more difficult ones in the upper. Sentences of 16 syllables found a place in Binet's 1908 scale and were correctly located in Year VI, but later revisions, including that of Binet, have omitted the test. Alternative test. Forenoon and afternoon. Procedure. If it is morning, ask, is it morning or afternoon? If it is afternoon, put the question in the reverse form, is it afternoon or morning? This precaution is necessary because of the tendency of some children to choose always the latter of 2 alternatives. Do not cross-question the child or give any suggestion that might afford a clue as to the correct answer. Scoring. The test is passed if the correct response is given with apparent assurance. If the child says he is not sure but thinks it forenoon or afternoon, as the case may be, we score the response at failure even if the answer happens to be correct. However, this type of response is not often encountered. Remarks. It is interesting to follow the child's development with regard to orientation in time. This development proceeds much more slowly than we are wont to assume. Certain distinctions with regard to space, as up and down, come much earlier. As Binet remarks, schools sometimes try to teach the events of natural history to children whose time orientation is so rudimentary that they do not even know morning from afternoon. The test has 2 rather serious faults. 1. It gives too much play to chance. For since only 2 alternatives are offered, guesses alone would give about 50% of the correct responses. 2. We cannot be sure that the verbal distinctions between forenoon and afternoon always corresponds to the actual temporal discrimination between the 2 divisions of the day. It is possible that the temporal discrimination precedes the formation of the correct verbal association. This test was included in Year VI group of the 1908 scale but was omitted in the 1911 revision. Nearly all the data except Bobertag's showed that it is rather easy for Year VI, though too difficult for Year V. Bobertag's figures would place this test in Year VII. Possibly the corresponding German words are not as easy to learn as our morning and afternoon. End of Chapter 12 of The Measurement of Intelligence.
Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13 of The Measurement of Intelligence by Lewis Terman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. Instructions for Year VII. Test 1. Giving the number of fingers. Procedure. How many fingers have you on one hand? How many on the other hand? How many on both hands together? If the child begins to count in response to any of the questions, say, "No, don't count. Tell me without counting." Then repeat the question. Scoring. Passed if all three questions are answered correctly and promptly without the necessity of counting. Some subjects do not understand the question to include the thumbs. We disregard this if the number of fingers exclusive of thumbs is given correctly. Remarks. Like the two tests of counting pennies, this one also throws light on the child's spontaneous interest in numbers. However, the mental processes it calls into play are a little less simple than those required for mere counting. If the child is able to give the number of fingers, it is ordinarily because he has previously counted them and has remembered the result. The memory would hardly be retained, but for a certain interest in numbers as such. Middle-grade imbeciles of even adult age seldom remember how many fingers they have, however often they may have been told. They are not able to form accurate concepts of other than the simplest number relationships, and numbers have little interest or meaning for them. Binet gave this test a place in Year VII of the 1908 series, but omitted it in the 1911 revision. Goddard omits it, while Coleman retains it in Year VII, where according to her own figures it unmistakably belongs. Bobertag finds it rather easy for Year VII, though too difficult for Year VI. Our data prove that this test fulfills the requirements of a good test. It shows a rapid but even rise from Year V to Year VIII in the percent passing, and agreement among the different testers is extraordinarily close, and it is relatively little influenced by training and social environment. For these reasons, and because it is so easy to give and score with uniformity, it well deserves a place in the scale. Test 2. Description of pictures. Procedure. Use the same pictures as in Year III, Test 3, presenting them always in the following order: Dutch home, river scene, post office. The formula for the test in this year is somewhat different from that of Year III. Say, what is this picture about? What is this a picture of? Use the double question and follow the formula exactly. It would ruin the test to say, tell me everything you see in this picture, for this form of question tends to provoke the enumeration response even with intelligent children of this age. When there is no response, the question may be repeated as often as necessary to break the silence. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 of the 3 pictures are described or interpreted. Interpretation, however, is seldom encountered at this age. Often the response consists of a mixture of enumeration and description. The rule is that the reaction to a picture should not be scored plus unless it is made up chiefly of description or interpretation. Study the following examples of satisfactory responses will give a fairly accurate idea of the requirements for satisfactory description. Picture A. Satisfactory responses. The little girl is crying. The mother is looking at her and there's a little kitten on the floor. The mother is watching the baby and the cat is looking at a hole in the floor, and there is a lamp and a table, so I guess it's a dining room. The little girl has wooden shoes. Her mother is sitting in a chair and has a funny cap on her head. The cat is sitting on the floor, and there is a basket by the mother and a table with something on it. It's about Holland. The little Dutch girl is crying and the mother is sitting down. A little Dutch girl and her mother, and that's a kitten. And the little girl has her hand up if she was doing something to her forehead. She has shoes that curve up in front. Dutch lady, and the little baby doesn't want to come to her mother, and the cat is looking for some mice. The mother is sitting down, and the little one has her hands up over her eyes. There's a pail by the mother, and a chair with some clothes on it, and a table with dishes. And here's a lamp, and here's some curtains. Picture B. Satisfactory responses. Some people in a boat. The water is high, and if they don't look out, the boat will tip over. Some Indians and a lady and a man. They are in a boat on the river, and the boat is about to upset, and there are some dead trees going to fall. There's a lot of water coming up to drown the people. There are 2 people in the boat, and the boat is sinking. There's some people sailing in a canoe, and the woman is leaning over on the man because she is afraid. There's an Indian and some white people in the boat. I suppose they're out for a ride in a canoe. Picture about some man and lady in a canoe and going down to the sea. They are taking a boat ride on the ocean, and the water is up so high that one of them is scared. Here are some trees, and 2 of them are going to fall. Here's a little place or bridge you can stand on. The man is touching this one's head, and this one has his hand on the cover.
The water is splashing all over. There's trees on this bank, and there's a rock and some trees falling down. The people have a blanket over them.
Picture C. Satisfactory responses. A man selling eggs and 2 men reading the paper together and 2 men watching. A few men reading a newspaper and one has a basket of eggs and this one has been fishing. There's a man with a basket of eggs and another is reading the paper and a woman is hanging out clothes. There's a house near. There's a man trying to read the paper and the others want to read it too. Here's a lady walking up to the barn. There are houses over there and one man has a basket. There's a big brick house and 5 men by it and a man with a basket of eggs and a post office sign and a lady going home. They are all looking at the paper. He is looking over the other man's shoulder and this one is looking at the back of the paper. There's a woman cleaning up her backyard and some coops for hens. A man reading a paper, a man with eggs, a woman and a tree and another house. That man has an apron on. This is the post office. Unsatisfactory responses are those made up entirely or mainly of enumeration. A phrase or two of description intermingled with a larger amount of enumeration and counts minus. Sometimes the description is satisfactory as far as it goes, but is exceedingly brief. In such cases, a little tactful urging, go ahead, etc., will extend the response sufficiently to reveal its true character. Remarks. Description is better than enumeration because it involves putting the elements of a picture together in a simple way or noting their qualities. This requires a higher type of mental association, combinative power, than mere enumeration. An unusually complete description indicates relative wealth of mental content and facility of association. Binet placed this test in Year VII, and it seems to have been retained in this location in all revisions except Bobertag's. However, the statistics of various workers show much disagreement. Lack of agreement is easily accounted for by the fact that different investigators have used different series of pictures and doubtless also different standards for success. The pictures used by Binet have little actional detail and are therefore rather difficult for description. On the other hand, the Jingleman Jack pictures used by Coleman represent such familiar situations and have so much action that even 5 or 6 year intelligence seldom fails with them. The pictures we employ belong without question in Year VII. No better proof than the above could be found to show how ability of a given kind does not make its appearance suddenly. There is no one time in the life of even a single child when the power to describe pictures suddenly develops. On the contrary, pictures of a certain type will ordinarily provoke description rather than enumeration, as early as 5 or 6 years, others not before 7 or 8 years, or even later. Test 3. Repeating 5 digits. Procedure. Use 31759 42385 98176. Tell the child to listen and to say after you just what you say. Then read the first series of digits at a slightly faster rate than 1 per second in a distinct voice and with perfect uniform emphasis. Avoid rhythm. In previous tests with digits, it was permissible to read the first series if the child refused to respond. In this year, and in the digits test of later years, this is not permissible. Warning is not given as to the number of digits to be repeated. Before reading each series, get the child's attention. Do not stare at the child during the response, as this is disconcerting. Look aside or at the record sheet. Scoring. Passed if the child repeats correctly. After a single reading, 1 series out of the 3 series given. The order must be correct. Remarks. Psychologically, the repetition of digits differs from the repetition of sentences mainly in the fact that digits have less meaning, fewer associations, than the words of a sentence. It is because they are not as well knit together in meaning that 3 digits tax the memory as much as 6 syllables making up a sentence. Testing auditory memory for digits is one of the oldest of intelligence tests. It is easy to give and lends itself well to exact quantitative standardization. Its value has been questioned, however, on 2 grounds. 1, that it is not a test of pure memory, but depends largely on attention. And 2, that the results are too much influenced by the child's type of imagery. As to the first objection, it is true that more than one mental function is brought into play by the test. The same may be said of every other test in the Binet scale, and for that matter of any test that could be devised. It is impossible to isolate any function for separate testing. In fact, the functions called memory, attention, perception, judgment, etc. never operate in isolation. There are no separate and special faculties corresponding to such terms, which are merely convenient names for characterizing mental processes of various types. In any test, it is general ability which is operative, perhaps now chiefly in remembering, at another time chiefly in sensory discrimination, again in reasoning, etc. The second objection, that the test is largely invalidated by the existence of imagery types, is not borne out by the facts.
Experiments have shown that pure imagery types are exceedingly rare, and that children, especially, are characterized by mixed imagery. There are probably few subjects so lacking in auditory imagery as to be placed at a serious disadvantage in this test. Lengthening a series by the addition of a single digit adds greatly to the difficulty. While 4 digits can usually be repeated by children of 4 years, 5 digits belongs in Year VII and 6 in Year X. It is always interesting to note the type of errors made. The most common error is to omit one or more of the digits, usually in the first part of the series. If the child's ability is decidedly below the test, he may give only the last 2 or 3 out of the 5 or 6 heard. Substitutions are also quite frequent, and if so many substitutions are made as to give a series quite unlike that which the child has heard, it is an unfavorable sign, indicating weakness of the critical sense which is so often found with low-level intelligence. In case of extreme weakness of the power of autocriticism, the child in response to the series 98176 may say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or perhaps merely a couple of digits like 8, 6, and still express complete satisfaction with his absurd response. After each series, therefore, the examiner should say, "Was it right?" Very young subjects, however, have a tendency to answer yes to any question of this type, and it is therefore best not to call for criticism of a performance below the age of 6 or 7 years. Digit series of a given length are not always of equal difficulty, and for this reason it is never wise to use series improvised at the moment of the experiment. Or you must avoid especially series of regularly ascending or descending value, the repetition at regular intervals of a particular digit, and all other peculiarities of arrangement which would favor the grouping of the digits for easier retention. It remains to mention 2 or 3 further cautions in regard to procedure. It is best to begin with a series about 1 digit below the child's expected ability. If the child has a probable intelligence of about 6 or 7 years, we should begin with 4 digits. In case of probable 10-year intelligence, we begin with 5 digits, etc. On the other hand, we should avoid beginning too far down, because then the result is too much more complicated by the effects of practice and fatigue. It is not necessary, and often it is not expedient, to give the digits tests to all the different years in succession, that is, without other tests intervening. While this may be permissible with older children, in young children the power of sustained attention is so weak that no single kind of test should occupy more than 2 or 3 minutes. Children below 6 or 7 years should ordinarily be given the tests in the order in which they are listed in the record booklet. In his 1911 revision of the scale, Binet unfortunately shifted this test from Year VII to Year VIII. Goddard followed his example, but Coleman retains it in Year VII. The data from more than a dozen leading investigations in America, England, and Germany agree in showing that the test should remain in Year VII. Test 4. Tying a bow knot. Procedure. Prepare a shoestring tied with a bow knot around a stick. The knot should be an ordinary dull bow, with rings not over 3 or 4 inches long. Make this ready in advance of the experiment and show the child only the completed knot. Place the model before the subject with the wings pointing to the right and left, and say, "You know what kind of knot this is, don't you? It is a bow knot. I want you to take this other piece of string and tie the same kind of knot around my finger." At the same time, give the child a piece of shoestring of the same length as that which is tied around the stick, and hold out a finger pointed towards the child in a convenient position for the operation. It is better to have the subject tie the string around the examiner's finger than around a pencil or other object, because the latter often falls out of the string and is otherwise awkward to handle. Some children who assert that they do not know how to tie a bow knot are sometimes nevertheless successful when urged to try. It is always necessary, therefore, to secure an actual trial. Scoring. The test is passed if a double bow knot, both ends folded in, is made in not more than a minute. A single bow knot, only one end folded in, counts half credit. Because children are often accustomed to use a single bow altogether, the usual plain common knot which precedes the bow knot proper must not be omitted if the response is to count as satisfactory. For without this preliminary plain knot, a bow knot will not hold and it is of no value. To be satisfactory, the bow knot should also be drawn up reasonably close, not left gaping. Remarks. This test, which had not before been standardized, was suggested to the writer by the late Dr. Huey, who in a conversation once remarked upon the frequent inability of feeble-minded adults to perform the little motor tasks which are universally learned by normal persons in childhood. The test was therefore incorporated in the Stanford trial series in 1913-14 and tried with 370 non-selected children within 2 months of their 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th birthday. It was expected that the test would probably be found to belong at about the 8-year level, but it proved to be easy enough for Year VII, where 69% of the children passed it. Only 35% of the 6-year-olds succeeded, but after that age the percent passing increased rapidly to 94% at 9 years. This little experiment, simple as it is, seems to fulfill reasonably well the requirements of a good test. The main objection which might be brought against it is that it is much subject to the influence of training. If this were true, in any marked degree, the mentally retarded children of 7-year intelligence should be expected to succeed better with it than mentally advanced children of the same mental level, since the former would have had at least 2 or 3 years more in which to learn the task. A comparison of the two groups, however, shows no great difference. The factor of age, apart from mental age, affects the result so little that it is evident we have here a real test of intelligence.
It would of course be easy to imagine a child of 7 years who had not had reasonable opportunity to make the acquaintance of bow knots or to learn to tie them, but such children are seldom encountered in the ages above 6 or 7. Of 68 7-year-olds who were asked whether they had ever seen a bow knot, a knot like that, only 2 replied in the negative. It cannot be denied, however, that specific instruction and special stimulus to practice do play a certain part. This is suggested by the fact that girls excel the boys somewhat each age, doubtless because bow knots play a larger role in feminine apparel. Social status affects the results in only a moderate degree, though it might be supposed that poor ragamuffins on one hand and children of the very rich on the other would both make a poor showing in this test. The former because of their scanty apparel, the latter because they sometimes have servants to dress them.
The following are probably the chief factors in determining success with this test. 1. Interest in common objective things. 2. Ability to form permanent associative connections between successive motor coordinations, memory for a series of acts. And 3. Skill in the acquisition of voluntary motor control. The last factor is probably much less important than the other two. Motor awkwardness often prolongs the time from the usual 10 or 15 seconds to 30 or 40 seconds, but it is rarely a cause of failure. The important thing is to be able to reproduce the appropriate succession of acts which nearly all children of 7 years, under the joint stimulus of example and spontaneous interest, have before performed or tried to perform. Test 5. Giving differences from memory. Procedure. Say, what is the difference between a fly and a butterfly? If the child does not seem to understand, say, you know flies, do you not? You have seen flies, and you know the butterflies. Now tell me the difference between a fly and a butterfly. Proceed in the same way with stone and egg, and wood and glass. A little coaxing is sometimes necessary to secure a response, but supplementary questions and suggestions of every kind are to be avoided. For example, it would not be permissible for the examiner to say, which is larger, a fly or a butterfly? This would give the child his cue, and he would immediately answer, a butterfly. The child must be left to find a difference by himself. Sometimes a difference is given, but without any indication as to its direction. As, for example, one is bigger than the other, for fly and butterfly. It is then permissible to ask, which is bigger? Scoring. Passed if a real difference is given in 2 out of 3 comparisons. It is not necessary, however, that an essential difference be given. The difference may be trivial, only it must be a real one. The following are samples of satisfactory and unsatisfactory responses. Fly and butterfly. Satisfactory. Butterfly is larger. Butterfly has bigger wings. Fly is black and butterfly is not. Butterfly is yellow or white, etc., and fly is black. Fly bites you and butterflies don't. Butterfly has powder on its wings and flies do not. Fly flies straighter. Butterfly is outdoors and a fly is in the house. Flies are more dangerous to our health. Flies haven't anything to sip honey with. Butterfly doesn't live as long as a fly. Butterfly comes from a caterpillar. Sometimes a double contrast is meant, but not fully expressed, as a fly is small and a butterfly is pretty. Here the thought is probably correct, only the language is awkward. Of 102 correct responses, 70 were in terms of size, or size plus color or form. 12 were in terms of both form and color, 6 in terms of color alone, and the rest scattered among such responses as those mentioned above. Unsatisfactory. These are mostly misstatements of facts, as fly is bigger, fly has legs and butterfly hasn't. Butterfly has no feet and fly has. Butterfly makes butter. Fly is a fly and a butterfly is not.
Failures due to misstatement of fact are of endless variety. If an indefinite response is given like, the fly is different, or they don't look alike, we ask, how is it different, or why don't they look alike? It is satisfactory if the child then gives a correct answer.
Stone and egg. Satisfactory. Stone is harder, egg is softer. Egg breaks easier. Egg breaks and stone doesn't. Stone is heavier. Egg is white and stone is not. Egg has a shell and stone does not. Eggs have a white and a yellow in them. You put eggs in a pudding. An egg is rounder than a stone.
We may also accept statements which are only qualifiedly true, as you can break an egg but not a stone.
Likewise, double but incomplete comparisons are satisfactory as an egg you fry and a stone you throw, a stone is tough and an egg you eat, etc. A little over 3/4 of the comparisons made by children of 6, 7, and 8 years are in terms of hardness. The other responses are widely scattered. Unsatisfactory. A stone is bigger or smaller than an egg. A stone is square and an egg is round. An egg is yellow and a stone is white. Stones are red or black, etc., and eggs are white. An egg is to eat and a stone is to plant. An egg is round and a stone is sometimes round. It will be noted that the above responses are partially true and partially false. The error they contain renders them unacceptable. Most of the failures are due to misstatements as to size, shape, or color, but occasionally one meets a bizarre answer. Wood and glass. Satisfactory. Glass breaks easier than wood. Glass breaks and wood does not. Wood is stronger than glass. Glass you can see through and wood you can't. Glass cuts you and wood doesn't. You get splinters from wood and you don't from glass. Glass melts and wood doesn't. Wood burns and glass doesn't. Wood has bark and glass hasn't. Wood grows and glass doesn't. Glass is heavier than wood. Glass glistens in the sun and wood does not. An incomplete double comparison is also counted satisfactory as wood you can burn and glass you can see through. Unsatisfactory. Wood is black and glass is white. Color differences are always unsatisfactory in this comparison unless transparency is also mentioned. Glass is square and wood is round. Glass is bigger than wood or vice versa. Wood is oblong and glass is square. Glass is thin, wood is thick. Wood is made out of trees and glass out of windows. There is no glass in wood. The two most frequent types of failures are misstatements regarding the color and thickness. The other failures are widely scattered. Remarks. The test is one which all the critics agree in commending, largely because it is so little influenced by ordinary school experience. Its excellence lies mainly, however, in the fact that it throws light upon the character of the child's higher thought processes. For thinking means essentially the association of ideas on the basis of differences or similarities. Nearly all thought processes, from the most complex to the very simplest, evolve to a greater or less degree one or the other of these two types of association. They are involved in the simple judgments made by children, in the appreciation of puns, in mechanical inventions, in the creation of poetry, in the scientific classification of natural phenomena, and in the origination of the hypothesis of science or philosophy. The ability to note differences precedes somewhat the ability to note resemblances, though the contrary has sometimes been asserted by logic and psychologists. The difficulty of the test is greatly increased by the fact that the objects to be compared are not present to the senses, which means that the free ideas must be called up for comparison and contrast. Failure may result either from weakness in the power of ideational representation of objects, or from the inadequacy of the associations themselves, or from both. Probably both factors are usually involved.
Intellectual development is especially evident in increased ability to note essential differences in likenesses as contrasted with those which are trivial, superficial, and accidental.
To distinguish an egg from a stone on the basis of one being organic and the other inorganic matter requires far higher intelligence than to distinguish them on the basis of shape, color, fragility, etc. It is not till well towards the adult stage that the ability to give very essential likenesses and differences becomes prominent, and when we get a comparison of this type from a child of 7 or 8 years, it is a very favorable sign. It would be well worthwhile to standardize a new test of this kind for use in the upper years and especially adapted to display the ability to give essential likenesses and differences. At Year VII, we must accept as satisfactory any real difference. One point remains. In the tests of giving differences and similarities, it is well to make note of any tendency to stereotypy, but which has met the mechanical reappearance of the same idea or element in successive responses. For example, the child begins by comparing fly and butterfly on the basis of size as, a butterfly is bigger than a fly. So far this is quite satisfactory, but the child with a tendency to stereotypy finds himself unable to get away from the dominating idea of size and continues to make it the basis of the other comparisons. A stone is larger than an egg. Wood is larger than glass, etc. In case of stereotypy in all three responses, we should have to score the total response failure, even though the idea employed happened to fit all three parts of the question. As a rule, it is encountered only with very young children or with older children who are mentally retarded. It is therefore an unfavorable sign. Although this test has been universally used in Year VIII, all the available statistics, with the exception of bubble tags and blotches, indicate that it is decidedly too easy for that year. Binet himself says that nearly all 7-year-olds pass it. Goddard finds 97% passing at Year VIII and Doherty 90% at Year VI. With the standard of scoring given in the present revision, and with the substitution of stone and egg instead of the more difficult paper and cloth, the test is unquestionably easy enough for Year VII. Test 6. Copying a diamond. Procedure. On a white cardboard, draw in heavy black lines a diamond with the longer diagonal 3 inches and the shorter diagonal 1.5 inches. The specially prepared record booklet contains the diamond as well as many other conveniences. Place the model before the child with the longer diagonal pointing directly toward him and giving him pen and ink and paper. Say, I want you to draw one exactly like this. Give 3 trials, saying each time, make it exactly like this one. In repeating the above formula, merely point to the model. Do not pass the fingers around its edge. Unlike the test of copying a square in Year IV, there is seldom any difficulty in getting the child to try this one. By the age of 7, the child has grown much less timid and has become more accustomed to the use of writing materials. Note whether the child draws each part carefully, looking at the model from time to time, or whether the strokes are made in a more or less haphazard manner with only an initial glance at the original. After each trial, say to the child, "Is it good?" And after 3 copies have been made, say, "Which one is the best?" Retarded children are sometimes entirely satisfied with the most nondescript drawings imaginable, but they are more likely correctly to pick out the best of 3 than to render a correct judgment about the worth of each drawing separately. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 of the 3 drawings are at least as good as those marked satisfactory on the scorecard. The diamond should be drawn approximately in the correct position, and the diagonals must not be reversed. Disregard departures from the model with respect to size. Remarks. The test is a good one. Age and training apart from intelligence affect it only moderately. There are few adult imbeciles of 6-year intelligence who are able to pass it, while but a few subjects who have reached the 8-year level fail on it. This test was located in Year VII on the 1908 scale, but was shifted to Year VI in Binet's 1911 revision. The change was without justification, for Binet expressly states, both in 1908 and 1911, that only half of the 6-year-olds succeed with it. The large majority of investigations have given too low a proportion of successes as 6 years to warrant its location at that age, particularly if pen is required instead of pencil. Location at Year VI would be warranted only on the condition that the use of pencil be permitted, and only 1 success required in 3 trials. Alternative Test 1. Naming the days of the week. Procedure. Say, "You know the days of the week, do you not? Name the days of the week for me." Sometimes the child begins by naming various annual holidays, as Christmas, 4th of July, etc. Perhaps he has not comprehended the task. At any rate, we give him one more trial by stopping him and saying, "No, that is not what I mean. I want you to name the days of the week." No supplementary questions are permissible, and we must be careful not to show approval or disapproval in our looks as the child is giving his response. If the days have been named in correct order, we check up the response to see whether the real number of days is known or whether the names have only been repeated mechanically. This is done by asking the following questions. What day comes before Tuesday? What day comes before Thursday? What day comes before Friday? Scoring. The test is passed if, within 15 seconds, the days of the week are all named in correct order and if the child succeeds in at least 2 of the 3 check questions. We disregard the point of beginning. Remarks. The test has been criticized as too depending on rote memory. Bobertag says the child may pass it without having any adequate conception of week, yesterday, or day before yesterday, etc. This criticism holds if the test is given according to the older procedure, but does not apply with the procedure above recommended. The checking up questions enable us at once to distinguish responses that are given by rote and from those which rest upon actual knowledge. The test has been shown to be much more influenced by age, apart from intelligence, than most other tests of the scale. Notwithstanding this fault, it seems desirable to keep the test, at least as an alternative, because it forms one of a group which may be designated as tests of time orientation. The others of this group are distinguishing forenoon and afternoon, Year VI, giving the date, and naming the months. 9. It would be well if we had even more of this type, for interest in the passing of time and in the names of time divisions is closely correlated with intelligence. One reason for the inferiority of the dull and feeble-minded in tests of this type is that their mental associations are weaker and less numerous. The greater poverty of their associations bring it about that their remembered experiences are less definitely located in time with reference to other events. The test was located in Year IX of the 1908 scale, but was omitted in the 1911 revision. Coleman also omits it, while Goddard places it in Year VIII. The statistics from every American investigation, however, warrant its location in Year VII. It may be located in Year VIII only on the condition that the child be required to name the days backwards, and that within a rather low time limit. Alternative Test 2. Repeating 3 digits reversed. Procedure. The digits used are 283, 427, 596. The test should be given after, but not immediately after, the test of repeating digits forwards. Say to the child, "Listen carefully. I am going to read some numbers again, but this time I want you to say them backwards. For example, if I should say 123, you should say 321. Do you understand?" When it is evident that the child has grasped the instructions, say, "Ready? Now listen carefully, and be sure to say the numbers backwards." Then read the series at the same rate and in the same manner as in the other digits tests. It is not permissible to reread any of the series. If the first series is repeated forwards instead of backwards, the instructions must be repeated. Before each series, exhort the child to listen carefully and to be sure to repeat the numbers backwards. Scoring. The test is passed if 1 series out of 3 is repeated backwards without error. Remarks. The test of repeating digits backwards was suggested by Boateng in 1911, but appears not to have been used or standardized previous to the Stanford investigation.
It is very much harder to repeat a series of digits backwards than in the direct order. 5 digits can be given in the direct order at Year II and 6 at Year X. Reversing the order places 3 digits in Year VII, 4 in Year X, 5 in Year XII, and 6 in Average Adult.
Even intelligent adults sometimes have difficulty in repeating 6 digits backwards once in 3 trials. As a test of intelligence, this test is better than that of repeating digits in the direct order. It is less mechanical and makes a much heavier demand on attention. The digits must be so firmly fixated in memory that they can be held there long enough to be told off, one by one, backwards. Feeble-minded children find this test especially difficult, perhaps mainly because of its element of novelty. School children are often asked to write numbers dictated by the teacher, and even the very dull acquire a certain proficiency in doing so, but the test of repeating digits backwards requires a certain facility in adjusting to a new task. Exactly the sort of thing in which the feeble-minded are so markedly deficient. As a rule, the response consumes much more time than in the other digits tests. This is particularly true when the series to be repeated backwards contains 4 or more digits. The chance of success is greatly increased if the subject first thinks the series through 2 or 3 times in the direct order before attempting the reverse order. The subject who responds immediately is likely to begin correctly, but to give the first part of the original series in the direct order. For example, 6528 is given 8265. Sometimes the child gives 1 or 2 numbers and then stops, having completely lost the rest of the series in the stress of adjusting to the novel and relatively difficult task of beginning with the final digit. In such cases, the feeble-minded are prone to fill in with any numbers they may happen to think of. A good method for the subject is to break the series up into groups and to give each group separately. Thus, 6528 is given 82, pause, 56. As a rule, only the more intelligent subjects adopt this method. One 12-year-old girl attending high school was able to repeat 8 digits backwards by the aid of this device. It would be well worthwhile to investigate the relation of this test to imagery type. Such a study would have to make use of the adult subjects trained in introspection. It would seem that success might be favored by the ability to translate the auditory impression into visual imagery, so that the remembered numbers could be read off as from a book, but this may or may not be the case. At any rate, success seems to depend largely upon the ability to manipulate mental imagery. The degree of certainty as to the correctness of the response is usually much less than in repeating digits forwards. End of Chapter 13 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14. Instructions for Year VIII. Test 1. The Ball and Field Test. Score 2 Inferior Plan. Procedure. Draw a circle about 2 1/2 inches in diameter. Leave a small gap in the side next to the child. Say, let us suppose that your baseball has been lost in this round field. You have no idea what part of the field it is in. You don't know what direction it came from, how it got there, or with what force it came. All you know is that the ball is lost somewhere in the field. Now take this pencil and mark out a path to show me how you would hunt for the ball so as to be sure not to miss it. Begin at the gate and show me what path you would take. Give the instructions always as worded above. Avoid using an expression like, show me how you would walk around the field. The word around might suggest a circular path. Sometimes the child merely points or tells how he would go. It is then necessary to say, no, you must mark out your path with a pencil so I can see it plainly. Other children trace a path only a little way and stop, saying, here it is. We then say, but suppose you have not found it yet. Which direction would you go next? In this way, the child must be kept tracing a path until it is evident whether any plan governs his procedure. Scoring. The performances secured with this test are conveniently classified into 4 groups, representing progressively higher types. The first 2 types represent failures. The third is satisfactory at Year VIII, the fourth at Year XII. They may be described as follows. Type A, failure. The child fails to comprehend the instructions and either does nothing at all or else perhaps takes a pencil and makes a few random strokes which could not be said to constitute a search. Type B, also failure. The child comprehends the instructions and carries out a search, but without any definite plan. Absence of plan is evident by the crossing and recrossing of paths or by breaks. A break means the pencil is lifted up and set down in another part of the field.
Sometimes only 2 or 3 fragments of paths are drawn,
but more usually the field is pretty well filled up with random meanderings which cross each other again and again. Other illustrations of type B are a single straight or curved line going direct to the ball. A short haphazard dashes or curves bear a suggestion of a fan or spiral. Type C, satisfactory at Year VIII.
A successful performance at Year VIII is characterized by the presence of a plan, but one ill-adapted to the purpose.
That some forethought is exercised is evident, 1. By fewer crossings, 2. By a tendency either to make the lines more or less parallel, or else to give them some kind of symmetry, and 3. By fewer breaks. The possibilities of type C are almost unlimited, and one is continuously meeting new forms. We have distinguished more than 20 of these, the most common of which may be described as follows. 1. Very rough or zigzag circles, or similarly imperfect spirals. 2. Segments of curves joined in a more or less symmetrical fashion. 3. Lines going back and forth across the field, joined at the ends and not intended to be parallel. 4. The wheel plan, showing lines radiating from near the center of the field towards the circumference. 5. The fan plan, showing a number of lines radiating, usually, from the gate and spreading out over the field. 6. Fan ellipses or fan spirals, radiating from the gate like the lines just described. 7. The leaf plan or rib plan or tree plan, with lines branching off from the trunk,
like ribs, veins of a leaf, or branches of a tree.
8. Parallel lines which cross at right angles and mark off the field like a checkerboard. 9. Paths making one or more fairly symmetrical geometrical figures, like a square, a diamond, a star, a hexagon, etc. 10. A combination of 2 or more of the above plans. Type D, satisfactory at Year XII. Performances of this type meet perfectly or almost perfectly the logical requirements of the problem. The paths are almost or quite parallel, and there are no intersections or breaks. The possibilities of type D are fewer and embrace chiefly the following. 1. A spiral, perfect or almost perfect, and beginning either at the gate or at the center of the field. 2. Concentric circles. 3. Transverse lines, parallel or almost so and joined at the ends. Up to about 4 years, most children failed entirely to comprehend the task. By the age of 6 years, the task is usually understood, but the search is conducted without plan. Type C is not attained by 2/3 before the mental level of 8 years, and score 3 ordinarily not until 11 or 12 years. Grading presents some difficulties because of occasional borderline performances, which have a value almost midway between types B and C or between C and D. Frequent reference to the scoring card will enable the examiner, after a little experience, to score nearly all the doubtful performances satisfactory. Remarks. The ball and field problem may be called a test of practical judgment. Unlike a majority of the other tests, it gives the subject a chance to show how well he can meet the demands of a real rather than imagined situation. Tests like this, involving practical adjustments, are valuable in rounding out the scale which, as left by Binet, placed rather excessive emphasis on abstract reasoning and the comprehension of language.
The test requires little time and always arouses the child's interest.
Our analysis of the responses of nearly 1,500 subjects shows that improvement with increasing mental age is steady and fairly rapid. Occasionally, however, one meets a high-grade performance with children of 6 or 7 years and a low-grade performance with adults of average intelligence. Like all the other tests of the scale, it is unreliable when used alone.
Test 2. Counting backwards from 20 to 1. Procedure. Say to the child, "You can count backwards, can you not?" "I want you to count backwards for me from 20 to 1. Go ahead." In the great majority of cases, this is sufficient. The child comprehends the task and begins. If he does not comprehend and is silent, or starts in perhaps to count forwards from 1 to or 20, say, "No, I want you to count backwards from 20 to 1, like this. 20, 19, 18, and clear on down to 1. Now go ahead." Insist upon the child trying it, even though he asserts he cannot do it. In many such cases, an effort is crowned with success. Say nothing about hurrying, as this confuses some subjects. Prompting is not permissible. Scoring. The test is passed if the child counts from 20 to 1 in not over 40 seconds and with not more than a single error, one omission or one transposition. Errors which the child spontaneously corrects are not counted as errors. Remarks. The statistics on this test agree remarkably well. It is plainly too easy for Year IX, and no one has found it easy enough for Year VIII. The main lack of uniformity has been in the adherence to a time limit. Binet required that the task be completed in 20 seconds, and Goddard and most others adhere rather strictly to this rule. Coleman, however, allows 30 seconds if there is no error, and 20 seconds if one error is committed. We agree with Bobertag that owing to the nature of this test, we should not be pedantic about the time. While a majority of children who are able to count backwards do the task in 20 seconds, there are some intelligent but deliberate subjects who require as much as 35 or 40 seconds. If the counting is done with assurance and without stumbling, there is no reason why we should not allow even 40 seconds. Beyond this, however, our generosity should not go, because of the chance it would give for the use of special devices such as counting forwards each time to the next number wanted. It may be said that counting backwards is a test of schooling, and to a certain extent this is true. It is reasonable to suppose that special training would enable the child to pass the test a little earlier than he would otherwise be able to do, though it is doubtful whether many children below 7 years of age have had enough of such training to influence the performance very materially. On the other hand, when the child has reached an intelligence level of 8 or at most 9 years, he is ordinarily able to count from 20 to 1, whether he has ever tried it before or not. What psychological factors are involved in this test? It presupposes, in the first place, the ability to count from 1 to 20, but this alone does not guarantee success in counting backwards. Something more is required than a mere rote memory for the number names in their order from 1 up to 20. The quantitative relationships of the numbers must also be apprehended if the task is to be performed smoothly without a great deal of special training. In addition to being reasonably secure in his knowledge of the number relationships involved, the child must be able to give sustained attention until the task is completed. His mental processes must be dominated by the guiding idea, count backwards. Associations which do not harmonize with this aim, or which fail to further it, must be inhibited. Even momentary relaxation of attention means a loss of directive force in the guiding idea and the dominance of better-known associations which may be suggested by the task, but are out of harmony with it. Thus, if a child momentarily loses sight of the end after counting backwards successfully from 20 to 14, he is likely to be overpowered by the law of habit and begin counting forwards, 14, 15, 16, 17, etc. We may regard the test, therefore, as a test of attention, or prolonged thought control. The ability to exercise unbroken vigilance for a period of 20 or 30 seconds is rarely found below the level of 7 or 8 year intelligence. Test 3. Comprehension, 3rd degree. The questions for this year are: A. What's the thing for you to do when you have broken something which belongs to someone else? B. What's the thing for you to do when you notice on your way to school that you're in danger of being tardy? C. What's the thing for you to do if a playmate hits you without meaning to do it? The procedure is the same as in previous comprehension questions. Each question may be repeated once or twice, but its form must not be changed. No explanations are permissible. Scoring. Question A. If you have broken something. Satisfactory responses are those suggesting either restitution or apology or both. Confession is not satisfactory unless accompanied by apology. The following are satisfactory: buy a new one, pay for it, give them something instead of it, have my father mend it, apologize, tell them I'm sorry, that I did not mean to break it, etc. Of 92 correct answers, 76 suggested restitution, while 16 suggested apology or apology and restitution. Unsatisfactory.
Tell them I did it. Go tell my mother. Feel sorry. Be ashamed. Pick it up, etc. Mere confession accounts for over 20% of all failures. Question B. In danger of being tardy. Satisfactory. The expected response is hurry, walk faster, or something to that effect. One bright city boy said he would take a car. Of the answers not obviously incorrect, nearly 95% suggest hurrying. The rule ordinarily recommended is to grade all other responses minus, but this rule is too sweeping to be followed blindly. One who would use intelligence tests must learn to discriminate. I would go back home and not go to school that day is a good answer in those cases, fortunately rare, in which children are forbidden by the teacher to enter the schoolroom if tardy. Go back home and get mother to write an excuse would be good policy if by doing so the child might escape the danger of incurring an extreme penalty. When teachers inflict absurd penalties for unexcused tardiness, it is the part of wisdom for children to incur no risks. When such a response is given, it is well to inquire into the school's method of dealing with tardiness and to score the response accordingly. Unsatisfactory. Go to the principal. Tell the teacher I couldn't help it. Have to get an excuse. Go to school anyway. Get punished. Not do it again. Not play hooky. Start earlier next time, etc. Lack of success results oftenest from failure to get the exact shade of meaning conveyed by the question. It is implied, of course, that something is to be done at once to avoid tardiness, but the subject of dull comprehension may suggest a suitable thing to do in case tardiness has been occurred. Hence the response, I would go to the principal and explain. Answers of this type are always unsatisfactory. Question C. Playmate hits you. Satisfactory responses are only those which suggest either excusing or overlooking the act. These ideas are variously expressed as follows. I would excuse him. About half of all the correct answers. I would say yes if he asked my pardon. I would say it was all right. I would take it for a joke. I would just be nice to him. I would go right on playing. I would take it kind-hearted. I would not fight or run and tell on him. I would not blame him for it. Ask him to be more careful, etc. Unsatisfactory responses are all those not of the above two types, as I would hit him back. I would not hit him back, but I would get even with him some other way. Tell him not to do it again. Tell them to cut it out. Tell him it's a wrong thing to do. Make him excuse himself. Make him say he's sorry. Would not play with him. Tell my mama. I would ask him why he did it. He would say excuse me, and I'd say thank you. He should excuse me. He is supposed to say excuse me. Remarks. All three comprehension questions of this year were used by Binet, Goddard, Huey, and others in Year X. Two of them in the easy series and one in the hard series. The Stanford data show that they belong at the 8-year level on the standard of scoring above set forth. The three differ little among themselves in difficulty, but all of them are decidedly easier than the other 5 used by Binet. It would be absurd to go on using the comprehension questions as Binet bunched them, 8 together, ranging in difficulty from one which is easy enough for 6-year intelligence, what's the thing to do if you miss your train, to one which is hard for the 12-year level. Why is a bad act done when one is angry more excusable than the same act done when one is not angry? Test 4. Giving similarities, 2 things. Procedure. Say to the child, I'm going to name 2 things which are alike in some way, and I want you to tell me how they are alike. Wood and coal. In what way are they alike? Proceed in the same manner with an apple and a peach, iron and silver, a ship and an automobile. After the first pair, the formula may be abbreviated to in what way are something and something alike. It is often necessary to insist a little if the child is silent or says he does not know, but in doing this we must avoid supplementary questions and suggestions. In giving the first pair, for example, it would not be permissible to ask such additional questions as, what do you use wood for? What do you use coal for? And now, how are wood and coal alike? This is really putting the answer in the child's mouth. It is only permissible to repeat the original question in a persuasive tone of voice, and perhaps to add, I'm sure you can tell me how something and something are alike, or something to that effect. A very common mistake which the child makes is to give differences instead of similarities. This tendency is particularly strong if Test 5, Year VII, giving differences, has been given earlier in the sitting. But it happens often enough in other cases also to suggest that finding differences is, to a much greater extent than finding similarities, the child's preferred method of making a comparison. When a difference is given, instead of a similarity, we say, no, I want you to tell me how they are alike. In what way are something and something alike? Unless the child is of rather a low intelligence level, this is sufficient. but the mentally retarded sometimes continue to give differences persistently in spite of repeated admonitions, or if they cease to do so for one or two comparisons, they are likely to repeat the mistake in the latter part of the test. Scoring. The test is passed if a likeness is given in 2 out of 4 comparisons. We accept as satisfactory any real likeness, whether fundamental or superficial, though of course the more essential the resemblance the better the indication it is of intelligence. The following are samples of satisfactory and unsatisfactory answers. A. Wood and coal. Satisfactory. Both burn. Both keep you warm. Both are used for fuel. Both are vegetable matter. Both come from the ground. Can use them both for running engines. Both hard, both heavy. Both cost money. Of 80 correct answers, 64 or 80% referred in one way or another to combustibility. Unsatisfactory. Most frequent is the persistent giving of a difference instead of a similarity. This accounts for a little over half of all the failures. About half of the remainder are cases of inability to give any response. Incorrect statements with regard to color are rather common. Sample failures of this type are both are black or both the same color. Other failures are both are dirty on the outside. You can't break them. Coal burns better. Wood is lighter than coal, etc. B. An apple and a peach. Satisfactory. Both are round. Both the same shape. They are about the same color. Both nearly always have some red on them. Both good to eat. Can make pies of both of them. Both can be cooked. Both mellow when they are ripe. Both have a stem or seeds, skin, etc. Both come from trees. Can be dried in the same way. Both are fruits. Both green in color when they are not ripe. Of 82 correct answers, 25% mention in color, 25% form, 22% edibility, 20% having stem, seed, or skin, and 5% that both grow on trees. Unsatisfactory. Both taste the same. Both have a lot of seeds. Both have a fuzzy skin. An apple is bigger than a peach. One is red and one is white, etc. Again, over 50% of the failures are due to giving differences, and about 18% to silence. C. Iron and silver. Satisfactory. Both are metals, or mineral. Both come out of the ground. Both cost money. Both are heavy. Both are hard. Both can be melted. Both can be bent. Both used for utensils. You manufacture things out of both of them. Both can be polished. These are named most frequently in the following order. 1. Hardness. 2. Origin from the ground. 3. Heaviness. 4. Use in making things. Unsatisfactory. Both thin or thick. Sometimes they are the same shape. Both the same color. A little silver and lots of iron weigh the same. Both made by the same company. They rust the same. You can't eat them. Of 60 failures, 32 were due to giving differences and 14 to silence or unwillingness to hazard a reply. D. A ship and an automobile. Satisfactory. Both means of travel. Both go. You ride in them. Both take you fast. They both use fuel. Both run by machinery. Both have a steering gear. Both have engines in them. Both have wood in them. Both can be wrecked. Both break if they hit a rock. About 45% of the answers are in terms of running or travel, 37% in terms of machinery or structure, the rest scattered. Unsatisfactory. Both black or some other color. Both very big. They are made alike. Both run on wheels. Ship is for the water and automobile for the land. Ship goes on water and an automobile sometimes goes in water. An auto can go faster. Ship is run by coal and automobile by gasoline. Of 51 failures, 32 were due to giving differences and 14 to failure to reply. Remarks. The test of finding similarities was suggested by Boatag. Our results show that it is fully as satisfactory as the test of giving differences. The test reveals in a most interesting way one of the fundamental weaknesses of the feeble mind. Young, normal children, say of 7 or 8 years, often fail to pass. But it is the feeble-minded who give the greatest number of absurd answers and who also find greatest difficulty in resisting the tendency to give differences. Test 5. Giving definitions superior to use. Procedure. The words for this year are balloon, tiger, football, and soldier. Ask simply, what is a balloon, etc. If it appears that any of the words are not familiar to the child, substitution may be made from the following: automobile, battleship, potato, store. Make no comments on the responses until all the words have been given. In case of silence or hesitation in answering, the question may be repeated with little encouragement, but supplementary questions are never in order. Ordinarily, there is no difficulty in securing a response to the definition test of this year. The trouble comes in scoring the response. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 of the 4 words are defined in terms superior to use. Superior to use includes chiefly A. Definitions which describe the object or tell something of its nature, form, size, color, appearance, etc. B. Definitions which give the substance or the materials or parts composing it. And C. Those which tell what class the objects belong to or what relation it bears to other classes of objects. It is possible to distinguish different grades of definitions in each of the above classes. A definition by description, type A, may be brief and partial, mentioning only 1 or 2 qualities or characteristics, or it may be relatively rich and complete. Likewise with definitions of type B. Classificatory definitions, type C, are of particularly uneven value, the lowest order being those which subsume the object to be defined and under a remote class and give few of any characteristics to distinguish it from other members of the same class, as for example, a football is a thing you can have fun with, or a soldier is a person. The best classificatory definitions are those which subsume the object under the next higher class and give the more essential traits. Perhaps a number of them, which distinguish the object from others of the class named, as for example, a tiger is a large animal like a cat. It lives in the jungle and eats men and other animals, or a soldier is a man who goes to war. These shades of distinction give interesting and valuable clues to the maturity and richness of the perceptive processes, but for purposes of scoring it is necessary merely to decide whether the definition is given in terms superior to use. The following are samples of satisfactory definitions, those for each word being arranged roughly in the order of their value from excellent to barely passing. A. Balloon. Satisfactory. A balloon is a means of travel through the air. It is a kind of airship made of cloth and filled with air so it can go up. It is big and made of cloth. It has gas in it and carries people up in a basket that's fastened onto the bottom. It is a thing you hold by a string and it goes up. It is like a big bag with air in it. It is a big thing that goes up. Unsatisfactory. To go up in the air. What you go up in. When you go up. They go up in it. It's full of gas. To carry you up. A balloon is a balloon, etc. It is big. They go up, etc. B. Tiger. Satisfactory. It is a wild animal of the cat family. It is an animal that's a cousin to the lion. It is an animal that lives in the jungle. It is a wild animal. It looks like a big cat. It lives in the woods and eats flesh. Something that eats people. Unsatisfactory. To eat you up. To kill people. To travel in the circus. What eats people? It is a tiger, etc. You run from it, etc. C. Football. Satisfactory. It is a leather bag filled with air and made for kicking. It is a ball you kick. It is a thing you play with. It is made of leather and is stuffed with air. It is a thing you kick. It is brown and filled with air. It is a thing shaped like a watermelon. Unsatisfactory. To kick. To play with. What they play with. Boys play with it. It's filled with air. It is a football. It is a basketball. It is round. You kick it. D. Soldier. Satisfactory. A man who goes to war. A brave man. A man that walks up and down and carries a gun. It is a man who minds his captain and stands still and walks straight. It is a man who goes to war and shoots. It is a man who stands straight and marches. Unsatisfactory. To shoot, go to war. It is a soldier that marches. He fights, he shoots. What fights, etc. When you march and shoot. Silence accounts for only a small proportion of the failures with children of 8, 9, and 10 years. Remarks. The use definitions, sometimes given at this age, are usually of slightly better quality than those given in Year V. Younger children more often use the infinitive form to play with, doll, to drive, horse, to eat, on, table, etc. Use definitions of this year more often begin with they or what, as they go up in it, balloon, they kick it, football, etc. Why, it may be asked, is the use definition regarded as inferior to the descriptive or the classificatory definition? Is not the case to which an object may be put the most essential thing about it, for the child at least? Is it not more important to know that a fork is to eat with than to be able to name the material it is made of?
Is not the use primary, and does it not determine most of the physical characteristics of the object? The above questions may sound reasonable, but they are based on poor psychology. We must rest our case upon the facts. The first lesson which the student of child psychology must learn is that it is unsafe to set up criteria of intelligence, of maturity, or of any other mental trait on the basis of theoretical considerations. Experiment teaches that normal children of 5 or 6 years, also older feeble-minded persons of the 5-year intelligence level, define objects in terms of use. Also that normal children of 8 or 9 years and older feeble-minded persons of this mental level have for the most part developed beyond the stage of use definitions into the descriptive or classificatory stage. An ounce of fact is worth a ton of theory. The test has usually been located in Year IX with a requirement of 3 successes out of 5 trials and with somewhat more rigid scoring of the individual definitions. When only 2 successes are required in 4 trials and when scored leniently, the test belongs at the 8-year level. Test 6. Vocabulary. 20 definitions, 3,600 words. Procedure. Use the list of words given in the record booklet. Say to the child, "I want to find out how many words you know. Listen, and when I say a word, you tell me what it means." If the child can read, give him a printed copy of the word list and let him look at each word as you pronounce it. The words are arranged approximately, though not exactly, in the order of their difficulty, and it is best to begin with the easier words and proceed to the harder. With children under 9 or 10 years, begin with the first. Apparently normal children of 10 years may safely be credited with the first 10 words without being asked to define them. Apparently normal children of 12 may begin with word 16 and 15-year-olds with word 21. Except with subjects of almost adult intelligence, there is no need to give the last 10 or 15 words, as these are almost never correctly defined by school children. A safe rule to follow is to continue until 8 or 10 successive words have been missed and to score the remainder minus without giving them. The formula is as follows. What is an orange? What is a bonfire? Roar. What does roar mean? Gown. What is a gown? What does tap mean? What does scorch mean? What is a puddle, etc.? Some children at first show a little hesitation about answering, thinking that a strictly formal definition is expected. In such cases, a little encouragement is necessary as, "You know what a bonfire is. You have seen a bonfire. Now, what is a bonfire?" If the child still hesitates, say, "Just tell me in your own words. Say it any way you please. All I want is to find out whether you know what a bonfire is." Do not torture the child, however, by undue insistence. If he persists in his refusal to define a word which he would ordinarily be expected to know, it is better to pass on to the next one and to return to the troublesome word later. Above all, avoid helping the child by illustrating the use of a word in a sentence. Adhere strictly to the formula given above. If the definition as given does not make it clear whether the child has the correct idea, say, "Explain," or "I don't understand. Explain what you mean." Encourage the child frequently by saying, "That's fine, you are doing beautifully. You know lots of words," etc. Never tell the child his definition is not correct, and never ask for a different definition. Avoid saying anything which would suggest a model form of definition, as the type of definition which the child spontaneously chooses throws interesting light on the degree of maturity of the apperceptive processes. Record all definitions verbatim if possible, or at least those which are exceptionally good, poor, or doubtful. Scoring. Credit a response in full if it gives one correct meaning for the word, regardless of whether that meaning is the most common one, and regardless of whether it is the original or a derived meaning. Occasionally half credit may be given, but this should be avoided as far as possible. To find the entire vocabulary, multiply the number of words known by 180. This list is made up of 100 words, selected by rule from a dictionary containing 18,000 words. Thus, the child who defines 20 words correctly has a vocabulary of 20 times 180 equals 3,600 words. 50 correct definitions would mean a vocabulary of 9,000 words, etc. The following are the standards for different years as determined by the vocabulary reached by 60 to 65% of the subjects of the various mental levels. 8 years, 20 words. Vocabulary 3,600. 10 years, 30 words. Vocabulary 5,400. 12 years, 40 words. Vocabulary 7,200. 14 years, 50 words. Vocabulary 9,000. Average adult, 65 words. Vocabulary 11,700. Superior adult, 75 words. Vocabulary 13,500. Although the form of the definition is significant, it is not taken into consideration in scoring. The test is intended to explore the range of ideas rather than the evolution of thought forms. When it is evident that the child has one fairly correct meaning for a word, he is given full credit for it, however poorly the definition may have been stated. While there is naturally some difficulty now and then in deciding whether a given definition is correct, this happens much less frequently than one would expect. In order to get a definite idea of the extent of error due to the individual differences among examiners, we have had the definitions of 25 subjects graded independently by 10 different persons. The result showed an average difference below 3 in the number of definitions scored plus. Since these subjects attempted on an average about 60 words, the average number of doubtful definitions per subject was below 5% of the number attempted. An idea of the degree of leniency to be exercised may be had from the following examples of definitions, which are mostly of low grade, but acceptable unless otherwise indicated. 1. Orange. An orange is to eat. It is yellow and grows on a tree. Both full credit. 2. Bonfire. You burn it outdoors. You burn some leaves or things. It's a big fire. All full credit. 3. Roar. A lion roars. You holler loud. Full credit. 4. Gown. To sleep in. It's a nightie. It's a nice gown that ladies wear. All full credit. 7. Puddle. You splash in it. It's just a puddle of water. Both full credit. 9. Straw. It grows in the field. It means wheat straw. The horses eat it. All full credit. 10. Rule. The teacher makes rules. It means you can't do something. You make marks with it, i.e. a ruler, often called a rule by school children. All full credit. 11. Afloat. To float on the water. A ship floats. Both full credit. 12. Eyelash. If a child says it's over the eye, tell him to point to it, as often the word is confused with eyebrow. 14. Copper. It's a penny. It means some copper wire. Both full credit. 15. Health. It means good health or bad health. It means strong. Both full credit. 7. Guitar. You play on it. Full credit. 18. Mellow. If the child says it means a mellow apple, ask what kind of apple that would be. For full credit, the answer must be soft, mushy, etc. 19. Pork. If the answer is meat, ask what animal it comes from. Half credit if wrong animal is named. 21. Plumbing. You fix pipes. Full credit. 21. Southern. If the answer is Southern States or Southern California, say, it's brought to Southern Maine. Do not credit unless explanation is forthcoming. 26. Noticeable. You notice a thing. Full credit. 29. Civil. Civil war. Failure unless explained. It means to be nice. Full credit. 30. Treasury. Give half credit for definitions like valuables, lots of money, etc., i.e., if the word is confused with treasure. 32. Ramble. To go about fast. Half credit. 38. Nerve. Half credit if the slang use is defined. You've got nerve, etc. 41. Majesty. What do you say to a king? Full credit. 45. Sportive. To like sports. Half credit. Playful or happy. Full credit. 46. Hysterics. You laugh and cry at the same time. A kind of sickness. A kind of fit. All full credit. 48. Repose. You pose again. Failure. 52. Coinage. A place where they make money. Half credit. 56. Dilapidated. Something that's very old. Half credit. 58. Conscientiousness. You're careful how you do your work. Full credit. 60. Artless. No art. Failure unless correctly explained. 61. Priceless. It has no price. Failure. 66. Promontory. Something prominent. Failure unless child can explain what it refers to. 68. Milksop. You sop up milk. Failure. 73. Harpy. A kind of bird. Full credit. 80. Exaltation. You feel good. Full credit. 85. Retroactive. Acting backward. Full credit. 92. Theosophy. A religion. Full credit. It is seen from the above examples that a very liberal standard has been used. Leniency in judging definitions is necessary because the child's power of expression lags further behind his understanding than is true of adults, and also because, for the young subject, the word has a relatively less unitary existence. Remarks. Our vocabulary test was derived by selecting the last word of every sixth column in a dictionary containing approximately 18,000 words.
presumably the 18,000 most common words in the language. The test is based on the assumption that 100 words selected according to some arbitrary rule will be a large enough sampling to afford a fairly reliable index of a subject's entire vocabulary. Rather extensive experimentation with this list and others chosen in a similar manner has proved that the assumption is justified. Tests of the same 75 individuals with 5 different vocabulary tests of this type show that the average difference between two sets of the same person was less than 5%. This means that any one of the 5 tests used is reliable enough for all practical purposes. It is of no special importance that a given child's vocabulary is 8,000 rather than 7,600. The significance lies in the fact that it is approximately 8,000 and not 4,000, 12,000, or some other widely different number. It may seem to the reader almost incredible that so small a sampling of words would give a reliable index of an individual's vocabulary. That it does so is due to the operation of the ordinary laws of chance. It is analogous to predicting the results of an election when only a small proportion of the ballots have been counted. If it is known that a ballot box contains 600 votes, and when only 30 have been counted, it is found that they are divided between 2 candidates in the proportion of 20 and 10, it is safe to predict that a complete count will give the 2 candidates approximately 400 and 200 respectively. In 1914, about 1 million votes were cast for governor in California, and when only 10,000 votes had been counted, or a hundredth of all, it was announced and conceded that Governor Johnson had been re-elected by about 150,000 plurality. The completed count gave him 188,505 plurality. The error was less than 10% of the total vote. The vocabulary test has a far higher value than any other single test of the scale. Used with the children of English-speaking parents, with children whose home language is not English, it is of course unreliable. It probably has a higher value than any 3 other tests in the scale. Our statistics show that in a large majority of cases, the vocabulary test alone will give us an intelligence quotient within 10% of that secured by the entire scale. Out of hundreds of English-speaking children, we have not found one testing significantly above age who had a significantly low vocabulary, and correspondingly, those who test much below age never have a high vocabulary. Occasionally, however, a subject tests somewhat higher or lower in vocabulary than the mental age would lead us to expect. This is often the case with dull children in cultured homes and with very intelligent children whose home environment has not stimulated language development. But even in these cases, we are not seriously misled, for the dull child of fortunate home surroundings shows his dullness in the quality of his definitions, if not in their quantity, while the bright child of illiterate parents shows his intelligence in the aptness and accuracy of his definitions. We have not worked out a satisfactory method of scoring the quality of definitions in our vocabulary test, but these differences will be readily observed by the trained examiner. Definitions in terms of use and definitions which are slightly inaccurate or hazy are quite characteristic of the lower mental ages. Children of the lower mental age have also a tendency to venture wild guesses at words they do not know. This is especially characteristic of retarded subjects and is another example of their weakness of autocriticism. One feeble-minded boy of 12 years, with a mental age of 8 years, glibly and confidently gave definitions for every one of the 100 words. About 70 of the definitions were pure nonsense. The vocabulary test was devised and partially standardized by Mr. H. G. Childs and the writer in 1911. Many experiments since then have proved its value as a test of intelligence. Alternative Test 1. Naming 6 coins. Procedure is exactly as in Year VI, Test 5, naming 4 coins. The dollar should be shown before the half dollar. Scoring. All 6 coins must be correctly named. If a response is changed, the rule is to count the second answer and ignore the first. Remarks. Binet used 9 pieces and required knowledge of all at Year X, 1908. But at Year IX in the 1911 revision, most other workers have used the same method, with the test located in either Year IX or Year X. Alternative Test 2. Writing from dictation. Procedure. Give the child pen, ink, and paper. Place him in a comfortable position for writing and say, I want you to write something for me as nicely as you can. Write these words. See the little boy. Be sure to write it all. See the little boy. Do not dictate the words separately, but give the sentence as a whole. Further repetition of the sentence is not permissible, as ability to remember what is being dictated is part of the test. Copy, of course, must not be shown. Scoring. Passed if the sentence is written legibly enough to be easily recognized, and if no word has been omitted. Ordinary mistakes of spelling are disregarded. The rule is that the mistake in spelling must not mutilate the word beyond easy recognition. The performance may be graded by the use of Thorndike's handwriting scale. The handwriting of 8-year-old children who have been in school not less than 1 year or more than 2 usually falls between quality 7 and quality 9 on the scale. But we shall perhaps not be too liberal if we consider a performance satisfactory which does not grade below quality 6, provided it is not seriously mutilated by errors, omissions, etc. Remarks. This test found a place in Year VIII of Binet's 1908 scale, but has been omitted from all the other revisions, including Binet's own. Bobertag did not even regard the test as worthy of a trial. The universal criticism has been that it is a test of schooling rather than of intelligence. That the performance depends, in a certain sense, upon special instruction is self-evident. Without such instruction, no child of 8 years, however intelligent, would be able to pass the test. Nature does not give us a conventionalized language, either written or spoken. It must be acquired. It is also true that a high-grade, feeble-minded child, say, 8 years of age and of 6-year intelligence, is sometimes, though not always, able to pass the test after 2 years of school instruction. It is exceedingly improbable, however, that a feeble-minded subject with less than 6-year intelligence will ever be able to pass this test, however long he remains in school. The conclusions to be drawn from these facts are as follows. 1. Inability to pass the test should not be counted against the child unless it is known that he has at least a full year of the usual school instruction. 2. Ability to pass the test after only 2 years of school instruction is almost certain proof that the child has reached a mental level of at least 6 years. 3. Failure to pass the test must be regarded as a grave symptom in the case of the child 9 or more years of age who is known to have attended school as much as 2 years. 4. For mental levels higher than 8 years, the test has hardly any diagnostic value, since feeble-minded persons of 8 or 9 year intelligence can usually be taught to write quite legibly. If the limitations above set forth are kept in mind, the test is by no means without value, and is always worth giving as a supplementary test. Learning to write simple sentences from dictation is no mean accomplishment. It demands, in the first place, a fairly complete mastery of rather difficult muscular coordinations. Moreover, these coordinations must be firmly associated with the corresponding letters and words, for if the writing coordinations are not fairly automatic, so much attention will be required to carry them out that the child will not be able to remember what he has been told to write. The necessity of remembering the passage acts as a distraction, and writing from dictation is therefore a more difficult task than writing from copy. End of Chapter 14 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 15 of The Measurement of Intelligence by TERMAN. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leon Harvey. Chapter 15. Instructions for Year IX. Test 1. Giving the date. Procedure. Ask the following questions in order. A. What day of the week is it today? B. What month is it? C. What day of the month is it? D. What year is it? If the child misunderstands and gives the day of the month, or the day of the week, or vice versa, we merely repeat the question with suitable emphasis, but give no other help. Scoring. An error of 3 days in either direction is allowed for C, but A, B, and D must all be given correctly. If the child makes an error and spontaneously corrects it, the change is allowed, but corrections must not be called for or suggested. Remarks. Binet originally located this test in Year IX, but unfortunately moved it to Year VIII in the 1911 revision. Coleman, Goddard, and Huey all retain it in Year IX, where, according to our own data, it unquestionably belongs. With the exception of Binet's 1911 results, the statistics for the test are in remarkably close agreement for children in France, Germany, England, and Eastern and Western United States. It seems that practically all children in civilized countries have ample opportunity to learn the divisions of the year, month, and week, and to become oriented with respect to these divisions. Special instruction is doubtless capable of hastening time orientation to a certain degree, but not greatly. Binet tells of a French école maternelle attended by children 4 to 6 years of age, where instruction was given daily in regard to the date, and yet not a single one of the children was able to pass this test. This is a beautiful illustration of the futility of precocious teaching. In spite of well-meant instruction, it is not until the age of 8 or 9 years that children have enough comprehension of time periods and sufficient interest in them to keep very close track of the date.
Failure to pass the test at the age of 10 or 11 years is a decidedly unfavorable sign unless the error is very slight.
The fact that normal adults are occasionally unable to give the day of the month is no argument against the validity of the test, since the system of tests is so constructed as to allow for accidental failures on any particular test. As a matter of fact, very nearly 100% of normal 12-year-old children pass this test. The unavoidable fault of the test is its lack of uniformity in difficulty at different dates. It is easier for school children to give the day of the week on Monday or Friday than on Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Mistakes in giving the day of the month are less likely to occur at the beginning or end of the month than at any other time, while mistakes in naming the month are most likely to occur then. It is interesting to compare the four parts of this test to regard to difficulty. Binet and Bobertag both state that ability to name the year comes last, but they give no figures. Our own data show that the four parts of the test are of almost exactly the same difficulty, and that this is true of all ages.
Test 2. Arranging 5 weights. Use the 5 weights 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15 grams. Be sure that the weights are identical in appearance. The weights may be made as described under Year V Test 1, or they may be purchased of C. H. Stoling & Co., Chicago, Illinois. If no weights are at hand, one of the alternative tests may be substituted. Procedure. Place the 5 boxes on the table in an irregular group before the child and say, "See these boxes? They all look alike, don't they? But they are not alike. Some of them are heavy, some are not quite so heavy, and some are still lighter. No two weigh the same. Now I want you to find the heaviest one and place it here. Then find the one that is just a little lighter and put it here. Then put the next lighter one here, and the next lighter one here, and the lightest of all at this end, pointing each time at the appropriate spot. Do you understand?" Whatever the child answers, in order to make sure that he does understand, we repeat the instructions thus. Remember now that no two weights are the same. Find the heaviest one and put it here, the next heaviest here, and lighter, lighter, until you have the very lightest here. Ready? Go ahead.
It is best to follow very closely the formula here given. Otherwise, there is danger of stating the directions so abstractly that the subject cannot comprehend them. A formula like, "I want you to arrange the blocks in a gradually decreasing series according to weight," would be Greek to most children of 10 years. If the subject still seems at a loss to know what to do, the instructions may be again repeated, but no further help of any kind may be given. Do not tell the subject to take the blocks one at a time in the hand and try them, and do not illustrate by hefting the box yourself. It is a part of the test to let the subject find his own method. Give 3 trials, shuffling the boxes after each. Do not repeat the instructions before the second and third trials unless the subject has used an absurd procedure in the previous trial. Scoring. The test is passed if the blocks are arranged in the correct order twice out of 3 trials. Always record the order of arrangement and note the number and extent of displacement. Obviously, an arrangement like 12, 6, 15, 3, 9 is very much more serious than one like 15, 12, 6, 9, 3. But we require that 2 trials be absolutely without error. Scoring is facilitated if the blocks are marked on the bottom so that they may be easily identified. It is then necessary to exercise some care to see that the subject does not examine the bottom of the blocks for a clue as to the correct order. Remarks. Binet originally located this test in Year IX, but in his 1911 revision changed it to Year VIII. Other revisions have retained it in Year IX. The correct location depends upon the weights used and upon the procedure in scoring. Coleman uses weights of 3, 9, 18, 27, 36, and 45 grams, and this probably makes the test easier. Bobertag tried 2 sets of boxes, one set being of larger dimensions than the other. The larger gave decidedly the more errors. If we require only 1 success in 3 trials, the test could be located a year or 2 lower in the scale, while 3 successes as a standard would require that it be moved upward possibly as much as 2 years. Much depends also on whether the child is left to find his own method, and on this there has been much difference of procedure. Coleman, Bobertag, and Whelan illustrate the correct method of making the comparison by first hefting and arranging the weights while the subject looks on. We prefer to keep the test in its original form, and with the procedure and scoring we have used it well located in Year IX. Whelan carries his assistance still further by saying, after the first block has been placed, now find the heaviest of the 4, and after the second has been placed, now find the heaviest of the 3, etc. Finally, when the arrangement has been made, he tells the subject to try them again to make sure the order is correct, allowing the subject to make whatever changes he thinks necessary. This procedure robs the test of its most valuable features. The experiment was not devised primarily as a test of sensory discrimination, for it has long been recognized that individuals who have developed as far as a 9 or 10-year level of intelligence are ordinarily but little below normal in sensory capacity. Psychologically, the test resembles that of comparing weights in Year V, Test 1. Success depends in the first place upon the correct comprehension of the task and the setting of a goal to be attained, secondly upon the choice of a suitable method for realizing the goal, and finally upon the ability to keep the end clearly in consciousness until all the steps necessary for its attainment have been gone through. Elementary as are the processes involved, they represent the prototype of all purposeful behavior. The statesman, the lawyer, the teacher, the physician, the carpenter, all in their own way and with their own materials, are continually engaged in setting goals, choosing means, and inhibiting the multitudinous appeals of irrelevant and distracting ideas. In this experiment, the subject may fail in any one of the three requirements of the test, or in all of them. 1. He may not comprehend the instructions, and so be unable to set the goal. 2. Though understanding what is expected of him, he may adopt an absurd method of carrying out the task. Or 3. He may lose sight of the end and begin to play with the blocks, stacking them on top of one another, building trains, tossing them about, etc. Sometimes a guiding idea is not completely lost, but is weakened or rendered only partially operative. In such a case, the subject may compare some of the blocks carefully, place others without trying them at all, but continue in his half-rational, half-irrational procedure until all the blocks have been arranged. It is essential, therefore, to supplement the mere record of success or failure by jotting down a brief but accurate description of the performance. Note any hesitation or inability to grasp the instructions. Note especially any absurd procedure, such as placing all the blocks without hefting any of them, comparing only some of them, holding them up and shaking them, hefting two at once in the same hand, etc. The ideal method, of course, is to try all the blocks carefully before placing any of them, then to make a tentative arrangement, and finally, to correct this tentative arrangement by means of individual comparisons. A slight departure from this method does not always bring failure, but it renders success less probable. As a rule, it is only very intelligent children of 10 years who think to test out their first arrangement by making a final and additional trial of each block in turn. Contrary to what might be supposed, success is slightly favored by hefting the blocks successfully with one hand rather than by taking one in each hand for simultaneous comparison. But as the child cannot be expected to know this, we must regard the two methods as equally logical. The test of arranging weights has met universal praise. Its special advantage is that it tests the subject's intelligence in the manipulation of things rather than his capacity for dealing with abstractions. It tests his ability to do something rather than his ability to express himself in language. It throws light upon certain factors of motor adaptation and practical judgment which play a great part in the everyday life of the average human being. It depends as little upon school, perhaps, as any other test of the scale, and it is readily usable with children of all nations without danger of being materially altered in translation. Moreover, it is always an interesting test for the child. Bobertag goes so far as to say that any 8 or 9-year-old child who passes this test cannot possibly be feeble-minded. This may be true, but the converse is hardly the case. That is, the failure of older children is by no means certain proof of mental retardation. The same observation, however, applies equally well to many other of the Binet tests, some of which correlate more closely with true mental age than this one. A rather considerable fraction of normal 12-year-olds fail on it, and it is in this fact somewhat less dependable on certain other tests if we wish to differentiate between 9-year and 11-year intelligence. But it is a test we could ill afford to eliminate. Test 3. Making change. Procedure. Ask the following questions in the order here given. A. If I were to buy 4 cents worth of candy and should give the storekeeper 10 cents, how much money would I get back? B. If I bought 12 cents worth and gave the storekeeper 15 cents, how much would I get back? C. If I bought 4 cents worth and gave the storekeeper 25 cents, how much would I get back? Coins are not used, and the subject is not allowed to help of pencil and paper. If the subject forgets the statement of the problem, it is permissible to repeat it once, but only once. The response should be made in 10 or 15 seconds for each problem. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 out of 3 problems are answered correctly in the allotted time. In case 2 answers are given to a problem, we follow the usual rule of counting the second and ignoring the first. Remarks. Problems of this nature, when thoroughly standardized, are extremely valuable as tests of intelligence. The difficulty of the test, as we have used it, does not lie in the subtraction of 4 from 10, 12 from 15, etc. Such subtractions, when given as problems in subtraction, are readily solved by practically all normal 8-year-olds who have attended school as much as 2 years. The problems of the test have a twofold difficulty. 1. The statement of the problem must be comprehended and held in mind until the solution has been arrived at. 2. The problem is so stated that the subject must himself select the fundamental operation which applies. The latter difficulty is somewhat the greater of the two, addition sometimes being employed instead of subtraction. It is just such difficulties as this that prove so perplexing to the feeble-minded. High-grade defectives, although they require more than the usual amount of drill and are likely to make occasional errors, are nevertheless capable of learning to add, subtract, multiply, and divide fairly well. The main trouble comes from deciding which of these operations a given problem calls for. They can master routine, but as regards initiative, judgment, and power to reason, they are little educable. The psychology and pedagogy of mental deficiency is epitomized in this statement. There has been little disagreement as to the proper location of the test of making change, but various procedures have been employed. Coins have generally been employed, in which case the subject is actually allowed to make the change. Most other revisions have also given only a single problem, usually 4 cents out of 20 cents, or 4 out of 25, or 9 out of 25. It is evident that these are not all of equal difficulty. There is general agreement, however, that normal children of 9 years should be able to make simple change. Test 4. Repeating 4 digits reversed. The series are 6528, 4937, 3629. Procedure and scoring, exactly as in Year VII, alternate test 2. Test 5. Using 3 words in a sentence. Procedure. The words used are A. Boy, ball, river. B. Work, money, men. C. Desert, rivers, lakes. Say, you know what a sentence is, of course. A sentence is made up of some words which say something. Now I'm going to give you 3 words, and you must make up a sentence that has all 3 words in it. The 3 words are boy, ball, river. Go ahead and make up a sentence that has all 3 words in it. The others are given in the same way. Note that the subject is not shown the 3 words written down, and that the reply is to be given orally. If the subject does not understand what is wanted, the instruction may be repeated, but it is not permissible to illustrate what a sentence is by giving one. There must be no preliminary practice. A curious misunderstanding which is sometimes encountered comes from assuming that the sentence must be constructed entirely of the 3 words given. If it appears that the subject is stumbling over this difficulty, we explain the 3 words must be put with some other words so that all of them together will make a sentence. Nothing is said about hurrying, but if a sentence is not given within 1 minute, the rule is to count that part of the test a failure and to proceed to the next trio of words. Give only 1 trial for each part of the test. Do not specially caution the child to avoid giving more than 1 sentence, as this is implied in the formula used and should be understood. Scoring. The test is passed if 2 of the 3 sentences are satisfactory. In order to be satisfactory, a sentence must fulfill the following requirements. 1. It must either be a simple sentence, or if compound, must not contain more than 2 distinct ideas. And 2. It must not express an absurdity. Slight changes in 1 or more of the key words are disregarded, as river for rivers, etc. Scoring is difficult enough to justify rather extensive illustration. A. Boy, ball, river. Satisfactory. An analysis of 128 satisfactory responses gave the following classification. 1. Simple sentence containing a simple subject and a simple predicate, as, the boy threw his ball into the river. The boy lost his ball in the river. The boy's ball fell into the river. The boy swam into the river after his ball, etc. This group contains 76% of the correct responses. 2. A sentence with a simple subject and a compound predicate, as, a boy went to the river and took his ball with him. About 8% of all were of this type. 3. A complex sentence containing a relative clause, 2% only, as, the boy ran after his ball which was rolling toward the river. 4. A compound sentence containing 2 independent clauses, about 14%, as, the boy had a ball and he lost it in the river. Unsatisfactory. The failures fall into 4 chief groups. 1. Sentences with 3 clauses, or else 3 separate sentences. 2. Sentences containing an absurdity. 3. Sentences which omit one of the key words. 4. Silence, due ordinarily to inability to comprehend the task. Group 1 includes 78% of the failures, Group 2 about 12%, and Group 3 and 4 about 5% each. Samples of Group 1 are, there was a boy and he bought a ball, and it fell into the river. I saw a boy and he had a ball, and he was playing by the river. Illustration of absurd sentence. The boy was swimming in the river and he was playing ball. B. Work, money, men. Satisfactory. 1. Sentence with a simple subject and simple predicate, including 75% of 116 satisfactory responses, as men work for their money, men get money for their work, etc. 2. A complex sentence with a relative clause, 12% of correct answers, as men who work earn much money. It is easy for men to earn money if they are willing to work, etc. 3. A compound sentence with 2 independent coordinate clauses, 18%, as men work and they earn money. Some men have money and they do not work. Unsatisfactory. 1. 3 clauses as, I know a man and he has money and he works at the store. 2. Sentences which are absurd or meaningless as, men work with their money. 3. Omission of one of the words. 4. Inability to respond. C. Desert, rivers, lakes. Satisfactory. 1. Sentences with a simple subject and a simple predicate, including 84% of 126 correct answers, as there are no rivers or lakes in the desert. The desert has 1 river and 1 lake, etc. 2. A complex sentence with a relative clause, only 2%, as in the desert there was a river which flowed into a lake. 3. A compound sentence with 2 independent coordinate clauses, 11%, as we went to the desert and it had no rivers or lakes. 4. A compound complex sentence, 3% of all, as there was a desert and nearby there was a river that emptied into a lake. Unsatisfactory. 1. Sentences with 3 clauses, 40% of all failures, as a desert is dry, rivers are long, lakes are rough. 2. Sentences containing an absurdity, 12% of all failures, as the desert, river, and lakes are filled with swimming boys. The lake went through the desert and the river. There was a desert and rivers and lakes in the forest. The desert is full of rivers and lakes. 3. Omission of one of the words, 40% of failures. 4. Inability to respond, 8%. Remarks. The test of constructing a sentence containing given words was first used by Massillon and is known as the Massillon experiment. Newman, who used it in a rather extended experiment, finds it a good test of intelligence and a reliable index as to the richness, definiteness, and maturity of the associative processes. As Newman shows, it is instructive to study the quantitative differences between the responses of bright and dull children, apart from questions of sentence structure. These differences are especially discernible in A. the logical qualities of the associations and B. the definiteness of statement. As regards A, bright children are much more likely to use the given words as keystones in the construction of a sentence which would be logically suggested by them. For example, donkey blows suggests some sentence as, the donkey receives blows because he is lazy. In the manner we have found that the words work, money, men usually suggest to more intelligent children a sentence like, men work for their money, or because they need money, etc. While the dull child is more likely to give such a sentence as, the men have work and they don't have much money. That is, the sentence of the dull child, even though correct in structure and free from outright absurdity to satisfy the standard of scoring which we have set forth, is likely to express ideas which are more or less nondescript, ideas not logically suggested by the set of words given. The experiment is one of the many forms of the completion test, or the combination method, as we have already noted. The power to combine more or less separate and isolated elements into a logical whole is one of the most essential features of intelligence. The ability to do in a given case depends, in the first place, upon the number and logical quality of the associations which have previously been made with each of the given elements separately, and in the second place, upon the readiness with which these ideational stores yield up the particular associations necessary for weaving the given words into some kind of unity. The child must pass from what is given to what is not given but merely suggested. This requires a certain amount of invention. Scattered fragments must be conceived as the skeleton of a thought, and this skeleton or partial skeleton must be assembled and made whole. The task is analogous to that which confronts the paleontologist, who is able to reconstruct with a high degree of certainty the entire skeleton of an extinct animal from the evidence furnished by 3 or 4 fragments of bones. It is no wonder, therefore, that subjects whose ideational stores are scanty and whose associations are based upon accidental rather than logical connections find the test one of peculiar difficulty. Invention thrives in a different soil. Binet located this test in Year X. Goddard and Coleman assigned it the same location, though their actual statistics agree closely with our own. Our procedure makes the test somewhat easier than that of Binet, who gave only one trial and used the somewhat more difficult words Paris, river, fortune. Others have generally followed the Binet procedure, merely substituting for Paris the name of a city better known to the subject. Binet's requirement of a written response also makes the test harder. Perhaps the greatest obstacle to uniformity in the use of the test comes from the difficulty of scoring, particularly in deciding whether the sentence contains enough absurdity to disqualify it, and whether it expresses 3 separate ideas or only 2. It is hoped that the rather large variety of sample responses which we have given will reduce these difficulties to a minimum. An additional word is necessary in regard to what constitutes an absurdity in B. A sentence like, "There are some rivers and lakes in the desert," is not an absurdity in certain parts of western United States. In Professor Ordell's test at Reno, Nevada, many children whose intelligence was altogether above suspicion gave this reply. The statement is indeed perfectly true for the semi-arid region in the vicinity of Reno known as the desert. On the other hand, such sentences as, "The desert is full of rivers and lakes," or "There are 40 rivers and lakes in the desert," can hardly be considered satisfactory. Similar difficulties are presented by C, though not so frequently. "Men who work do not have money," expresses unfortunately more truth than nonsense. Test 6. Finding rhymes. Procedure. Say to the child, "You know what a rhyme is, of course." A rhyme is a word that sounds like another word. 2 words rhyme if they end in the same sound. Understand? Whether the child says he understands or not, we proceed to illustrate what a rhyme is as follows. Take the 2 words hat and cat. They sound alike, and so they make a rhyme. Hat, rat, cat, bat, all rhyme with one another. That is, we first explain what a rhyme is, and then we give an illustration. A large majority of American children who have reached the age of 9 years understand perfectly what a rhyme is without any illustration. A few, however, think they understand, but do not, and in order to ensure that all are given equal advantage, it is necessary never to omit the illustration. After the illustration say, "Now I am going to give you a word and you will have 1 minute to find as many words as you can that rhyme with it. The word is day. Name all the words you can think of that rhyme with day." If the child fails with the first word, before giving the second, we repeat the explanation and give sample rhymes for day. Otherwise, we proceed without further explanation to mill and spring, saying, "Now you have another minute to name all the words you can think of that rhyme with mill," etc. Apart from the mention of 1 minute, say nothing to suggest hurrying, as this tends to throw some children into mental confusion. Scoring. Passed if in 2 out of the 3 parts of the experiment the child finds 3 words which rhyme with the word given. The time left for each series being 1 minute. Note that in each case there must be 3 words in addition to the word given. These must be real words, not meaningless syllables or made-up words. However, we should be liberal enough to accept such words as ding from ding-dong for spring, Jill, see Jack and Jill for mill, Faye, girl's name, for day, etc. Remarks. At first, though, it would seem that the demands made by this test upon intelligence could not be very great. Sound associations between words may be contrasted unfavorably with associations like those of cause and effect, part to whole to part, opposites, etc. But when we pass from a priori considerations to an examination of the actual data, we find that the giving of rhymes is closely correlated with general intelligence. The 9-year-olds who test that are above 10 years nearly always do well in finding rhymes, while 9-year-olds who test as low as 8 years seldom pass. When a test thus shows high correlation with the scale as a whole, we must either accept the test as valid or reject the scale altogether. While the feeble-minded do not do as well in this test as normal children of corresponding mental age, the percentage of success for them rises rapidly between mental age 8 and mental age 10 or 11. Closer psychological analysis of the processes involved will show why this is true. To find rhymes for a given word means that one must hunt out verbal associations under the direct direction of a guiding idea. Every word has innumerable associations, and many of these tend, in greater or less degree, to be aroused when the stimulus word is given. In order to succeed with the test, however, it is necessary to inhibit all associations which are not relevant to the desired end. The directing idea must be held so firmly in mind that it will really direct the thought associations. Besides acting to inhibit the irrelevant, it must create a sort of magnetic stress, to borrow a figure from physics, which will give dominance to those associative tendencies pointing in the right direction. Even the feeble-minded child of imbecile grade has in his vocabulary a great many words which rhyme with day, mill, and spring. He fails on the test because his verbal associations cannot be subjugated to the influence of a directing idea. The end to be attained does not dominate consciousness sufficiently to create more than a faint stress. Instead of a single magnetic pole, there is a conflict of forces. The result is either chaos or partial success. Mill may suggest hill, and then perhaps the directing idea becomes suddenly inoperative and the child gives mountain, valley, or some other irrelevant association. The lack of associations, however, is a more frequent cause of failure than inability to inhibit the irrelevant. If anyone supposes that finding rhymes does not draw upon the higher mental powers, let him try the experiment upon himself in various stages of mental efficiency, say at 9 a.m., when mentally refreshed by a good night of sleep, and again when fatigued and sleepy. Poets questioned by Galton on this point all testify to the greater difficulty of finding rhymes when mentally fatigued. In this and in many other respects, the mental activities of the fatigued or sleepy individual approach the type of mentation which is normal to the feeble-minded. It is important to note that adults make a less favourable showing in this test than normal children of corresponding mental age. Mr. Nolan's hobos of 12-year intelligence doing hardly as well as school children of 10-year intelligence. Those who are habitually employed in school exercises probably acquire an adeptness in verbal associations, which is latter gradually lost in the preoccupations of real life. There has been more disagreement as to the proper location of this test than any other test of the Binet scale. Binet placed it in Year 12 of the 1908 scale, but shifted it to Year 15 in 1911. Coleman retains it in Year 12, while Goddard drops it down to Year 11. However, when we examine the actual statistics for normal children, we do not find any marked disagreement, and such disagreement as is present can be largely accounted for by variations in procedure and by different conclusions drawn from identical data. In the first place, Binet gave but one trial. This, of course, makes the test much harder than when 3 trials are given and only 2 successes are required. To make one trial equal in difficulty to 3 trials, we should perhaps need to demand only 2 rhymes instead of 3 in the one trial. In the second place, the word used by Binet, obeisance, is much harder than one-syllable words like day, mill, and spring. Finally, the wide shift of the test from Year 12 to Year 15 was not justified by the statistics of Binet himself, and the figures of Coleman and Goddard are really in exceptionally close agreement with their own, notwithstanding the fact that Goddard required 3 successes instead of 2. In 4 series of tests considered together, we have found 62% passing at Year 9, 81% at Year 10, 83% at Year 11, and 94% at Year 12. Alternative Test 1. Naming the months. Procedure. Simply ask the subject to name all the months of the year. Do not start him off by naming one month. Give no look of approval or disapproval as the months are being named, and make no suggestions or comments of any kind. When the months have been named, we check up the performance by asking, what month comes before April? What month comes before July? What month comes before November? Scoring. Passed if the months are named in about 15 or 20 seconds with no more than one error of omission, repetition, or displacement. And if 2 out of 3 check questions are answered correctly, disregard place of beginning. Remarks. Some are inclined to consider this test of little value because of its supposed dependence on accidental training. With this opinion, we cannot fully agree. The arguments already given in favour of the retention of naming the days of the week, Year 7, apply equally well in the present case. It has been shown, however, that age, apart from intelligence, does have some effect on the ability to name the months. Defective adults of 9-year intelligence do about as well with it as normal children of 10-year intelligence. The test appears in Year 10 of Binet's 1908 scale and in Year 9 of the 1911 revision. Goddard places it correctly in Year 9, while Coleman and Bobertoke have omitted it. Alternative Test 2. Counting the value of stamps. Procedure. Place before the subject a cardboard on which are pasted 3 1-cent and 3 2-cent stamps arranged as follows: 111222. Be sure to lay the card so that the stamps will be right side up for the child. Say, "You know, of course, how much a stamp like this costs," pointing to a 1-cent stamp. "And you know how much one like this costs," pointing to the 2-cent stamp. "Now, how much money would it take to buy all these stamps?" Do not tell the individual values of the stamps if these are not known, for it is part of the test to ascertain whether the child's spontaneous curiosity has led him to find out and remember their values. If the individual values are known, but the first answer is wrong, a second trial may be given. In such cases, however, it is necessary to be on guard against guessing. If the child merely names an incorrect sum without saying anything to indicate how he arrived at his answer, it is well to tell him to figure it up aloud. Tell me how you got it. Scoring. Passed if the correct value is given in not over 15 seconds. Remarks. The value of this test may be questioned on 2 grounds. 1. That it has an ambiguous significance, since failure to pass it may result either from incorrect addition or from lack of knowledge of the individual values of the stamps. 2. That familiarity with stamps and their value is so much a matter of accident and special instruction that the test is not fair. Both criticisms are in a measure valid. The first, however, applies equally well to a great many useful intelligence tests. In fact, it is only a minority in which success depends on but one factor. The other criticism has less weight than would at first appear. While it is, of course, not impossible for an intelligent child to arrive at the age of 9 years without having had reasonable opportunity to learn the cost of the common postage stamps, the fact is that a large majority have had the opportunity and that most of those of normal intelligence have taken advantage of it. It is necessary once more to emphasize the fact that in its method of locating a test, the Binet system makes ample allowance for accidental failures. Like the tests of naming coins, repeating the names of the days of the week or the months of the year, giving the date, tying a bow knot, distinguishing right and left, naming the colors, etc., this one also throws light on the child's spontaneous interest in common objects. It is mainly the children of deficient intellectual curiosity who do not take the trouble to learn these things at somewhere near the expected age. The test was located in Year VIII of the Binet scale. However, Binet used coins, 3 single and 3 double sous. Since we do not have either a half-cent or a 2-cent coin, it has been necessary to substitute postage stamps. This changes the nature of the test and makes it much harder. It becomes less a test of ability to do a simple sum and more a test of knowledge as to the value of the stamps used. That the test is easy enough for Year VIII when it can be given in the original form is indicated by all the French, German and English statistics available. But 4 separate series of Stanford tests agree in finding it too hard for Year VIII when stamps are substituted and the test is carried out according to the procedure described above. End of Chapter 15 of The Measurement of Intelligence. Read by Leon Harvey.